Liberia TV.
Hey, Diggy, what's up, man?
I'm good, my brother. What's going on?
I said my man changed it, man. On Saturday, man can't go nowhere this time. The man just home. He do it walking, he come home, he relax, eating healthy, just chilling. You know, waiting for 2029 when he get in the trenches again and
My jaw, that trenches jaw.
But Diggy, what's up, man? How's it going, my man? How's the holiday? How's the weekend?
He get in the trenches again.
How's the weekend?
I'm at a weekend good, man. I got one or two activities, but I just gotta relax. I'm raising a cat and a dog, so these things.
I got my dog Rocky, my cat Luna.
Yeah, I guess Scooby, yeah. And these things, they like human being, my man.
My dog is a Shih Tzu. It can't. You see it can't grow. Just small. I think Rocky 2 years old. And then they can say, the doctor wrote me, yeah, Luna, oh my cat, Luna.
This guy is very, very hard-headed.
That the cat?
Yeah.
My cat a female. Call her Luna.
No.
Luna.
The guy and the dog can mix, but I mean they require attention. They want to be shopping for the cat food. Just like
man, I can remind you. They say the cat need physical. The dog need their shots.
Yeah, I got their shots. Next week I gotta do the nails.
Oh yeah, you care for grooming right here. A Pet Smart.
Yeah, in there they got a place, or they got a hotel. But the animals, so I want.
While traveling, my kids not here. I will take it to go to the shelter. To go spend time. Yeah, but my cat, when I come back, my cat is a little small. I can't take care of my cat good. Yeah, but my dog go spend time. Yeah, but Diggy, my man. The Mr. Conner, Professor Conner. Yeah. I think I got him. I think he will be. I don't know whether I sent him the link, but if he can't come with a link, maybe I'll call him in. We'll talk today, so he can provide some clarity on what was said yesterday and said on Thursday concerning the issue of the LFA. And also, I just got a report that this guy who called himself JMB's son, somebody attacked him, hurt him. I'm trying to see where I can get him. I mean, I don't know if I can explain what happened, but if I don't think it's fair, I don't think it's good. We shouldn't support that kind of a violent attack on individuals, regardless of your politics, regardless of who you support. I don't think it's fair at all. I saw a picture of him with he was bleeding. I think you know the guy. He always on the social media and showcasing all the projects, all the road project and anything that the government is doing. He called himself JMB's son. But I just somebody heard him. I want to find out for him, and so forth. But let's see, man. Let's see. Let me see. I can get Mr. Conner on first, and let me ask him whether he's ready, so we can start talking. But Diggy, tell me, man. Besides that, what's going on, man? Everything okay?
Yeah, everything okay. I mean, personally, just from a political point of view, just whole lot of different things. And one issue that's evolving in Liberia is the issue about the CDC headquarters.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't gotten the full details, but my understanding is that I think the court. So I think what has been established is that the property that CDC occupies is for Ibrahim Dempster. Our bit of information was thrown out of court, but that is not. I understand that is not an eviction notice because there is an arrangement between CDC and the owner in terms of lease. But I think the guy is now saying he wants the property to be sold. So, well, that would be another arrangement, but I don't think it has come to the point where uh, the party will be evicted because I'm not too sure the party is indebted. I think they clear all the debt that they owed him at the time. So we'll see. I'll try to reach out to Ibrahim Dem. Maybe I'll call him on the show and see, but I'll try to reach out to him to see. But he's charging 4.5 million.
Well, but you know what? So this, but they have. It's happened to your Unity Party, right? They had the same problem with headquarters issue. But for CDC to be out of headquarters, they had the largest opposition party, the major opposition party. Especially they were just in power just a few months ago. It's concerning though. It's concerning, and it will be a good thing for them to address it because you can't have the major opposition party, the largest opposition party in the country, that out of being evicted and don't have an office space. I mean, and that headquarters is located ideally located, and it's something that everybody should be concerned about. But I'm sure CDC, they will not allow their party to be out of headquarters. I'm very sure. The party have been around since 2004. The party is almost 26 years old. Yeah. 21 years old. 21 years old, yeah. So I'm sure the party is capable of owning their own place. I'm sure they won't allow that to happen. But let's see what happens in the coming months, the coming weeks. But for Mr. Dempster, I just pray that I hope he's not allow himself to be used by CDC political opponents, meaning the ruling party.
To the Dempster, honestly, he has not been. I think he has been very reasonable, except now for this new price. But truly, he has been, because I mean we've been in that place since 2005, and he got judgment for that place I think around 2016. He has been trying to accept, now we're our back against the wall. So I think he's increasing the price. Other than that, to be fair to him, he has been very understanding. We have had a understanding relationship. I think he just wants either the money or the place. But I'm sure ultimately we will find a solution along with him. Yeah, that I remember 2004 when we went to brush that place. That place is part of the CDC history. It has emotional attachment to the revolution. So,
Yeah, man. I mean, if that's the cause, if CDC want to do a GoFundMe, we all will get involved because we want. But CDC, do you know that all that thing we're talking since CDC was funded? My first time going to headquarters was 2023. Imagine.
But you?
All that when I don't visit that headquarters. The first time I went there was 2023. When I entered that headquarters. Seriously. And yeah, I remember that my first time going there in all that 20-some years.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, seriously. I won't lie. My first time going there when I went there 2023. That was my first time going. All that time, I just go like, bro, I used to pop at headquarters. I said, oh yeah. That's it. I know when I saw people going to Sakamo tree, they do all that in there. You be put it as a nah.
Where you think when you see the Sakamo tree? Where you think about it? Lord, let me tell you something.
But Sidiki, anyway, I come in call Mr. Connor. He will be doing it by phone, okay? Because I mean he was late, but let me call him.
Oh, so, he get a link?
I say link, but I think he said he'll do it by phone, but yeah. So hold on. Sidiki, you'll be talking, they'll come on. Be talking, please.
Yeah, so I mean, look, political institution must have identity. I would think that you call it a Sakamo tree or whatever you want to call it, but those are part of the things that have kept that party together because of that identity, that connection. You know, people must find a way to connect. So here's the thing, though. When people came, citizens did not make people desolate and frustrated. So during the course of our political period around the 2005, 2006, 7, 8, 9, people will come from different places and go under the Sakamo tree, sit there, get refreshed, gain hope. So I don't know why people say they should cut the Sakamo tree down. But that is a symbol of national resistance, brother.
Okay. We have on the line the Honorable Sekou Kone. Mr. Kone taught me before in college. You know that in AMU University, for the first instructors there.
Oh, okay.
Yes, he taught me there. And he's a professor too, one of those who are molding the minds of young people in Liberia. And he's the first vice president of the Liberian Football Association. And so, you know, his name came up during the interview with Minister Wilson. And also yesterday, the former LFA vice president, Mr. Wilmer Smith. So, Mr. Fufana, I will give you the opportunity to start the questioning, and then we can take it from there. Good evening, Mr. Conant. Welcome to the closing argument.
Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure.
Yeah, welcome, Professor. I had a little interaction with him too. I know him. He's a respected big brother during the days of not Gion Professor, but BYC.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we had some little interaction there around that time when the team had gone to Sierra Leone to play a game. I went along with the team.
Oh
and
yeah.
He's one person who been morally upright, very active in the game. So it's a pleasure having you on the show. We are coming out here because, you know, the closing argument provides that platform where we discuss this thing. Football is, I would call it like, brother, melting pot that bring all of us together, regardless of party, regardless of tribe and religion. Over the years, we have seen a decline in our football, something we were able to talk to the former minister. Of course, I'm sure you listened to that interview. And then yesterday, we had a former vice president, Mr. Smith here, revealed a lot, some very damaging. But before we go to question, we just want to welcome you and give you the chance to perhaps introduce yourself to our audience, let people know who is. I mean, a lot of people know you are Professor Bali from the sports side, probably, and then start from there.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Yeah, like you rightly said, I've been around football for a very long time, you know, and I'm a former president of BYC. I'm a founder and former president and owner of Bodywork United that produced the like of Thomas Kojo, Danisha Sigwe, Nathaniel Napla, and the rest of the guys. So we are not stranger to football. We've been in it for a very long time. So that's about the football side. But you are also aware that the current vice president for student affairs at the University of Liberia. Have been lecturing at the university for over 30 years, producing great minds all over the country. You know, so yeah, basically that's about me.
So why you decided at this time to go to the LFA? I mean, you've been in the game, but why you thought to go in leadership at that level?
Well, I've been in leadership for a while. This is not my first time. I was an executive committee member. I was elected vice president for administration. In fact, at one point, I was elected vice president for operation for a short term to complete a term of one of our former vice president who fell in trouble. And I occupied that position, and I was elected on my own. So I've been in football leadership for a very long time, and being, one of the brains behind the development of the game around here. Even the former president, George Weah, I can attest to you. He can give you some of my profiles on how long I've been around football. So I'm not a stranger to the development of this game here. So a long time. I've been around football. So I didn't just decide to come to football just recently. I've been around football for a very long time.
With one of your colleagues yesterday attempted to erase and bring down all of the contribution you have made to football with very serious allegations. But we just wanted to see if you listen to the interview, is there anything specific you could like to address, or you just want us to go with the question and answer period?
Unfortunately, I was engaged, and I really did not have the time to listen to the program yesterday. Even the one with Minister Zoga, I saw on Facebook his statement on the game and the contribution of the government towards the game of football in Liberia. So I did not have the time. So just go ahead with your question, and I will address them as they come.
Okay, so let's just start with responding to perhaps it is my understanding, the invitation from Liberia, the LACC. It is my understanding that the administration where you serve as vice perhaps been invited to LACC to provide some clarification or some info on how they have been managing government funding. Do you want to authenticate whether in fact there has been any communication from LACC?
Oh yes, I can confirm that the president was rating. The president, Mr. Mustafa Raji, was rating, inviting him, to the LACC, and I accompany him along with other top officials, at the LACC.
And do you find merit in the invitation?
Say that again, please.
Do you find merit in the invitation? Do you find it something worthy to for LFA to be called at this time? Is there any a small screen there?
Well, absolutely not. But let me put it this way: it's a government entity established to do the kind of work they're doing. But if they're not mindful the way they're doing it, then sometimes it gives a different outlook. Basically, if somebody comes, what a whistleblower or whatsoever, and give information as a reputable entity like that, the first thing you do is to do some background, whether there's a merit in what you be hearing around from whistleblower or whatsoever. Because this is an open society. To say the government of Liberia provided this, there are, sources. There are things that you can go to be able to verify those information. For example, you talk about 2022, 2023, there are budgetary allotments. So you look at the government budget, look at the lines and see which line there, goes to football or as a contribution towards, the construction of the LFA headquarters, the first of its kind, in the history of football in this country. So I would think that first thing you do, not just grab information as they come, but first of all, do some background all right, whether there's a merit or, in the information somebody is providing or whistleblower is providing.
So, Professor Kone, my question. So, the issue that have been trending is that during the LFA new headquarters construction, did the administration of President Weah gave LFA any money towards that headquarters construction? Hold on, let me call. Oh, he's muted. I think he's muted, so that way, I don't know, maybe somebody got a call. Abu, what's up? Oh, Professor Kone, you back?
Yeah, Chief.
Yeah, okay, well, you are muted. So my question is, I'm sorry. My question is, during the administration of President Weah, did the Weah government provided money to the LFA towards the construction of the new headquarters?
I said no, absolutely no. Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
What the construction of the LFA headquarters was that money was exclusively provided by FIFA. And you can go to the FIFA website and check it out.
How much FIFA provided?
FIFA provided 1.4. Of course, it fluctuated at some point because there were issues around the site in the first place. The selection of the site, we have this place right behind Total that was selected, but then realized that it was a by choice because of the land itself. It was a by choice, and we had to move to another place. So in that process, there were, some of the figures changed, obviously, and the facts are there. But absolutely, government of President George Weah, not a cent that was provided for the construction of the LFA headquarters. I challenge anybody, and that's why I said I'm disappointed, because I think a reputable institution like the LACC, the first thing you would do when you get that kind of information, why is your right to investigate, is to first of all do your own background check. Check the government budget for the period under consideration and see whether there's something there, instead of just inviting people and, but absolutely.
To the listening public, this program is live on the radio, True FM, and also on Facebook and YouTube, and other people around the world watching this program. Let me say this. Professor Kone is somebody that I hold in high esteem. I respect him. He's a very honest person, a man of integrity, with impeccable character. And so whatever he's providing tonight, I give it serious credence because of who he is. And so the fact of the matter that he just announced that the Weah administration did not provide LFA a dime, a penny towards the new headquarters should be given serious consideration, because the former LFA Vice President Wilmer Smith told us last night that they provided money towards the headquarters. So at least we have clarified that and corroborate what former Minister Jules Zoga Wilson said. I know I just heard that he's also, this thing is trending. He's on Spoon right now as we speak. I heard he was here with us on Thursday, and now he's on Spoon. We had the Vice President for LFA, former Vice President Smith here yesterday, and today we have the first Vice President of LFA, Professor Kone, is here with us too. So, Abu, you want to ask a question? Welcome.
Exactly. But greetings to you and CDD. Good being here, though I here for a short period. But I mean, first start by thanking Professor Sekou Kone, like he said to me, Tomalin. He's an impeccable character figure. I've been following, though I've not had the opportunity to interface with him, but his track record speaks for himself. But quickly, Professor Kone, do you see it as a plot to get at Mustafa Raji? Because I recall vividly when I started following Liberian football, maybe doing the then LFA president, or I got a Musa Hassan Bidete. The level of transformation, the level of reform has taken place since Mustafa Raji assumed the leadership role as head of LFA. We did not see that in time past. So get given that you guys or Mustafa Raji is about to go for re-elections, seeking re-election, don't you think it's a plot to distract him from a re-election bid?
Well, thank you, Abu. The thing is, I'm not going to, uh, make judgment here. Who thinks about what? But this is a free society, and people have the right to, voice out their disagreement if they have. But I think what is scary is that these things should be on the basis of facts, not just speculation. Not because you have, bad feelings or you have something against, the leadership of the FA. So I don't bother or people think the way they want to think about these kind of things. But in our society is so gullible that as soon as you bring information, people just grab this information and start to run with it. But the facts are there. I mean, it's easier to verify some of these information to say government provided this. Just go to the website or just go to check the budget of the government to see what this was giving. So I think, people have their own way of saying what they want to say or feeling what they want to say, but not all feelings are facts, not all feelings are facts. People have their own thing for why they want to say what they want to say.
Okay, so Professor Connor, I think I just want to go back into context. I want you to distinguish the LFA role and the role of the Ministry of Youth and Sports when it comes to perhaps sports or the national team, football in particular. Let us be able to drive our listener along the line as we start to ask this question. What is the FA role, particularly when it comes to the national team? What is the role of the Ministry of Youth and Sports in that same direction in soccer in general?
Well, thank you for that question. And I think that's why people need to clarify. The Ministry of Youth and Sports is the government's body responsible for running the activities of football, in this. I mean, not just football, but sports generally in this country. They oversee all sporting activities in this country. That's the rule. The LFA is responsible exclusively for football. So LFA is one of the federations, the many federations. You have basketball federation, you have tennis, you have all the other federations. The youth and sport oversee, their activities. These are independent bodies, all right? We report. So we talk about the relationship with the national team and all of these things. For example, when the national team has an engagement, in fact, I first need to explain to you that the FA is the body that the ministry has charged with the responsibility of overseeing football activities. All right, so we work together. So when the national team has a game, for example, if the national team has an engagement, we do a budget and send it to the government through the Ministry of Youth and Sports. The Ministry of Youth and Sports will review, and if they have issues, they ask the questions, clarify all of these things. Then they agree, they attach a cover letter to that to the Ministry of Finance. And the Ministry of Finance provide the budget. And when the LFA receives that, they just based on what has been budgeted, after the utilization, we provide reports to the Ministry of Finance through the Ministry of Youth and Sports. So all of our reports are there at the ministry when they provide. So where they provide money to national teams, what are the female national team, the youth teams are going to play, it is the government. The government is the owner of those teams. So they provide sponsorship, they provide money for the participation of those teams in different competition. So once we do that, we provide a report to the Ministry of Youth and Sports, and they in turn send it to the Ministry of Finance. So basically that's our relationship. And they gave us, for example, they are the owners of the national teams. The ministry, the government is the owner of the national team. And the FA only overseas. They manage. We are the managers of the national teams, the football teams. We are the managers, right?
So who appoint the coach?
Our authority is doing.
So who appoint the coach? So who appoints the coach? Who appoints and pay the coach of the national team?
The coach of the national team is paid by the government of Liberia. So we as the technicians, we do the vetting for the coach. The government will ask us to do that. We do that and provide the recommendation to the Ministry of Youth and Sports. If they accept, and then they go through the paperwork, and then we sign an official contract with the coach, and they provide the payment. The LFA is only responsible basically to manage the process. We are the technicians, but the ministry is the owner. The government is the owner of the national team.
So FIFA has nothing to do with the government of Liberia. They only deal with LFA.
No, absolutely. FIFA deals with the federation, the national, the football federation. So they don't work through the government. They work through the football federation. So, for example, the LACC has written, we copy FIFA, we copy CAF, and all of our parent body on those things so that they are aware that this is what is going on.
So let me ask a question, Sidiki, please. Right. So, Professor Kone, let's say if a CAF organized game or a FIFA organized game, when these games are played, who come up with the tag, the price of the game, that who will be the money people will pay to watch the game? Who come up with that tag? And then number two, the proceeds from that game. I mean, who controls the proceeds from the games?
Okay, this is how it's done. Firstly, we work with the ministry to be able to determine, as managers. Okay, this is how the ticket is going to cost this. All right, it's going to cost this amount, around the fee, this amount, and when the money is collected and reports are done, because we're responsible for security, for all of the other things that we do, then we present a financial report to the Ministry of Youth and Sports.
Oh, okay.
Along with the proceeds, along with what we collect, once we deduct all of the expenditure for maybe players, for players coming to the game, tickets, and all of those things, we report to the Ministry of Youth and Sports. The proceeds we report to the Ministry of Youth and Sports.
So is it the share by percentage? Like they say, LFA will get this a percent, and Ministry will get 8%. FIFA.
No, not based on percentage. Basically, we have to have security on the field. We have to the production of the tickets. All of these things are costs associated. All right, advertisement and all of these things. So once you do that, and at the end of the game, what was expended is deducted from the total collection. What is left with the reports, the expenditure report, all of these things, along with the money are all reported to the Ministry of Youth and Sports. And in fact, in that cost, we also pay taxes to LRA. All right? We make sure all of those things are deducted and the financial reports are clearly spelled out and sent to the Ministry of Youth and Sports, and they send it to the Ministry of Finance.
Oh, okay. So yeah, there's something that's confusing me. I think a lot of people will be glad to know. The facilities, the Anthony Torgbean Stadium, it is my understanding that it's exclusively under the management of the LFA, while the SKD is under the ministry. Can you please explain that? I mean, if that is correct.
Basically, the SKD, let's begin with the ATS. The ATS and the SKD, they are both owned by the government of Liberia, all right? So the ATS is given to the LFA, to be able to run football activities there. And the Ministry of Youth and Sports If we have games at the SKD, of course, we write them and tell them, and they tell us what basically we're responsible to take care of in terms of fuel for generator, in terms of security, and all of those things are all done. But they exclusively run the SKD, and they're where the headquarters of the Ministry of Youth and Sports is also based. But the ATS, we run it, but mind you, we are aware that it's owned by the government of Liberia.
Is that arrangement on paper or just?
Yes. It's on paper. It's on paper, clearly on paper. That's why, in fact, when the renovation, you must have heard about CAF or FIFA banning our stadium because we didn't meet certain standards. So we worked with the government of Liberia, to the Ministry of Youth and Sports, to be able to provide whatsoever funding for the renovation of, the SKD, to be able to meet up with the standard.
LFA contributed to the renovation. Is that what you're saying?
Well, one way or the other, whether through our technicians and other people, because we have technicians who are responsible. The pitches are not just by themselves. They are technical work that are done, so we have technicians here.
Let me welcome Professor Larry Kennedy. He just joined the panel. But before I bring Professor Kennedy in, let me just ask this question, because there's a question that people want me to ask. How is LFA funded? How do you guys get revenues? I mean, money to sustain the federation, and pay your staff? How do you guys generate funds? Because I know people talk about they had this FIFA Go project, this fund, whether it still exists, or FIFA provide you money every year. Can you please just help us?
FIFA provides money not only to the Liberia Football Association, but all other federations. All right. So we have the operational costs that is provided by FIFA, the operational costs, the staff paying of our staff, and the running costs of the FA, generator, and etc. But it's exclusively provided by FIFA and CAF.
Prof. Kennedy?
Yeah, thanks so much, man. I always like when TCA brings very high quality guests, and I like the fact that you got Professor Connor on the line today, man. It's a pleasure to talk to you, somebody who kind of live and breathe football in Liberia. So it's a pleasure being here. I want to ask you a quick question. I know politics tend to drive everything in Liberia, but let me ask you this question. During the time Ellen was president, Liberia had one of the best FIFA rankings ever. I think they were ranked at around 101. When she came in, I think around 2005 or so, Liberia FIFA ranking was like around 135. And by the time she left, Liberia's FIFA ranking was like around 101. At the time that President Myean left, Liberia's FIFA ranking had fallen to 153. And President Myean has been described as the football president. Can you explain why Madam Sirleaf, who wasn't the football president, did so well, or the Liberian national team did so well under Madam Sirleaf as opposed to doing well under the football president? What do you think? What's your opinion on that?
Well, it's good that you mentioned taking off of politics, but it's difficult to discuss these things about talking about the political side. But look, let me tell you how the issue of the ranking works. The ranking works based on performance. So if we have support from government and our teams are performing very well, the ranking obviously will go up. But if we are not doing well, and some of the reasons, we're not doing well, among many other things, lack of, timely financial support. Timely because sometimes it's provided, but if it's not timely, for example, right now, other countries are having international friendlies. These are all geared towards preparing the team, strengthening the team. But if you are not participating in international friendlies because of lack of money, obviously it affects our ranking, because playing international friendly adds up to the ranking, all right? Winning games and all of those things. So proper preparation are all part of, the issue of the ranking. So if, for example, if the government of President Sellis, for example, if at the time was providing support to enable us play friendly and this, that, obviously it impacts the ranking. But if it didn't happen, because the basic argument has been competing priorities. So maybe the issue of football is not the number one priority. Obviously, it affects the ranking. So this is how the ranking works.
So Prof. Connor, real quick.
Timely support.
Prof. Connor, real quick. Let me see if I can restate what you're saying to make sure that it's clearly understood by the audience and including myself.
Yeah.
You are saying there's a direct relationship between the amount of funding that goes to the LFA and the amount of funding that goes to the national team and the national team's performance. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah. Let me also put it into context. Basically, it's not funding to the LFA per se, funding to the programs. For example, if the coaches have plans that in this period we are supposed to have 5 international friendlies, we need to have other engagements and all of these things, and sending for players, because if the technicians indicate that we need to send for 7 or 8 foreign-based players, and the government says that money is not there, it will impact. We'll be using basically local-based players, and that also impact. And then I also let you know that the expectation, the fact that Mr. Weah, a footballing person, former world best, so the expectation is that it should be above all other government, because in football, I can tell you, for example, what some of our colleagues at FIFA or CAF said one time to us. He said, during this time that Mr. Weah is president, if football doesn't develop in Liberia, then it means, And I must also emphasize that, yes, there were tremendous efforts made by the past government. I'm talking about Mr. Weah government. For example, facilities we're using, the SKD practice space, it's a government facility. We have to get into an MOU with the government through the Ministry of Youth and Sports to be able to provide also facilities to develop them. The Grand Bassa Page, Doris Willem, and other places. So yes, there were efforts made, but the reality is that money. It's never enough. You always want money, especially for football. If our neighboring countries are spending their budget, if the budget for the year is, we're talking about 4 million, 3 million, of course, and ours is something around maybe 300,000 or 500,000 to prepare a national team. Just one game alone, just to travel from here to Ghana, hotel, bringing foreign players, tickets, and all of those things, of course, will impact. So we're not saying that this,
thank you,
this government, but that's the expectation that Mr. Weah, being a footballing person, obviously the expectation is that he should do more.
Go ahead, bro.
And it's interesting, Professor Connor says that, because the biggest fall, and it's not me saying it, anybody can go to the FIFA ranking, you will see it. According to FIFA, yes, the biggest ranking fall for Liberia was in 2018. So that was kind of shocking. The expectations, like you said, Prof. Connor, was pretty high, but I think it was a big letdown. Okay, back over to you, Chief Tomalin.
Yeah, Prof. Connor, let me ask this question, because I know I've been following football in Liberia for a long time. I remember it was during the administration of President Samuel Doe, the late President Doe. In fact, at one point in time, he was fed up. he dissolved the LFA and said, look, he will become the chairman. He became chairman of LFA, and he had the late Willie D. Francis Knuckles as the vice president for operations, but they were the chairman, just to give LFA that he said, I'll be the chairman of LFA. I have my team. And we saw what happened when he did that. Football in Liberia, they almost went to the World Cup. In fact, that was when we saw the coming out of the James Diba, the George Weah, and others that came up. But during the 6 years of the former president, did the LFA ever decide, because I think people ask the question, you ever guys ever decided to let's go and meet this, let's try to engage the former president, let's meet him and perhaps organize a call a meeting with him and ask him for a meeting so we can talk about the development of soccer in Liberia, especially soccer in Liberia. Do you guys ever made that attempt? Do you guys ever made an attempt to, especially when your colleagues in FIFA told you guys, say this is a time that you guys should really develop soccer? I'm sure you guys came back to say, look, this is what our people are saying. And did you ever made that attempt to meet the former president?
Yes, we did. We met him on one or two occasions, but I mean, you also remember that during his reign, we brought in both the president of FIFA and the president of CAF here in the country to be able to sit with him and discuss. Yeah, we did. We made all the efforts, but like I said, the biggest issue was around, competing priorities. The priority now is this one and this one. But there were efforts made, but those efforts were not enough to be able to solve all the issues that we face with, in football. I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
Right now, our focus is on grassroots football, right? We're running grassroots football all around. Today, I spent my whole day at the SKD practice pitch watching the under 10, the under 12. And those things are cost intensive to bring those kids, those people who are, in fact, running these little clubs around in these communities. They need help. But sometimes the FA itself does not have the resources that will be able to cover all of those things. So it's a holistic thing we're talking about football development. It's not just once off that money is given for a game and that's it. No, it's beyond that. It's beyond that.
But Professor Connor, I know today we have some of the names we hear when we hear that there's a new champion for Liberian Football Association champion. People can wonder, because I remember back in the days, there were either Barrow, IE, Oilers, and Joseph Warriors, or Cedar, or Young Eagles. These are the team we heard. But nowadays, I think Bame, Barrow and IE, I think have been relegated. But will you? Because of that, people believe that. Like today, there's a big game playing in Europe today. I think the game over now. I think Bayern Munich and who are playing today? Somebody.
PSG and Inter.
Inter Milan. Who won that game?
Where Inter was 105 goals to nothing.
Wow. So, and right now I heard today somebody told me says right now the entire country that what they on right now. I mean, the tension is over there. And they have just forgotten about the National League and so forth. Look, I know I'm in a Barrow chat room where before every game they play, they will ask people, they say that's the budget for the game. And Professor Kerry and Sidiki and Professor Connor, people would take money. It's okay. The budget called $350 for the game. People will say, I send 50, I send 20. How they been running their teams? And
absolutely.
And I don't know, but people also now they try to blame the National League instead of our National League. Say because our league is substandard now, that's why it's happening. I mean, you are the first black person of LFA. Can you tell us what is the substandard of the Liberian National Football, our National League? Because we don't have quality players or what? I'm sure we got quality players, but what is the problem?
Consider.
Well, it has to be looked at in a holistic context. All right. For example, to say the substandard of our league. If, for example, the clubs are owned by individuals, all right? And once that individual is not capable financially again, that's the end of that club. We run clubs like Seku FC or, Blama FC and all of those kind of things. So you don't have the resources to sustain it for a long period of time. That's one. I hear people argue that, oh, you see the country meet the way it is well attended. If you were to, take the clubs and just send the clubs to, these different regions for them to represent counties, it would be better. I tell you, my brother, that's far-fetched. Because the reality is that the country meet is more political and people come, they're sentimental around it. But if you check and do your own background, see how many persons in those countries that provide support to the country team. So now it's just one, the rest of the people just around it to take the glory. So when you decide to do that, the clubs will die before they even start. For example, Blue Angels, Mighty Blue Angels was in Habel for a long period of time, very strong team. But it died natural death because the corporate, we're not encouraging, and that we need the government involvement too. The corporate social responsibility of this company, if some of those things were trickling down to the clubs in those areas. For example, you have a team now called Beer Mountain that is owned by the Beer Mountain company in Cape Town. They're running a club. So that club, in terms of incentives, salary, and the quality, the caliber of players, they are better off than, some of the other teams. The IE and Barrow, I tell you that I'm a former acting president of IE. I took IE to election that brought in the late Ben Doning to power, But, those teams, the IE and Barrow, what is suffering them is that they build their teams around individuals, those names, big names. When you big politician, then that's the time we give the team to you to run. But that man, if he's not feeling anything, in terms of profit and anything from that, he gets tired and he goes away. And some of the people who are around the team, those chat rooms you're talking about, if you see their contribution monthly, negligible. I've seen, I'm an IE fan. I see sometimes, I know the guys are making some effort, but if you see in there somebody contributing $25, somebody contributing $50, how far can that go to be encouraging sponsorship? But again, we need the involvement of the government so that it's a collective approach, so that we sit with some of those companies to see the national team. Look in Ghana and other places. The national teams has funded mainly by the government, but sometimes those big companies, they take that corporate social responsibility and say, okay, look, man, pump some of these things into, financing the national team programs and all of these things. If those things are not done, then it becomes a problem. So yes, it's a huge problem, but our league is still a big league. It's still a good league, but it could be better than what it is now.
Or Professor Connor, is the LFA indebted to any of its external bodies like CAF, FIFA, and stuff like that? Do we owe anything?
Well, I would say no. I'll say yes. But for example, if for funding some of our programs, all right, and we fall short, and they are giving periodic subsidies, you can decide, oh, you didn't fulfill this one, so we are taking this one from the contribution we have for you for this period, for that. But in terms of being indebted to our mother bodies, no.
Because I remember there was a time ago, I may not get this right, but I remember there was a time the country was considered to be in some debt. I don't know whether it was football, but Georgia had paid that debt. So that it was from that contest I was asking that question, but you already
let me provide you the answer for that one.
Yeah.
For example, if our country went to participate in a competition and we are supposed to fulfill certain things and we didn't do that, the country is fine. All right? And normally, FIFA, like I said, FIFA doesn't deal with government. So it finds the LFA. And the LFA will have to, so the money that President George Weah paid at that time, I remember, was to cover some of those things that we were obligated in terms of our own responsibility to our mother clubs. I mean, our parent body, Yeah, so basically, that is what it is.
But let me
question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my second question. You emphasize finance. Obviously, fortunately, Professor Ken is also here, who understands the money aspect of it and innovation, all of those things. But in the face of us lacking finance, there have been striking very serious allegations yesterday made as to the mismanagement of the very funds, the very finance. In fact, to the extent as low as mattress money was being accused, that money that you people mismanaged. So, I mean, the vice president has said that this current leadership, this current FA, has managed, close to 600,000. He mentioned 300,000 here, this one there, including Rex and other kinds of things. So when people hear these kinds of things, those of us who are maybe the minor contributor, the major stakeholder, we just see that, well, it is another cartel, another cabal where people just go to enrich themselves. Because there's an allegation coming from a former vice president who is accusing not just the policy maker, but as well as the president of FA, to the extent that they brought in his personal credential into question. So, how do you then attract funding to a place where, of course, it's been marred by allegation of corruption coming from within, not from out, but from within?
Brother, this is what I said. Anybody, you can decide to say what you want to say, but what is important in these things, like I said, you came a little bit late to the program, but basically I said, for example, LACC, if somebody comes to you as a whistleblower and say X, Y, Z, for example, to say more than half of $1 million was given by the government of Liberia.
It wasn't a whistleblower. It was the vice president of football.
No, I'm coming. I said
okay.
You came a little bit late. Well, you came a little bit late. I'm saying that if entity like LACC, if somebody carries information to you, whether it's the former vice president or former who, the point is, did you do due diligence to check? Because instead of writing, a generic letter that you have in your system to, everybody to come, is first of all, do your due diligence. First, so check. Did the government in the budget of 2002, 2003, did the government provide in that budget? Did the government provide any money? It's clearly written over there. So you will see, you do your own background before you come. But in our society, because the global society, so anybody can come and just say this and say that and say that. So no, we see the facts are there. If LSCC is serious in its work, they do some background, and then we have facts, we have reports. But we didn't get money from government to construct headquarters. Government didn't give us money to run the operations of the LFA. That money comes from FIFA and CAF, and we present reports, and FIFA and CAF send their own auditors that come periodically and say, these are professionals who are not even working directly with FIFA or CAF, but they hire them from reputable auditing firms that come here to do audits. So if people don't know that these audit reports, these things are there, so people just come and say them, people just accept it that it came from an insider, well, then we keep accusing people all around here.
Prof. Kennedy?
Yeah. So I know when we talk football in Liberia, we tend to focus solely on the men's national team. Why do you think we don't give any amount of attention to the women's national team that seem to be doing a whole lot better sometimes than the men?
I heard they won today, right? They won again today, right?
Oh, yes. That's why I just wanted to tell him. The women's national team won the third place position today
Mm-hmm.
Waffle competition.
Wow, that's good.
They won, So they're doing so well. It's not only we focusing on the youth programs, both male and female, programs different. We're focusing on the grassroots program. And the grassroots program, the focus is not just on, male, or boys. We also focus on girls.
But if we're focusing on not just the men, but also on the women, when you go to the LFA's website, the men's squad is fully listed. If you look for the women's squad, it's not even listed. There's no page. Well, they have a page, but the squad is not there. So we can't say that we have a fair, and I'm just saying, it's not really fair and balanced, right? Because the men's with the names, the stats, all that stuff is there. But look at the women doing so much better, but we don't seem to give them a lot of. So what do you say about that? If you take a look at the website, the stats is not there. Nobody's there.
Yeah, like I said earlier, the rating is based on performance. It's also based on participation.
No, in terms of the names, the men's names are on the LFA's website. The women's names are not on the LFA's website, not performance, just the names being on the website. Whether you're winning or losing, why are the women names not on the website?
Well, that is kind of strange to me. But we'll verify that. And what also we want to clarify is that it's not everything is honey and milk at the FA. We have challenges. We have issues. We have challenges. It's not everything that is honey and milk, right? There are challenges, and that's what we're working towards. We're working towards improving those things. But these things don't happen overnight. It requires holistic approach. It requires multi-sectoral approach. It's not just the LFA. But the LFA is operating here, but there is also a government that is the owner of the national teams. So if the resources are not coming from the government also to provide the support to the national teams, it's also difficult. So
let me ask the question, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So whenever a player is playing in a foreign league, who the national team is having a game, because you said that the Federation, FIFA, and CAF, they don't deal with the government. But these players come to play for the government team. So who get in touch with the players, the teams, to get them in the country for the game?
The FA, the Secretary General, write to the clubs.
So
these players are playing for.
So LFA you're in touch with all the. How do you guys keep track of Liberian foreign players? How do you guys keep track of them?
Oh, we have a whole database of Liberian foreign players. We have a database of Liberian foreign players where they are playing.
Okay.
Playing for, what are they playing currently? They are not playing currently, because sometimes some people just say, oh, this man is in Belgium. This person is there, but they're there. Maybe they are not playing.
Okay, so
keep track of that.
So let me ask a question. For instance, okay, Professor Kennedy have a team. His team is Canada United, right? They play in the LFA League.
Yeah.
Okay, and then they take a player from there. Hamed Fofana is one of the players. He gets a contract, a foreign contract. Now, how who has the international transfer certificate? Who gives it to that club? And second, LFA. And then
LFA gave it, but through the club, the mother club that person is playing for.
Also,
for the acquiescence of the mother club, that player doesn't go anywhere.
Also, but then the percentage of the transfer fees and all this stuff. I mean, because people get confused. I remember IE and LFA. IE did not get much from Josh Weah transfer. Even I think Barrow for Diba, it was a whole stuff. At one point in time, I heard they say Diba, he close to Barrow. People were, he wanted to tell. But so how LFA gets involved to protect the club? Because the clubs are playing on the LFA league. So how do you protect the club and the player interest for the transfer fees?
Through our system. For example, we have a system where every Liberian player, in fact, we started that some years now, where every player is entered into our database. Because firstly, we have this thing about age cheating business, So we make sure if the player is registered, we check so that player is registered in our system. Nobody can register that player. No foreign club can register that player to play in this league without the involvement of the club. So the club is leading, and we provide protection for the clubs.
That's good.
To ensure that if a club, renege on paying the money, we write to the relevant authority and make sure that there's a situation where LPRC or got their money or the clubs. But if you decide not to go through the proper channel, then it becomes a problem, because if we are not aware of it. But now the system is such that nobody is going to take any player now. FIFA, internationally, nobody is going to take any player without going through the system. So the clubs, the club that our player plays for must give their consent before LFA can send international transfer certificate to any foreign club. And it's not even sent to the club, but it's sent to the federation. The federation that club is playing under.
You see, Victor Nangwe is right, because that's how the women's national team in the U.S. managed to sue, and they managed to start getting some equal payments. Professor Connor, you're not seeing what I'm reading. I'm sorry. Chief Tomalin, I'll swing it to you so you can talk about.
But go ahead. You're saying something, Professor Kennedy.
So there's a comment by our brother Victor Nangwe. He said, even here in the States, the U.S. women's national team is doing so much better than the men's team, and that they've won the FIFA World Cup, right?
Yeah, because they fought for the money. They were underpaying that. Yes,
they were underpaying the female team. And
they're
that
underpaying them.
The U.S. all around the world.
Exactly.
It's not that they are fighting for equal rights.
And we seem to not be doing the same thing. I mean, we're doing the same thing to the women in Liberia. I mean, I know you say you're going to look into it, because the women names are not even on the website. But even in addition to that, when Chief Tomalin just asked you, how do you keep track of the men's overseas playing for different teams? You say you guys have a database. Is there a similar database? Are any Liberian women playing in any league overseas that you guys have a database to keep track of?
Yes.
Perfect.
The female player playing in Azerbaijan,
perfect.
In Russia and other places. Yes.
Wow.
Do you think we should start maybe uplifting them and highlighting them? So, because the women seem to be doing extremely well. I see my brother Anthony Gay Sr. over here making some comments about that. It's not just about the ratings and performance, but we're just talking about level playing field, because women make up over 50% of the population, but sometimes we treat them not equally. And just wanted to highlight that. But let me hop to something real quick. African football has been plagued by corruption scandals.
Yeah.
If there's one thing you will find in African football, is a whole lot of corruption scandals. Referees being bribed, all that stuff going on. We saw different corruptions in Ghana, in Kenya, Cameroon. I remember Nigeria had a huge one where the guy was on recording taking money so people can meet the president. All kind of nonsense has been going on.
Wow.
You think you think that is having an impact, a negative impact on maybe the associations, the different associations across Africa, maybe even LFA? You think it's having an impact where people like scouts coming to Liberia to try to recruit some young people? You think all of those corruption scandals is having a negative impact on the footballing in Liberia and Africa as a whole? What's your opinion on that?
Look, let me tell you this. Corruption in our society, not just football, it's all around. Once we lay hands on the facts, we try our best. For example, we have situations where we have subcommittees. The subcommittee to talk about in our system is that the county base. The county base have heads. And sometimes, if you don't check closely on those guys, if there are stipends, for example, we have a situation where stipend is provided to the leadership to ensure that all the members there benefit. And the guys, just use it for themselves. We suspended number of them. So the issue of corruption, not just in women's football, but generally in football, is something that quite recently we've been investigating the issue of match fixing, in our games. And we're trying to lay hands on those facts, and as we lay hands on them, we try to take appropriate action. We have bodies that do investigation and come up with the finding. But those things must be based on facts, must be based on clear evidence, But I can tell you it's not all honey and milk. Yeah, it's not all honey and milk. There are challenges, but we're working on those challenges. We're working on them. It's not going to happen overnight.
So, Professor, I mean, from all that we have gathered, we try to look at the sustainability aspect of the game. Of course, that's the case in other countries around, maybe West Africa or even Africa, in terms of how the FA is sustained through government support. I mean, I think at this point, what's the new thinking? What's the innovative way? What's the new approach that we will keep the game moving and alive? Also, considering that FIFA will not want to deal with government, but then FA must manage the team, deal with soccer. In other countries, sports, particularly football, is a sector that has provided wealth for people. It's a place where people, it generate income. I really don't see that aspect in the Liberian football. I mean, especially now. I think back then it used to be, but I don't see it now. Now we're looking at people must contribute from their pocket. I don't think that's sustainable. I don't know whether we need to end it with some form of
absolutely. Well, let me tell you this. We also go all out to see whether we can get sponsorship, from big corporations to help, support the programs. We've had Orange Liberia for a long period of time. They've been, for over, let's say, a decade that have been supporting football. But what they've been providing, I mean, it's a good amount that they've been providing. But it is from there, for example, all right, that we try to give subsidies to the clubs, sponsorship. But the clubs, we talk about the clubs, we talk about first and second division and upper women league. But we have the issue of the grassroots football, the third division. Those people are not benefiting. And this is where we go and get bulk of the talented players to bring them to the game. If they are not getting, because what we're getting is not sufficient to be able to share around. And to get sponsorship in this country is a huge challenge. Because some of the entities feel that, well, I mean, in as much, I don't care how beautiful your proposal can be, but if they feel, well, Simenko said we don't need LFA to, advertise our product. we can still sell it because we are the sole proprietors, we are the sole owners of producers of cement. And that is something that affects, so getting sponsorship, from outside, from private entity is a huge, huge problem. But we must give thanks and praise to others who are making efforts that we talk about.
Orange.
We talk about Orange Liberia. Currently, tomorrow, we'll be ending the MTN community league. They've been also providing something in the community. So in Newtown, we'll be ending that tomorrow and other things. But we need more of those things so that because the clubs are also struggling. The money is just coming from, to sustain training program, practice. Some clubs practice just 2 times or 3 times a week. That affects the output of the club, the players. There are some clubs who, for example, FC Farcel, they are in a better financial position as compared to the other teams. So you see that they are the current, champion of our first division league, or there are others who are trying, the LPRC, all of before, LPRC, NPA. I mean, those were the top teams in our league. But again, because of quote unquote competing priorities, it's difficult now for you to see NPA the level at which it used to be. LPRC, Oilers, and etc. So yes, we have to go all out. We're trying to be more innovative. We're trying to engage, but it's a tough thing. You also have, say, Lescar, for example, you're providing some level of sponsorship to, some of the clubs,
But
so
Professor Conley, back in the days, I don't know whether maybe you can clarify for us. Liberia used to participate in our clubs, the African Club Championship, the African Cup Winners' Cup competition, the CAF competition, the WAFU. Are we still taking part in these tournaments?
We are. But in terms of the results, sometimes it's dismal. Because, for example, very soon, FC Facel and Black Man Warriors, I'm sure that those names are strange to you.
Can you imagine? Yeah.
I remember when I run in BYC and our man, who is the friend to all the president, David Koti, he said, my man, they are club here won't go anywhere because the name sound like a store on the Bapa BYC. We're talking about serious thing, Ian Barrow. But Ian Barrow, I'm no longer the Ian Barrow I don't know whether it's fatigue on the part of those people or it's a leadership issue, but I'm sorry to say, Ian Barrow are struggling there at the bottom of the table. You won't believe that, but that's the reality.
The reality, I follow it. But so
that's the reality.
But Professor Conner, have you guys ever thought about coming to the diaspora to see how best you can have that? Because there are a lot of Barrow IE fans here. In fact, tomorrow I will have the former IET manager. We'll be having a discussion at Georgetown. What I will be with us tomorrow here. And we're talking about, he was telling me about in fact, he was one of those who helped to they were part of the IE arrangement when we are left to go to Tonnerre during the LFA 50th anniversary tournament. So now, you guys all thought about coming reaching the diaspora because, for instance, the diaspora sent a lot of money to their families in Liberia, and Liberians they are soccer enthusiasts, and when they play a little game around here, the July 26th can be a game politics and sport I want to. But I think Professor Kennedy he been longer than all of us there. So I'm sure he want to attend these games there. But my first time in the States, when I came 2000, the first Barrow IE game I went in Trenton, I said I would not miss the game because the field was so jam-packed and they made thousands of dollars. For the LFA, have you all thought about let me try to go to the diaspora and meet with especially the IE Barrow Union to see how best they can be a help to the LFA and help our local clubs. Have you guys ever thought about that?
Yes, we've made some efforts. You know that there's this group that is headed by Amadou Sano,
Yeah, how do you call it? Adley Reunion.
Adley Reunion, and this. We've had, and we've even, planned that the next assembly will make sure we send representatives to the next assembly, to get them involved. But they were here the last time there were engagement. I remember I personally engaged Amadou to see how we can all work together, and looking at the kind of situation that is happening here. Yes, we engaged, but sometimes it's a process. It's a process, my brother. Because part of it is that the same corruption thing you talk about.
Yeah.
If people here back home assume that IE and Barrow games are organized so as to raise money to help IE and Barrow here. So sometimes you hear the story that the money is not reaching here or the guys are concerned about, I don't have much information.
No, but I can tell you this though. I remember when I was living in Rhode Island, they organized one of the games. I remember my sister at times she was one of the executives for the Barrow team here. Look, Professor Kennedy and Siddiqui and Professor Conner, now they say Barrow that game, after the game, they brought the money, check the money to the Barrow and Star. Look, the people raised about $40,000, but you know what they can do it? I'm going to do this one. And the program said, I thought to pay the mortgage there around here. Because I thought I give over. Oh, yeah. I mean, I saw it firsthand. The people the fee was jam-packed. People come from all around the US to come for that game. Everybody had that game on the calendar. When that game is played, they made thousands of dollars. But you thought of helping the team back home, no. And that one hurt people.
So let me ask you this question. On the LFA board or whatever, how many executive committee members do you have, and are they all being paid?
No. The FA executive committee members are not paid. They're not on monthly salary. The FA executive committee members receive honorarium per sitting. So if in a year you sit for say 12 times, for example, we do a budget for 12 or 13 sitting. I mean, creating room for emergency meetings and all of those things. But in those things, we have only 7 or 8 sitting, you know. I mean, so no, they are not paid. The FA is run by the secretariat. The executive committee members are like board members. All right, they are not paid. They are not on salary. They're not on salary. Those who are on salary is headed by the Secretary General, the Deputy Secretary, the whole secretarial staff. They have, you know, the structures there, competition committee and all of those different committees, the referee committee, all of those different committees. Those are the ones who receive pay, not the board member or the executive committee.
Let me follow up on this. You've been around for a while, so perhaps you might have some idea. IE and Barrow, and perhaps including St. Joseph and Fulani, those teams of do they have any asset? Even football, anything that you know?
No, not that I know of. For example, being a former acting president of Invincible 11, I can tell you during the time of Doe, what is his name? The late
Lawrence Doe.
Lawrence Doe. He bought land for IE, but because nobody cared and to follow up, maintain those things, they encroach upon. The same thing with Barrow. Barrow has a place, I think, called Quicker or somewhere I know of. But I mean, the resources to even develop it, to be able to even go there and manage what is there is difficult. So, yeah, and that's why many people argue, say, well, IE and Barrow should have set an example for others to follow, to see if they had access, like a very important question you asked, then, and unfortunately, some of the clubs now, the new clubs, are going through the same situation, because it's built around individuals. So if those individuals are not there, or if they have family issue, tomorrow the family member come, either the wife or somebody come, then that's another problem. But that's something in terms of sustainability. Those are serious issues. We brought people who've had workshop, and that's why I'm not going to shy away from it. Some of you guys who are on this show with brilliant ideas, we are open to hearing from you. We're open to sit with you to help to see what other innovative ideas that can come that will help us, move this forward. Not that we
can I give you an innovative idea?
We think it's very important that some of you get involved in what we are talking about.
Prof. Kennedy want to provide some ideas. Professor Kennedy.
Okay. So I'm going to take off my teaching hat and put on my investment banking hat and give you an innovative idea.
Like that.
So here's the deal. And what I'm sharing with you is nothing new. Others have done it. I know the NFL over here, they're doing it. But FIFA has some strong restrictions in terms of what I'm about to share with you. So you have to structure it in a way that would make sense. It kind of piggybacks off what Tomalin said. And you can always come back and listen to this tape and check it out again. So one of the things that is possible that the LFA could do, you can set up a development fund, FUND. It's like an investment vehicle, right? It should be more like a social development fund. So the fund is going to provide support to players, It's going to provide some coaching, housing, marketing. So investors here in the U.S., the diaspora, the Liberian diaspora is one of the largest you will find out here. The diaspora can invest in this fund. So when anybody's investing, they're really interested in the return on the investment, the ROI, right? So what do they get in return? Well, if the fund works well, the way how it's supposed to work, you cannot get your money back based on the future earnings of the players, which is completely banned by FIFA. You cannot do that. But what the fund can do in order to earn this money, it can be on when the players then start doing extremely well, they start doing commercials, you can license their image and the likeness. Because if you go to Getty image, you see right now, President Weah, the image of using the Getty's image of President Weah, it costs about $400 a pop. Even Henry Costa's image, it costs about $400 to $500 a pop. But some of these players, the image can cost like up to $10,000 to use it. So if you set up that investment fund, it has to be structured well. You can bring players here in the U.S., similar to what Tomalin said. President, when I used to do something over in Staten Island, he would come down when he comes from Europe. I think it's an era in South Beach or somewhere on Staten Island. He will host these kind of free games and stuff like that. But you can do it in a way where the players are coming and you're charging people to come to these matches. And you will raise thousands of dollars. I'm talking in excess of $250,000 to $300,000 when you do these kind of things. But if you set it up, register it in the US, register it, follow FIFA rules, follow CAF, and I'm just giving you a high-level look at what the development fund looks like. But you can raise millions of dollars like this. Other countries have done it. The NFL does it. I know some other countries did it illegally until FIFA banned it because they were trying to invest in players' future earnings, which you cannot do. But you can invest in the use of the image, the photos, and different things. So it can be totally fleshed out, but you have to sit down, build it out, put in place the governance, put in place the exit strategy. A player wants to get out, it has to be fully transparent. But the major part is the governance. And then, but you see, I can't tell you that. So the work that I do for a living, I can't use some of that knowledge to tell you how to do it because I'll get in trouble. But there are other countries in Africa that are doing this stuff right now. And they're supporting the local teams and the local players in such a way that it is huge. You guys just have to find a way. Come, set up something here in the US, bring people around, brainstorm, and you can make this happen. But it has to do with thinking more as an investor, as an investment banker, where you're raising money through the diaspora. You have be able to fund teams over there, get scouts to come to Liberia, be able to do games, put your games on YouTube, and make thousands of dollars, because every time you get plays on YouTube, you guys will be able to monetize that and make thousands of dollars. But it's doable.
But Prof. Kennedy, Liberians, they're one of their major passions is soccer. And right now you're saying that somebody texted me. These are brilliant ideas, but Professor Kennedy, I know that what you do for a living, and the way how Liberians are into this soccer business, how can you help? How can you provide help to the LFA? Because honestly, we need it. Even I don't know if our brother Professor Connor, whether they can even come, and I believe it, a sports tax to the legislature can pass a tax for sports. I mean, so that it can help.
In fact, I'm glad you mentioned it, Chief.
Yeah.
So my sister, who she and her husband, Bishop Emerson DeLine, they run a church in Brooklyn. They've been doing it for years.
Yeah, I know that.
They grabbed me and they told me they want me to work with them to help build their nonprofit. So the United Christian Assembly Church mission has been work in Liberia for over a decade. So I'm joining up with them. I'm going to join up with them and help them build the nonprofit arm. So within the past couple of weeks, I'm trying to set up their 501c3 registration. I'm getting them an LLC fully recognized. I have all of the EIN. I'm building a website. My company is helping to develop a lot of the technical stuff. And then once we do that, we're going to try to connect with folks in Liberia, partner with other organizations in Liberia. And I think I may connect with Professor Kone over here to see how we can use soccer as a form of diplomacy. The U.S. State Department has a football diplomacy program that you can tap into. And then also, there are some other federal agencies that you can use to get resources. So when I come, I'll be able to partner with some of the local organizations, and then I'll be able to share with them the ways how you can actually do some of these things. So my sister have pulled me into this arena. And so within the next few, I'm doing a lot of stuff right now.
That's very good. Probably that's good.
Yeah.
But you just about football diplomacy. You saw what happened.
Yeah.
You saw when Timothy Weah, when he played for the USA and he scored that goal, the U.S. State Department issued a statement. It came up with a statement. Yeah, it didn't work out. It issued a statement. I mean, and there was a problem for President Weah. And in fact, I think when he met President Biden, all the issue came about. It was a problem movement for the president personally, and also for Liberia, for the fact that his father was a former world best player soccer, and he has a Liberian ties. And that was a very good movement, good movement, you know. I think it was something that LFA should look into to see how they can partner with people here and see how, because I'm sure the diaspora can be of help. I'm very sure it can be of help.
The link what you just mentioned, Chief, is so huge. And Professor Connie, I know you want to comment, but just give me 30 seconds for this. The link that President Weah has, President Weah, no matter, look, we can all criticize him on his presidency and all that stuff, but you cannot deny the man his footballing skills, his football ambassadorial positioning. The guy's well known, you know, no matter where you go. If President Weah can tap into that, you know, his notoriety, his fame, and then be able to have maybe a photo op, or maybe convince Tim Weah to maybe mention something about Liberia, or have some sort of a connectivity with the U.S. men's national team, Timothy Weah, his heritage, his roots from Liberia, and all of that stuff, that would be a huge boost for Liberia football, because you can use that to get a lot of young people out of poverty. You connect education, and I think someone mentioned it in the chat earlier, man. I want to give the person's credit, but someone mentioned it in the chat in terms of connecting some program. But if you can connect education and football as a means to get people out of poverty, that would be huge. But I think President Weah has a good ability to connect with the U.S. men's national team to make that happen. But he just needs to surround himself with some highly technical people who understand the money part of things, not the politics, the money side of things, because LFA needs money. They need a ton of money. But politics is not going to get you guys the money.
Yeah, so true.
Yeah. So,
I mean, so, Mr. Professor Connie, I want to say, look, thank you so much. And I really salute you guys who are heading the LFA, because in all these difficult times we are going through in our country, to see the LFA is still out there, they're still flying Liberian flags. We are still involved in the football business. I mean, it's a sacrifice you guys are making, and that's why when we hear about the city having scandals, somebody accusing, and I will say this though, I'm not being biased, but I think I've noticed some growth in our soccer, our football as a whole. Honor Mustafa Raji, I'm not taking side, I'm not endorsing him, but I've seen some growth. Professor Kennedy, when I travel to Liberia, I see some of the pitches that the LFA, they got some football pitches all around the country. In fact, just today, President Weah was at one of the games. I think it was a game they played today in Jacobstown. I think somewhere. Yes, President Weah was there. I witnessed it on our closing argument video. He was there, and there was tremendous enthusiasm when he arrived there. And these are, like you said, I think he can play a meaningful role still. It's no joke about that. I remember years ago, I was in Rhode Island when New England Revolution, that team, me and Dave Jack, they reached out and they said if you guys can get President Weah to come, I mean, they said if you get John Weah to come, just to come and just play for a few minutes on our New England, our stadium. He said we'll take care of we'll do everything. But for something happened, I don't know what happened. We did not you know, that will happen. But you will see, we told us we can make it happen. We can make him to come, and just he just play just for a few minutes. They say we'll do everything we can make it happen.
I know.
But it never happened. So he still take it or leave it. Until this man, I mean, he will always be the greatest African player that played the game to win the African, the Ballon d'Or, everything. So recently he gave the Ballon d'Or to the guy. What the guy name?
The guy from Man City.
Yeah, the guy who just won the Ballon d'Or. Even though that Bosch, I call him that Bosch catching away and Joseph. What about him? They are Bosch catching, but politics. But I mean,
Professor Kane.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to go back on something. I know you've been here for a while now. I'm sure we'll soon be letting you to go, but I still. I'm you know, that I just believe there is a way, there is an innovative way, in addition to what Professor can talk about. There is a way. So I still want to look at this county meeting. I mean, you consider it to have political aspect to it, but it's one aspect of football that we see the country come to. We see people turn out regardless of whether it has put. I mean, how can we tap into that? How can we make the league more of? Because I think people tend to identify with the game now based on identity. They identify with based on where they're from as opposed to just the soccer game. So how can FA tap into that aspect? Because look, the way you make money is when people go to the games. When people go to the games, you can sell the shirts, you can sell the hats, you can sell this. People need to go to the game. And to have people going to the game, they might have interest in it, they might have some identity to it. The generation of Iron Barrow, many of them now will not be the generation 9 Liberia. They're not Iron Barrow generation. They have no emotional connection to it. They may like the game, but they don't even know they don't know the Barrow. They grew up in the time of the Champions League and all the kind of stuff. Yeah. But we see people gravitating towards the county meet. We can't just let that. I mean, that's what we could expand it. We could turn it in a way that it becomes so. Even if we want to make it 6 months, people go 6 months, that league, short league, but at least it will raise some money. It will bring back that enthusiasm, that connection to sports. And then also one more important thing, you will be able to identify talents.
Yeah.
So I don't know why you want to dismiss the I understand that there is a fight between, sometimes there is this ego between the FA and the Ministry of Youth and Sport in terms of how the county league is run, is managed, and who owns it.
That is not true. The reality is that the FA is the technical arm. They provide a technical arm for the county meet, especially the football games. We provide the referees. We provide the match commissioners. We provide the statisticians. We provide the competition guys who draw the diagram. So there's no fuss between the FA and Ministry of Youth and Sport. We're working together, but we need to be deliberate with some of these things so that we get more innovations into it, so that people don't see it. The point I raised was just to think that today maybe you can turn IE to Grand Cape County and Barrow to Grand Bassa and this that it will work automatically. No, it's not going to work. But I mean, the way it's going to work is for all of us to bring those ideas, innovative ideas, and see how those things can work. But look, I've been following your program. It's just that quite recently I've been too engaged. I've not been following in recently. Let's say the last week. But I must commend you. This is it's an alternative to other programs that you have, so people will have options. And I must commend you guys for this. It's been very creative, and we think you have a role to play in this industry, the big industry that we are all associated with, one way or the other. But I must appreciate you guys for inviting us, and we are open all the time to come and provide clarification where it's necessary. But I appreciate it. And Prof. Kennedy, trust me, I'll get in touch with you and other guys to see how we can concretize some of these discussions and some of these brilliant ideas that are coming from your side.
Prof. Conan, thank you so much. Prof. Conan, please don't make it. I mean, you are welcome. Anytime you have this platform is accessible to you anytime. Okay. And I pray that you guys can come one day. Look, just will give it enough advertisement. LFA time, we'll have a talk about how we can develop our sport. Professor Kennedy is a reservoir of everything, and trust me. And we come here, we open the phone lines, Liberian, that's where we let them know you're coming, and LFA will present. Because Liberian loves soccer, everything. I mean, we can develop, we can do our best. And just before you leave, how come you guys did not capture this guy, Alfonso Davis from Canada? How you slipped it?
We made effort, though.
I mean, effort.
We made effort, brother, but the other people were ahead of us.
Wow.
We made, I can tell you, well, I'll just leave that out, that we approached the family one time about this thing and say, look, try hard, you go get your children then in America first and bring them there. We'll bring our children. Liberians, they let to put, small politics into everything.
I know, right? Yeah, but thank you so much. Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. You're welcome. Prof. Kennedy, all right. Thank you.
Prof. Kennedy, man, look, you.
Yes,
I mean, whenever you appear, you make a difference, and people always recognize your effort and contribution. And I think I keep saying it. There are a lot we need for a Liberian can still benefit from your lives, because our country is in need of that. And honestly, is disheartening. Like today when I called my Liberia, they said right now nothing happening right now. Everybody glued to the radio station, to the TV, watching the European game. And I mean, but I can bet you tomorrow if you find out they say, Tomalin Georgian is playing for one top European club, then they will say, oh yeah, but they don't know what. But you can happy. Maybe he started for National League, the high school league. Look, back in the day, Mr. Professor Kennedy and you guys, the high school leagues will be very competitive in Liberia. People, your team and Iron Barrow played a top game because it was very competitive. And then they developed, went into the second division, and they went to the first division. But now today, look at the club they call it. He has there. I mean, I think
the number one spectator sport in the world is football. You have over 4 billion people watching football. The EPL is huge. We love La Liga. We love the Bundesliga. Look, I'm telling you, man, the money is in football. African football hasn't developed. Well, African football in some African countries has done well. But there's so many people that can be uplifted if we invest in sports, in football. Look at the NFL now. During the most recent Super Bowl, the NFL was playing commercial where the NFL now is looking to start setting up shop in Ghana.
Look at that.
That's going to be huge. Look at how many NBA teams are recruiting basketball players now from Africa. Even the young boy who was in the March Madness from Duke, the picking that came from I think it was South Sudan, because President Trump was targeting their visas. There are football players. The European teams like to recruit players from all around the world. We know how many football players that recruit from Africa. We can do stuff in Liberia. You bring like-minded football aficionados together, but you have to come up with a way to fund the sport. You need a lot of money, and you're not going to get the money by simply doing the same old, thing in the past. Is just not going to work. You need to think about innovative ways to raise money and raise a lot of it, but also to support the young people, the men and women in the country in order to do that. So it requires some innovation. The same old way of doing things is not going to work. You need some innovative ways to be able to monetize and capitalize on the talent back there, but make sure you're not being abusive and you're not taking advantage of the young people. It has to be done in an ethical way to make sure that it's not abused. So, number one, watch sport. Almost 4 billion people watch football every time. So, I like that. I came on because Professor was going to talk about it.
Right? For instance, if like Professor Kennedy said, you get a player from Liberia, right, playing in a league in Liberia, and that player when they play in this championship league, the African Championship League, that when scouts come from Europe to scout players, let's say the players, let's say Sidiki Kuma, he one of the players, he playing, right, and then the guy from Europe come and capture that player. Say, wow, I saw the guy playing in a champion. That what can happen though? They say we want this guy for 300,000. We won't sign him, transfer fee alone. Now, the club gets on the money. Now you see what can happen. And then what I was told to now, what happens nowadays is that mother club, the mother club of Siliki Kuma, right? Let's say you're playing for IE, okay? IE will get if that club he goes semi-professional or go professional, as long as he continues to excel in his career, IE will always benefit from him, just like that. Because if you give IE $500,000 US, you know what I mean? You know what I mean for that club alone? How you can develop that player and develop the club? That's why it's important you invest in the players. When they go abroad, the transfer fee alone can give you money. Big money to your clubs. And you have put the money in the club. But what did you do? Look, they will take the money and share it. Say, oh, the money come. They just share the money among the officials then. That's probably be doing. Man, it's so sad though. But
I see Siliki one and Siliki 2 are here. They're about to go at it. So let me step out of the ring.
Prof, thanks a lot, man, for always coming to bring a lot of good contribution to the Discord.
Yeah, great show, man.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys, I'm gonna hop off. Watch the show. I'm watching, so I'll make sure when CDC Sidiki starts something on my man over here, I will jump back on and break it up.
I think today's Saturday.
Larry, I actually get a question for you, though. I don't know.
What do you got?
Yeah, so like for me, it's not about sport. It's just about this. I don't know if it's a policy in the US or whatever it is, but I just wanted you to educate me a little bit. So like when you kind of engage into learning a skill in Africa, you're not in the US, and you kind of build up a skill for yourself where you can be a freelancer to basically be able to work online. And because I know if you are just a entry-level professional, you're trying to get a first job, it's not easy. So you apply to most job on LinkedIn, where the job description will tell you this is fully remote. But they get restrictions, even though they say fully remote, or maybe part-time or intern remote. But they get restrictions telling you that you have to be in the US, for example. Why would you say the position is a remote position, but you're kind of restricting people to be in the US? Or maybe they'll ask you sometimes if you get US work authorization, or if you are authorized to work in the US and all of that. Why people make, I don't know what companies mostly in the US, they set, no guideline, making it difficult for people that outside to get something going on.
You see, Chief Tomalin, that's why I said, Siliki and my man right here. I'm my favorite panelist. The man will always ask questions that leads to some sort of a meaningful, how does he make money? So the bottom line, Siliki really wants to know, okay, man, how can I really make money? So let me tell you the trick, right? So here's the deal. A lot of the jobs you see posted out there, whether it's on Indeed, whether it's on LinkedIn, whether it's on a lot of IT people tend to go to this website. It escapes me right now. Mm-hmm. So most of the technical IT jobs, they're within the federal government. And with the federal government, it's extremely difficult for you to be outside of the US as a freelancer to get a job as a federal government. In fact, Siliki, even if you were in the US working for the US federal government and you decide to maybe go on vacation or you wanted to kind of travel and work at the same time, as soon as you take the US federal government computer, the laptop outside of the country, it will shut down on you, and it more than likely will have you arrested for doing that. You'll probably get fired. So a lot of the jobs that you see posted on LinkedIn and some of these other places is because some of these companies, they have contracts with the US federal government. So that's one reason why you need to have some type of a US residency or citizenship, right? The other thing is companies also now want you to be in the US, but not all of them. Some people don't care where exactly your position. If you're in Liberia and you're on GMT, Greenwich Mean Time, right? So what's it, Eastern Time +4, something like that. If you're on, but you see, Liberia doesn't have stable internet, but you can still do that. Let me answer your question, because you asked two separate questions. You said you have the talent and you want to do freelance. Let's say you know computer science, you know how to maybe develop Power BI dashboards or Tableau or one of those kind of data analytics dashboard. You can be a freelancer and work anywhere. Let's say you know how to maybe write code. You can do Python, you can do SQL, you can do C#, you can do all different types of coding. You can work from anywhere. You can sell your skill as a freelancer. There are different websites out there. Popular one is one called Fiverr. I remember years ago when I discovered Fiverr, I even hired a guy from the Ukraine to help me build a robot dialing system for the late Councillor Bromskin. I was trying to work with Councillor Bromskin to help up an automatic dialing system for his campaign. And I hired someone from the Ukraine to do that. You can be anywhere and you can become a freelancer on a website called Fiverr, Fiverr. There's a bunch of this kind of websites out there that you can do that. But there are also jobs in the US that you can find. But the problem is a lot of young people do not have the experience, meaning they're not going to hire you unless you can put on your resume that you have done similar jobs somewhere else. So it becomes difficult. So what you may need to do is to be able to either volunteer yourself to a nonprofit organization, volunteer yourself to some company or something, so you can put it on your resume that you have worked in this position. Whether it's as a freelancer or overseas, doesn't matter. But you need to put something on your resume to show you have done it.
Yeah.
So there are different tricks. I mean, I know the show is not really meant for that, but there are different ways to do it because I do a lot of coaching for young people. I do a lot of volunteer work at some of the nonprofit organizations here. I train a lot of young people in IT software, maybe developing websites and a whole lot of things that they can do as freelancer, and they make a lot of money. So I know this is not a show for it, and you wanted to ask me that question, but
Yeah.
when you see job postings where it says you have to be in the US, more than likely it's a federal contract.
Okay. Yeah,
Right.
thanks for that clarity, Professor Larry. Because there's a website too called Upwork. I don't know if you know Upwork. You know,
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
where
Like Fiverr.
freelancers usually go to open. But part of Upwork, before you apply for a job, they will tell you to buy Connect, which is it will allow you to send in your application or to submit a proposal. You
Mm-hmm.
know, so for me, I'm a trained VA, a virtual assistant. What I do social media management.
Perfect.
I plan your time. Maybe you're busy. You not get time to plan your schedule, your weekly schedule to respond to
So you have a
email.
website.
No, so I have a page on Upwork. I even buy connection. But here is the thing, Professor Larry, the same location issue again. I use like when you buy connection on Upwork, they will give you like your first time will give you 117 connection.
Mm-hmm.
But based on the kind of job you're applying for, they'll be taking more of your connection. So like I exhausted out of my connection, they didn't get a response. So I feel like the location I am, is kind of difficult. So like
And what location you're using?
I'm in Kigali, Rwanda.
So here's the thing.
Mm,
Here's the thing. You need to set up a partnership with someone in the US.
yeah.
If you have a partnership with someone in the US, that person in the US can do the application in your behalf.
Mhm.
They can get paid, but you have to trust them now, right? Because it will show that you have a presence, a footprint on the ground in the US, but that person is your partner. So I can take a contract for you here in the US and I can send the contract over to you in Kigali and you can get the work done and you can get paid. So you get it?
Yeah, that's a smart move, but
There you
how
go.
do we get that kind of person? That's the thing. So like the application, I will do it for my end, and then I submit it in the person name or how
No,
you
the
do
person will have to do it, right? They'll have to do it. So what you have to do is purchase your domain, right? Your whether it's Chroman.com, whatever, purchase it, set up a company with a domain. You know, you can go to SiteGround, purchase a hosting account, purchase a domain, the whole nine. Set up a website. I know I used to get a couple of young people in Liberia. I was teaching them how to build websites just so I could give them something to do. So I know a couple of people, but you can have somebody do a website for you, or you can do it yourself. You can use WordPress, or if you know HTML, but you set up a website. So then this person has like silikechroman.com or whatever the name of the company is, right? I'm a managing partner in an IT company. I'm one of the managing partners. We do a lot of highly technical work across the US, right? Very highly technical stuff. So if someone sent you an email, it would have your company's name on it. So it'd be like Silike Kroma at blah, 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 blah.com. That person would have the same thing too. The person can do the application. It doesn't matter. They can do the application, but it shows that they have a presence in the US. But they're partnering with you over in, you can be in Kigali, you can be in Dakar, it doesn't matter.
Okay, what if the person do the application? Maybe there's a name where they have to go and appear on a live interview, and will the person go and attend an interview, or I would
no? So it doesn't matter. So it doesn't matter, right? Even if you're doing the application, but it shows that you have a U.S. presence and they want to interview you, it doesn't matter where you're located, because the only way people will know where you're actually located if they're looking at your IP address, right? But nobody doing an interview is looking at your IP address, so they don't know exactly where you're located.
Yeah.
So it depends on what you're applying for. So there's a lot of nuances to it, but it's a numbers game. Your first 10 applications may not work, but the more you're applying, you increase the probability of landing that 1 gig, which is what you're looking for. You just want to get a footprint. You just want to get a starting position, and then you can move forward. You need someone to give you the chance. That's what I'm hearing from you, because once you get that chance, you get multiple things after that.
Yeah, exactly.
So hit me up on the outside, and we can expand on that a little bit more.
No worries. We'll definitely do that.
All right. I hope that helps, man.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the live.
Watch the other guy, man. Watch the other leaky guy. As soon as I leave, you were trying to start bringing up. You heard how many times he asked that one corruption question?
Yeah.
He asked the same question for 5 different ways, and you thought that was going to forget that he asked the question before. It was so funny. I was watching you, my man. I was counting that too.
Oh,
that's right.
No. The professor is somebody I hold in high regard. You listened to the show yesterday. The original thing said, and I thought that this would have been an opportunity for him to just clarify most of those things.
All right. I will listen to you guys, but I got to go help someone out.
All right, man. Thanks.
Silike, what's up, Chief?
Well,
I said I want to ask a question, right? I don't know. This is a young guy he's called JMB's son. I saw him a picture of him being blood coming for him. Anybody know what happened to him?
No, I just saw that photo this morning. Yes, he's always reporting on the government,
which is good. I mean, if you're passionate about something for somebody, you take it, you go with it.
This is not the first time, though. This is not the first time they're attacking before.
What are they attacking the man for?
Yeah, the president bought a car. They buy him some on a Camry. So they attacked the car. They bust all the windshields, and all of that. So I think they repaired the car. And now today, I saw that photo you're talking about. I think they're attacking, they beat him up. But that's Liberia,
No, but it's wrong. It's wrong. Tomorrow. It's wrong.
Yeah, it's actually wrong.
It's man right to support President Bouaka and to showcase his project and so forth. But they attacked the man. It's wrong, man. What's that?
Yeah, they really beat him, man. It was actually wrong, actually. Yeah, but you just got to be careful, because you got to be your own security in Liberia. But it's wrong. They beat him so bad today. I don't know what he did.
I want to confirm this too. I know maybe you guys can share. If you guys, I want to confirm it. I'll try to make contact. The MPA director for Records and Archive, Queen Johnson, she publicly called the mayor of MCC, John Sharuk Siafa, a criminal. She writes, Siafa is a criminal. What do you expect from a guy that got appointed, took all his staff from his printing press and employed them at MCC and closed down the printing press? He even made his daughter revenue director at MCC. He even told people that JMB never gave him job, that his money gave him the job. Who he gave money to? What do you expect to come out of Siafa that took Charlene Kiri as COS? The same person that make Auntie Miata formula to eat the inauguration money. The ladies of Congo BM. Is she right to refer to the mayor as criminal? Oh, I see that. Yeah, I see our profile here. I see your profile.
Yeah, that post is legit. I just check over her profile. That's all.
For true.
Yeah, that's all. I put Johnson there.
but follow for her. Why is she attacking the mayor? Why are you attacking the mayor?
We're not friends. I'm using different page to check it out. We're not friends. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, but that's all. She's She's always like that, you know. I think she's the one that was accused also for beating one CDC. I don't know, during a
Oh, that is
campaign.
in there?
Yeah, during a campaign, they beat one CDC guy on the old road, and right after the first round, they got passed off. I
Oh,
think she was the one accused. The police even arrested her, and then when this government came to power, they released her. And you know, but that's Queen Johnson. She's very emotional at that, you know. But I don't believe everything she's saying. Maybe it can be true, maybe it cannot be true. But she believes that she's a loyal, united partisan, and so she can just speak anyhow she wants to. And you know, maybe Sidiki can chime in, but that's Queen Johnson. That's her page. The post you read, I just verified from her page there.
but Sidiki, ain't she a former a citizen too?
I'm a former
Well, but you know
I
the girl
get,
is when I think she. I wouldn't get that when John and Bogdan in the second round.
so I
I
get Ben UP member ever say, like get that part of CDC. She been United Partisan Saint Ellington.
Oh, but you?
Yeah, I get a United Partisan. They get. I think they build someone. Yeah, I think record something to NPA, and she can't even defend her jobs there. But una position at to be attacking executive member for to give local partisan job, and then they too they can be embracing her, so she advocating for us. Yeah,
Wow. So
yeah. But
Sidiki.
President, we was in Jacobstown today. You know that tournament is a big tournament. I
Oh,
think.
really?
Yeah, it's so like all the last name in a Mandingo community like Kroma, Kamara, Kone, they they joined together. I think Chairman Benedict was there a few weeks ago, and you know the entire tournament, the winner usually carry like 34,000 Liberian dollars. Anybody who win the tournament, and then Chairman Benedict win. He pledged 5,000 for the male category. You know, he added money up to 5,000 USD, and then the female category in pledged to 2,500 United States dollars. So today, I think they invited President Weah. He went there, former President Weah, and he did the kickoff for the second game. And it's a very great tournament because a lot of people come there at the end of the week to watch that game. You know, and
Wow.
tomorrow I think Carrasco on the team will be playing to Team Camara.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so it's a big tournament. He was there today. Yeah,
Wow. Wow. Well, but honest, but so Sidiki, so the vice chairman of CDC, so the headquarter buildings have been resolved now.
it will be up. I mean, is all the court did was to say it cannot get our bit of information. Now, nothing new, nothing extra. We are leasing the building from Ibrahima. We paid him close to 300,000 the last time, and we will continue to.
That money we're getting you a brand new building, my man.
Yeah, but that money covered the cost of more than 10 years of residence. So yeah, so we'll
oh,
continue.
is it true they're asking for 4 million if you want a place?
Well, the truth is that the place not for CDC, so the owner can call whatever price he wants to call.
No, that price is unrealistic. $4 million.
4.5.
Even $1 million is too much for that place. 4 million. How
Some
like people can be taking money to be?
with that property is a prime one, $1 million, not too bad. They don't have.
Yeah, but 4.5 million is too
That's a,
much.
that's about 16. I think it was 16 acres, 16, something like that.
Wow.
So it's a huge place around the road.
The
Wow.
money they're asking for is too much.
That place,
Maybe too politics might likely be involved into it. You know, because all along you've been there within your any loss until you left power. You know. But they try to resolve it because you did dollar rally they feed the pussy and get money.
we resolved, but I was really like, over the last few that I heard vowing that what happened to him will not happen again. What was he saying? Can you
No,
elaborate?
somebody asked me if you wrong because he went to an intellectual center somewhere around Center Street, and then he had an interaction with those guys. They asked him questions, and in fact, one of the young guy, Cummings, Mrs. Cummings helped him before, I think with some schooling stuff, and then he tried to publicly acknowledge it. And Mr. Cummings told him, yes, we've been blessed, so we try to give to other people, but we don't come publicly talking about it because it seems so disrespectful that you help somebody, you be all around talking about it. But thank God yourself, you're acknowledging that. And then after that engagement, he had a short interview, and then one of the journalists asked him, "Are you still going to run? And what are the possibilities looking at your last result 1%?" And he said, "Look, if we are to do this again, I can promise you that what they did to me the last time will never happen again."
Wow.
And yes, you are serious. So what they did, and your party chairman Jangako, when the CPP agreement came to an end, they invited Jangako. He came right there. It's a public record. It's on the closing argument. Except now because Facebook got a new policy when you do a live video, after 1 month they can delete it. Except now that video is deleted, but that video is there. It's a public record. Jangako admitted at that program that the CPP 1% is questionable. So I don't know why you can be referring to us at 1%, 1%. But that's why he said, that if he's to run again 2029, what happened the last time, still his vote. And even that message clearly, sent a warning to even people who are around him that look, he's not going to be the leader who will just allow anybody to have be doing things differently than the last election we saw it. So yeah, it was just a warning that that 1% thing will not work again.
So listen, I really don't define the ANC or coming by 1%. I will barely say that. Whether I think it was legitimate, whether it was not, there isn't any evidence to suggest that there was something on the contrary. So
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
accept that we accept those results. However, I still don't define Cummings' potential by 1%. I believe with all that Cummings is in the party and some of the names and people we see as serial ANC is a part of the potential. It can be the next ruling party. All we are saying is that perhaps you just need to change your strategy a little bit more. Maybe if you change it, and you could, because look, come on, when it comes to education, you have educated people there. You have some people from the grassroots. Your current chairman, he's a grassroots chairman. He helps build the foundation of CDC, Horatio Gu. You have some people in your party that I have a lot of respect for, including Mr. Cummings. I think he's a very fast-sighted Liberia. He has a lot to contribute. But, look, when it comes to electability, my brother, it becomes a different ball game. Sometimes it's not always time the country elect its best prepared person. Even in America, it happened. One of the most prepared person to have ever run for president in this country was Hillary Clinton. She was defeated by first year Senator Barack Obama. She also ran against Donald Trump. She was more competent in terms of
He beat in the popular votes, 3 million votes more than him.
you get, I mean, once I enter the warehouse,
electoral college there, that what cause it.
yeah, but I bet that they are used for generation. What
No, but I think it disenfranchised middle American.
what I'm saying,
what else are you majority voting for you, but if they are funding electoral college, they will give you the presidency. What's that?
we can't change the goalpost because it happened.
No, but people have been proposing that you change it.
The country has dealt with for generations.
Let me ask a question. Let me ask a question to you two guys. We had a debate today. With some people. Coming 2029. Can you admit that? Can you agree that the only way any opposition party can win? This is what we care about. The only way any opposition party can win 2029 can take the ruling party for office. I know people are coming up, but I will say it. Except, listen, I'm speaking English. There's no way anybody can win without just we are being a part of it. That means he could eat up that. When I say that, I mean this: either he's the arrowhead for that ticket, or if he decides not to run, whatever the case, win in the future, he has to be that person to have a blessing. You can't say you have a election if we are is not involved. You will win. So either he's heading the ticket or he's not heading the ticket, but you must pass through him to win.
Is that what you believe?
And the question was debating today, and I said that I come in. My answer was I said I believe it. If there's no party, no opposition party, nobody, no opposition. If we are is not part of that arrangement, either by him being part of the heading the ticket or he's supporting that ticket. If he's not involved, no opposition party can win.
No, as I stand now, I agree with you. As I stand right
now, I can't comment for now. Now, if he's not part of that arrangement, or either he had a ticket or he.
No, we can tell now. We can tell for another 2029 is 4 years, right? So as I stand now, if election is to be conducted today, I agree with you. That's a fact. You can take it away.
But then, Tomalin, but then
4 years is a long time. Anything can happen in 4 years.
But then, here's the thing, though. If our we are, if
I can vote in America for nothing, and I know I have voted him. I mean, stop it, man. I'm not doing anything. I'm doing that. You can carry vote. My daughter then said, my daughter then I can't even ask you. Nobody then I would not know. You go ahead,
I'm saying based on the premise you set, and if that is true and constant, I will not compromise my ambition. If there's no other way to defeat Joseph Boakai except through me, then why should I compromise that? He's a politician. If the opposition community have come to the realization that look, the only way we can defeat Boakai is except through we are, then I'm not gonna compromise, give away that leverage.
No, but Siliki, I get opposing view to that now. Maybe he can compromise because even if he's given the opportunity to serve, he will not make any difference. And for the sake of the country, he can give opportunity to somebody who can actually make a difference to change the country and move the country forward.
What more define the sake of the country? What more define the sake of the country than the people? If the people
because he was there before, the people entrusted him before he didn't do anything.
So Akamina,
they will move him.
According to you said if an election is held today,
yes, you win.
It means that it means that more of the people of the country will vote for him, right?
Yeah. So
then we go call for the sake of the country now. When the people
I'm sorry to say this, but the country we have is not normal, brother. I don't want you to talk about the people say. Who are the people?
But then let's do that. But then if the country is not normal,
these are people who went to the pool and voted against George Weah. After 2 months, you remember when George Weah went to Waterside Market there, they started calling us saying, we miss you.
So
after 2 months, then you start crying saying you made somebody. There are normal people there. So are they a normal country, brother?
So are they
one don't want it for because that's the truth when we say so. You're causing it like brain people. That's the hard truth. Nobody in a normal sense. You will go, you vote for somebody for 6 years. Then the person who get for 2 months, they start crying. You're not even thinking when you made a decision. Because 6 years, 2 months is nothing in 6 years, brother. So it's not normal. That's why they want to re-elect him, because the country is not normal. That's why.
That means if the country is not normal, then your party cannot survive in there because you're normal.
There you go. You want to bring politics. You know, for me, I'm being sincere to you, right?
But I'm being sincere. You said
no.
Wait.
No. Listen.
If an election is here today,
yes, of course.
The people of Liberia,
of course,
will re-elect George Weah, right? That's 1, 2. Then you say now, for the sake of the country, even though the people want him, but for the sake of the country, he must step aside.
You don't know about compromise? People can compromise. That doesn't mean that they'll give him money to step aside.
But do you know why people want a person to lead them?
Okay, why he step aside 2011 to run as VP? Why? Can you give us a reason as an executive member?
Well,
Because I think he had an ambition back then to have run for the presidency, but because of the same, compromising we're talking about, negotiation, he forgo his ambition back then and gave Winston Tubman a chance, and he went as VP. So anything is possible, but right now I don't want to be a sicko fan and come and last year when election is here today, John, that would be a big lie. Today the man went on Jacob fee. I know what we saw there today. He still has.
So then, I'm telling you now. So
right now, but I can tell you now, it can change. That narrative can change. From now to 2029, it's a long time. Remember that we've not been active like before.
How you can change?
You see, it can change. Maybe for example, the CMC, the ANC. Once we can rebrand our party, go to convention, elect new leadership that the Liberia can listen to, then the current leadership we have, that can change. Maybe if Mr. Kumi start engaging, doing more than what he did, and some of the changes he spoke about, if he start doing it, that narrative can change. But right now, the current Liberia we have
if our politician Liberia right now, right? Take it or leave it. Whether you like we are or not, if you're a politician Liberia right now, you will want to keep engaged with him. Trust me. Instead of you,
but
I come here, gentlemen. Instead of you condemning him or attacking him, you're going to keep engaging with him. Keep engaged. Okay. So that, for instance, let's assume 3-4 years from now, he said, "Well, I don't want to run." You know what would have happened right now?
But what could make me to say he won't run?
A lot of things can happen. A lot of things can happen. He said,
listen,
okay. And then
if we are convinced,
so let's say 3 years, 4 years from now. I'll talk on both sides. He said, "Okay, I'm not interested in running now, but because of that engagement you have with him, he can benefit you." On the vice versa, he decides, "Well, I will run. I'm still running." Now, through that engagement, maybe he could look in your party or find somebody, or maybe you, and say, "Well, I want to carry my running mate." So he can benefit in 2 ways. All I'm trying to tell you is that he remains an integral part of any opposition victory. Yes, so you cannot dismiss him. You cannot just say, "I will put him one side." You can get mad with him. You cannot like him. But guess what? If you want to attain that victory, you want to make to go to that point, you got to factor him into it. My only point I make.
But you see, the state. First of all, I do not succumb to the thing that because there was a crowd on Jacob fee suggests that elections over we have to win. I think it requires more than that. And the reason why I want to say that is because that's some of the narrative CDC people spin. As a result of that, they become complacent. I don't believe in that. It takes a lot more. We're in power 6 years. We got defeated by a party that never had anything. So to just conclude, because Boaga Federal means cities will automatically win, I am a leader of the party, one of the leaders. I want us to win, but I will not succumb to that. I've been in politics. I've been to the point. I won an election. I've lost an election. I know what it requires. So I will not give that. With my experience, I can't share that kind of opinion that you or Tomalin share like that in terms of winning a presidential election. It takes much more than that. But using Tomalin proposition, if there is a convincing commentary around me, including the one Tomalin giving, that I have the path to the presidency, why would maybe to succumb my ambition to anybody else?
I agree, but I see that too. That's a lot of factors coming.
I come in now. Assuming you the third party man, or the third party people go to we as a look, my man. The way we see, none of us can make any mark except through you. So why can't we are telling them, but join me, let me lead you through the process?
What?
So why are you wasting your time for third party and the party when you know that you will not do you wouldn't make any impact?
No, don't say that. The third party, like the Siddiqui said earlier, everybody need to do the homework. Prepare yourself.
But that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying
prepare yourself.
So I disagree. I disagree with
point. Come to that point, okay, for instance, come to that point where things are happening though. Things happen. And don't forget, every electoral cycle is different. Okay? Before there were times that all politicians in Liberia wanted to be George Weah friend. Because wanted his support. Every time we come in election time, they wanted his support. They wanted George Weah support. They will all come around him. Okay. Now that he have been there before now. Okay. So now they believe that okay, we'll still, but wherever you want to term it, but he still plays a pivotal role. He's still a vital part.
But we are the strongest political party in the country.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm trying to tell you that.
So we are listen now. We is not an individual that is leading the strongest opposition political party in the country. So the point to your point now, I'm saying to your point, I'm only using your analysis. I'm not indicating mine. Your analysis is that if elections were held tomorrow morning, Georgia will be the next president. Why are you guys waiting?
I never said that. I said he said that.
But
yes.
Yeah, he said that. I didn't say that.
Yeah, it is. I mentioned about if election.
Yeah, so if that is the case, what is true is you cannot dismiss the former president. Like Joseph Boakai. When Joseph Boakai was former vice president, you could not have dismissed him. George Weah is entrenched for 20 years. For 20 years, this man has been actively involved in Liberian politics. Two times as he ran, 2 times as president, 1 time senator, and then he was successful. He ran as vice president. So then for 20 years, he has been around the political terrain of the country. So of course, you cannot in any political calculation dismiss his impact and his footprint. Beyond that, he has a very strong, vibrant, visible political party. Makes him a very running choice. However, for me, from my political calculation, I would say to him, and I will advise the CDC always, those are not sufficient reason to be conclusive that you can win the next election. It takes a lot of work. Because listen to me, because the Liberian people have seen Weah's leadership close and personal. They know exactly what to expect, regardless of whatever Joseph Boakai will be doing. Like I said repeatedly in Mozambique, we must define a new vision for Liberia. To be able to win the next election, CDC must define a new vision by clearly stating how and what they will do. As opposed to, we're not going to listen to those kind of we heard that thing before. That's why we lost the election. The election, we didn't win it. No, we must do the work.
There is not sufficient speaking.
Yeah.
To tell the Liberian people what you will do, how you will do it is not sufficient. Most especially if you are given opportunity before to do all the things that you come in to tell them, you didn't do it for 6 years. So what? Okay, let me just ask you tonight. I agree with you, everything you said.
Okay, so let me support us winning the next election then.
Just answer this question, please. With everything you said, we are saying this the pathway to the presidency. The other people should join, let him lead us there. So what is we are coming to do for the second term?
So listen. On this show, I try to avoid being a spokesperson for CDC or a campaign manager for George Weah re-election. I try to avoid that so that my views on national issue can be as objective as much as possible. So that
unfortunately, people like me will not see your view as objective.
I agree.
I know your situation.
So I said that is why I try to avoid providing that kind of a conversation, because I do not come on the show to represent George Weah re-election bid. No, that's not my presence yet.
Will you support re-election bid?
I'm in CDC. If I remain CDC and Weah become CDC standard bearer up to 2029, there could be a possibility in that direction. However, there will require a lot from Weah.
He will.
No, listen to me. You ask the question, answer. You ask the question. It will require a lot from Weah to me to get me to go to the Pontifical campaign for him. It will require 2 things. One, it will require a national vision that will convince me. It will also require a personal convention between Weah and myself to convince me to do so. So
wow.
Yes, it's not like I'm jumping.
CDC in trouble because The former minister said,
But CDC is not in trouble. Even in the Democratic, no.
Past chairman is saying that it will
If
take
we
a
are,
lot.
listen, no. CDC, we are
So,
not.
Brother Tumoli, you really think what speaking say coming for your heart?
No, but listen to me. We are is not. We are is the
The
potential.
only executive position in CDC.
But you see, that's a narrowness. That's a narrowness of your thinking.
So you can choose to resign. Say the man I get no vision right now.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Then you get vision.
We are is not the standard bearer of the party right now. He is the political leader.
But Eugene Angbe said the man will run to the
Of course, the man will run. So everybody, but the man, if the party went to a convention and elect, we are on a ticket, and I'm part of the party. That's a different thing. What I'm saying to you, for me to go down and say, George, I want you to run. There are two things I would need to hear from him. One, a new national vision of the country. Two, a personal conversation between he and I as to how my personal interest fit in his national vision. So that just okay, for example, do you think
a personal interest nationalistic, or it is just about you as an individual?
And then you be selective in your understanding. I said no. I said
your personal interest, is it nationalistic about the country, the well-being of Liberians, or
of course
it is about you, it's just about your personal interest?
Of course, it is nationalistic. That's why I said to you two things. I said two things. I said to you, must convince me of a new national vision for the country that I will have an input into, because I have a perception as to how I think Liberia should run. I do have an idea on what some of the mistakes we made, how we can correct it. I have those ones. So I would like to have be a part of a conversation that involves that new national vision for Liberia. But do I think CDC is a good party that can run Liberia? 100% yes. The philosophy, the idea, the vision of CDC is great. It can transform the country as a grassroots party. Its philosophy is to emancipate people from the grassroots. Now, I must be able to hear from and the people that, look, we must uphold with all compromises the vision, the ideology, the philosophy of CDC 100%. We must renew that commitment. I don't do things from a blind perspective. That's one. Two.
So do you think CDC feel the Liberian people?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. And you know the reason why I don't think so?
No.
From what I'm seeing right now, it makes CDC look like angels.
No, but it's not about this government.
I'm telling no. But you must always measure something.
It's about the Liberian people. The kind of things you
must measure things by something, brother. You must measure performance on something.
Okay, if that's the case, then it's not fair to compare yourself with the government, because you were there for 6 years and the government is just there for 1 year, few months. So that wait for it until I say
but the government compares 6 years to 12 years. We did 6. We did 6 and it compared to 12 years. So Abu, let me tell you something. When it comes to Liberia, some of us we little bit we go beyond the issue of party. We put that into party. We believe that Liberia can be transformed through political party. And I still 100% believe that CDC is a great party. It represents the aspiration of its people. The formation of CDC, the ideology, the thing it put into CDC, if you follow that roadmap, brother, you can change that country. It's revolutionary. CDC believes that, look, we must focus on emancipating our people from poverty. That's it. Yeah. That's it. If we are is present and just follow the CDC script, he can be like one of the greatest presidents. But the truth is, when you go off script, you become messed up, and you think I will come and yeah. In a Democratic Party, they get Trump. Trump can get one philosophy, other person get different philosophy. My philosophy for Liberia renewal is a complete 100% CDC something. The one I wrote 6 years ago, when I 100% CDC philosophy there, I can say that anywhere with all regret.
So now, Siniki, I hear you spoke about your vision for Liberia. You know, you want to have a conversation with the former president to see how best your vision, how you want Liberia to be.
I can't remember somebody on the call. I can't remember, but you'll be talking. I can't remember.
Okay, can fit into his vision, you know, on his comeback or whatever it is. So Can you tell us what is your vision for Liberia? What do you want to see Liberia? Maybe from that we can have a further conversation. Where do you want to see that?
No, listen. I do not intend. I'm not running for public office.
No, but you play.
No.
I'm coming.
Listen, let me answer. I'm not going to answer the question.
Why you keep escaping? Why you keep escaping?
I'm not escaping. I'm saying
that's why I come in. That's why I asked you the question. If your personal interest you spoke about, if it is nationalistic or it is just about yourself, and you said it is nationalistic.
Okay, so listen. No, I said two things.
To say I said two things.
I
want to agree with you.
I will repeat myself. I said two things. I said two things. But why you? I said one.
Mm-hmm.
In supporting we are 2029 bid, personally from me, from where I have come, is not going to be a blank check. It's going to be one that will require understanding the new vision for Liberia. And I want that new vision to be a complete commitment to the CDC philosophy. That's one. Two, I will want to have from where if you run, and I will support him, that the nature of my support will be valued and respected and integrated into the national strategy to change the country. That's what I'm saying. And that position is one position is one I would say, if, for example, if I want to support Cummings, it could be the same thing I would say to him. If I were to support Joseph Branca, it would be the same thing I would say to him.
But
I'm a national stakeholder. You expect me to get it?
Based on your response you've been giving me on different questions I've been able to ask you, here is what I have to say to the audience. And based on Siliki's conversation today, answer he's giving us, I don't want us to really fully hold whatsoever agreement Siliki and Joshua or the commitment, because there is a thing, Siliki.
What is the commitment?
What is
the commitment?
You just stated on this line that you want a commitment of a new vision from Joshua to all citizens, including yourself, or you being able to recommend how you want to see your Liberia to fit into that vision. That's what you said, and this is why you're getting it wrong. You don't allow the country to go and make a decision based on commitment that is not, that you cannot enforce or force somebody to abide by when they get the power. So you don't give a country to people because the UN said on a man-to-man basis.
But you get let people. Wait.
You can come to me today. I come in.
But you can let people on promise. I come in. But you can let people on promise.
But that's the wrong with
you can let people on promise. So that's our commitment.
I come in.
You can let people but you let people based on promise. No, but commitment is stronger than promise. Commitment is stronger than promise.
You say what?
Commitment is stronger than promise.
But I believe.
You suppose to come in because the promises he's making.
No. So you see, you don't give me the opportunity to talk.
But of course, come and say you will do that. Come and say you do that. I promise. Those are promises.
No,
those are promises. No, so here's the commitment I'm talking about. Here's the commitment I'm talking about. Here's the commitment I'm talking about.
Give me a chance, brother. I'm coming. First of all, here is the thing, Siliki. Everything that Cummings said to the Liberian people and to us, his supporters, are things that Cummings have done in the past. We've seen it.
I beg you, man. Where you are president before? You are president before?
We've seen it.
You are president before? So let me tell you. Let me tell you some of our commitment. Let me tell you some of. No, wait. Let me tell you commitment.
This is not commitment.
When citizens won the elections, when citizens won the elections, there were people who never believed in the philosophy of citizenship completely at all. They never believed that we could transform the country. They never believed. They never wanted. Those were some of the people who became the driver of citizen government. And we knew we had to recommit that if citizen ideology will seek re-election and gain re-election, the drivers of that vision must be those who believe in it. That's part of the commitment that I need from him.
It's not still enough. Here is the thing.
I agree, but at least I'm telling you.
Can you please give me a chance? At least let me explain, because I listen to you right now, right? Here is the thing I was trying to say, Siliki. You don't go and waste people time for 6 years based on you and somebody sitting in a room and they tell you, I will do this, and you say, you sure you'll do it? Say yes. Even if your son documented commitment, it's not enough to give.
Probably let that be on promises.
And you know, but I just told you, I have not been doing that, but vast of the people have been doing that, and that is where we are getting it wrong. That even educated men like John Molu, they all believe that Joseph Boakai is a good man, and they raised thousands and thousands of dollars for him. And the moment he won the election, they started to recommend some of the things that would be in the benefit of the country. They rejected, and they had no legal standing to compare them to do it. You had to do it to travel and leave the country. You know, and today John Molu is nowhere around. So commitment is not enough, Siliki. This is what I'm saying to you. And you ask about my support for Cummins is based on commitment and promises. No. And I don't want you to say because Cummins have not had the opportunity to serve in government or as president, so that means everything we saying to you is a lie. Everything Cummins told us that when he become president, he will improve the economy. He will provide jobs. These are things Cummins have done. Cummins came into Coca-Cola as regional managing director for Coca-Cola Nigeria. Guess what? Bulk of the workers there at the time, they were all white people. Let me put it in a simple way. They were all white people. After Cummins left that position to be elevated as president of Coca-Cola, 70% African were creating jobs for millions of Africans. So this is why you stop. So you have done it before. So listen. I will do it.
No, listen.
There's a flexibility.
No, but listen. Managing, being in a cubicle office in Coca-Cola is completely different from the state.
Do you know what is Coca-Cola?
So listen to me.
Do you know what is Coca-Cola?
Listen to me. Let me tell you something. Every president become elected based on the promises he made or she made. The only thing a president must keep is the promise that he made on the campaign. That's what distinguishes you from being a good leader. For example, when Donald Trump said to the American people, I will build a wall, he had not built a wall before. But they trusted that he could do so. And so he was not necessarily so. Not necessarily because the job of president, nobody get it except you have been in it. The job of president is one that is different. That's leadership. It's not management. It's not like your father minister and then
what's the difference with management and leadership? What's the difference?
One require innovation and vision. The other one
require innovation and
leadership. Leadership.
So management don't require innovation.
No, management basically is on strategy and plan that already exists.
You don't require innovation. When you're a manager, you don't need to be innovative.
You get, of course you can be innovative. Of course you can be innovative in executing. Listen, your innovator is within a plan that's already cultivated. For example, if you come as a leader, you say, I want to take Liberia and make Liberia maybe medic. Let's say you want to free education as we did. That's a vision. Free education, universal free education for that's a vision for the country.
That's something I come in. I don't want you to mislead the Liberia people, Siliki. That free education policy.
No, I'm saying, but you can't let me end. I'm saying that was a vision.
It was just something that we are in Mangilden crafted when it
was already No. That's not true. That's not true. It was not just something like it didn't come with a blue sky.
The election 2023.
No, it was not. It didn't come with a blue sky. The vision of free education is a CDC philosophy. CDC believes that the country is rich enough.
Okay, how many CDC
wait for me. CDC believes that the country is rich enough that students can obtain university education without any charge on the government. CDC also believes that a person who is sick should not be turned away from hospital. They should get treatment. The government has the capacity to operate those costs. CDC believes in those things. So when we are launching free education, it was not by mistake.
They call it reinforcement. But Siliki, you see, look, Siliki, you see a Liberian politics, right? When I left Ghana, it was at 350 something. But when you and Siliki start going back and forth, it going up down to 384. People getting interested. I'm trying to say, look, guys, I will say this though. And like I said in our chat room today, I said the people in the chat room, all of them, for the last 20 years, they have been elected and appointed positions in our government. Now, I said, but with all you guys bickering, arguing among yourselves, debating, nothing has changed. Liberia State, the 8th poorest nation in the world today, and you guys are all held position in our government. Nothing you guys have done different from the country. Okay, so do you guys think it's about time that we start to think differently now and started bickering and debate and accusing one saying you're corrupt, they want to betray the public trust and so forth? Actually, nothing. So right now, look, we have to now get serious about our country and focus on reality. Put the right things, put where it belong. And as I'm saying, no one can be excluded, right? So right now, I repeat what I said in my initial statement. You to get to where we want to get to the presidency, know that you cannot dismiss the man called George Weah.
So explain that to me. How do you get there now? So it means you want use Weah to get there?
No, listen carefully now.
Yeah.
2 ways.
Yeah, but impossible. Let me finish.
If you want to get rid of the present establishment in power, right? 2 things. You have to engage Weah. If Weah will run out on a ticket, either you support him, you give him support, and you give him, as well as divided position. One party goes so the other thing do 15 parties coming. I come in to give me China. You get 15 parties running health scatter. End of the day, they just want wrong to running. When they get to the point now, the same result getting all the time. So right now, 2 things happen. Either you engage him, either you decide we all agree that one will support you. We'll put him. We'll not go in separate ways. Or in case, like I said, this is my word. In case he decides to do something, I don't think I get it. I want to run again. The whole thing, the whole 9 year. Then guess what? Through that engagement, you have a chance now where you say, well, I've been engaging all these people now. I think I can tap one of these guys to go that way. But the first thing will be if he running, you will give him all your support him, getting that support. If not, if he decide not to run, that engagement will pay it off.
So Tomalin, that's why I keep telling you that your third party thing is a mess.
And a mess.
Let me tell you why. Weah is definitely going to run Weah is going to run. In fact, of all the opposition leaders, Weah is the only person that openly say he will be contesting. Up to now.
Okay. Also, Weah is the only person.
Let me learn.
Weah is the only person.
So, on the basis of that, you should not be wasting your time talking about third party. You should join CDC right now.
No.
Because Weah is going to run.
No way.
No. But Siriki, listen to Tomalin's argument. Tomalin's argument is Weah cannot be dismissed. If Weah runs, he will win. And if anybody who wants to win the presidency,
I didn't say that. I don't say.
No, but even if you say that, brother Tomalin, but here's the thing. Siriki.
But then you keep teaching your wall.
No, actually, listen to me carefully. I said to you again. I said you cannot get to remove this people that in power or he be a part of that process. Now, so now number one, through the first one, if he's running, he's had a ticket. You guys should not go separate ways or come together in one accord and support. That I come in up to the key. Yeah. That would give him the edge to be able to take over to remove the people from power. Now, in the event he says, well, I don't want to run. That engagement I'm talking about, it will pay it off. I'm trying to tell you, Tidiki.
Okay, so I'm telling you now that Weah has said he's going to run.
My man, 2011, Weah said you're running. What happened at the end of the day?
Weah said he's going to run because Weah believe that like yourself believe that right now there's nobody more electable than him among the party.
As Siddiqui said.
Thank you.
Anything can happen along that way. So don't just dismiss that way.
I'm not dismissing you.
But you let's not forget that he could run. And if he's running, you should not go separate way. Also, everybody supporting.
Which is true.
But what I want to tell you, we are not going to create for people that can't use it to say they will use it to become president.
No. You see, this is coming out. So Siddiqui, Nikki, this is what I want you to understand.
But what sense it make?
You keep talking about UC. Nobody trying to.
But if all of you convinced that they made the one I can win, why you getting vote behind? Why you wasting time for?
I said that if he's the head of it, everybody should support, right? But now down the line, he will see him. I said, well, I don't think I want to.
So you planning your claim to prayer based on what we always say. So what the West? That's a waste of time. So you waited to hear what we always say.
Because
you're not wasting a report time with your third party baby, man.
Can I answer your question?
You waited to hear what we always say.
Let me respond.
So determine your political push. Let me start wasting people time about third party.
Urges open on the table. What I'm trying to say, do not dismiss it. Do not count it out. He has a
but anybody to count we are all means you're not part of Liberian politics. The man is heading the biggest opposition political party. He's not just we are on his own by himself. The man got a political party that has existed for over 20 years.
So here is the thing. Siliki, and I want you to understand this. The reason Brother Tomalin, Siliki Kuma here, and most Liberians are talking about we are come back today is because of the unfortunate country we have called Liberia. Not because we are there something good. If you put we are and other people on a ticket today, you put Tomalin is the only man who can make a decision for Liberia next president. Tomalin will not vote for we are. Then here, ask him.
Tomalin, will you vote for we are?
But I'm telling you, he will not vote for Baka.
Tomalin, will you vote for we are?
If he's the only person who can make a decision,
he's
a new president.
I'm a clerk. 2023. I voted for coming for a round.
Of course, but because of the unfortunate country we have, that's why people that trust we are, Jeremiah, people are projecting them to be president. I'm telling you, brother. So don't make it look at
who better than we are now?
What?
Now Cummings?
Anybody can be better than we are. Go can be better than him.
But we are going also be better than anybody.
No, we have been tested. He did nothing. That's the difference.
But no, how you say that? Just yesterday, Tomalin George was telling us how much great we are did under the circumstances he was dealt with. He told us that we was dealing with a difficult situation. On May had left, he was dealt with difficult situation, and he performed the way he performed. Tomalin said it.
I'll compare contrasting the UP and the CDC at the time.
Exactly.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
It is a fact that for the 12-year man Sadi was president, they got all international goodwill. They canceled our external debt, or canceled $4 billion, or canceled, even though they come back there, come back up, and they have international goodwill. Look at the record. Do you know that domestic revenue on CDC 6 years were more than they collected more revenue compared to Ellen 12 years?
I know that.
Okay, so Ellen.
That's what I'm saying to you. CDC is a great party that can run the country, and you're alluding to me in that direction. Because let's see, Madam Celine came with the same credential as Cummings, and she performed this one compared to
credential. This is about record experience.
But Madam Celine came with the same record and experience. But we have performed better than her. According to Tomalin George, we did better than Ellen Johnson Sirleaf.
But how can you compare we are and Ellen Johnson Sirleaf?
You don't be doing nothing, man.
In
terms of the way he had to work with, I'm trying to tell you that. Okay?
That's what I'm saying. I agree. In the context that you're talking, that we are dealt with a little less compared to myself, yet he produced.
And he was there for 12 years, and he was there for only 6 years.
Okay? And he produced,
so you can't compare.
And he produced better.
No.
I'll say in terms of what he had to work with, okay? On a serious note.
That's why I agree.
But my point is, Siddiqui, on a serious note, right? Eddie first term, Eddie performed very well.
Wow.
I want to give her the second term. The second time when she went and when it went down. First time, Labro was still of despair.
Man, all I can say to you guys is, if we are recommit to this philosophy and vision of CDC, a commitment to do, because CDC believes that all that thing that happened down there, if we just get out something, we reap them. All that your experimental third party that you're saying that we are materials, I don't run you there. What's that?
Nobody
No,
say
But I
I
always say,
never say that.
we say
I never say that. Nobody else. I don't.
I want somebody say, we are,
No.
if we are dead that one, then the thing they can tell you, say, you know, nothing that we are telling you prove it now. To
But
can't
you
say,
did it
oh,
2011.
yeah,
What happened to him? 2011, the man said you're not running. He gave way to Winston Tottenham. So what is the decision did to him? Hey, I said, Kimba, you voted for in 2017. So
but you know, but it keep a consequence, you know why it keep away? It created ANC.
You say what?
It caused problem. That was created ANC today.
Yeah, maybe you'll create another party again.
Because when we are saying you are not running, when we are saying you are not running,
you stop it. No one answer created.
that ANC created.
ANC created for the bombing fiasco. That ANC came from. Yes.
But the bombing fiasco, the bombing fiasco that brought the bombing fiasco that brought Tottenham.
No. When they chase Gooden and Gooden from when George Soros was handpicked, he was handpicked to be the CDC chairman. Yes, and Guar running that year. And
but the point I'm making to you, you know, one thing here I agree on is that you cannot discuss 2029 to exclude George Weah.
Not at all.
That's impossible.
Not at all.
We are
with a condition.
Weah is a leader of one of the biggest, strongest political party in the country, CDC, which gives him an edge. If Weah can recommit to the philosophy of the party, Weah can be a great president. Personally, for me, if Weah is able to secure the standard bearer of CDC and I'm in the party, I will support him. However, it will be conditioned on the fact that Weah and I will have two conversations. One, his a renewed national vision of the country. Two, a personal conversation that involves he and I. Yes. Also of those.
Okay, stop right there.
You keep talking about the personal conversation. What is the personal conversation?
So okay, listen carefully. You have to conversation, right?
What is the personal conversation?
He tells you, say, look, I'll be a different president than our first term. I'll be different. I'll make sure I do every year.
Everything.
I'll hold weekly press. I'll hold my monthly press briefing. I will tell people when I'm in the country. I will
you not do it. What you do?
Right? And he tell other thing that so he take other thing that he said, I'll make sure my priority will be. But honestly, right? I remember in the days leading to the run up, we asked look, my whole focus, my second term focus will be based on the Southeast. I will make sure that Southeast. I heard my man Gideon saying, but now Gideon said on Clary that he said, but they will play him up. He said, by 2029, the Southeast will be all paved. Oh, you can't wait 2029, right? Because you wanted to pose your trust on the 2029.
So Tomalin, George, when I say I'm having a conversation, apparently you don't respect my intelligence to be able to decipher as to whether somebody is giving me also the what, how, when, and why. You think when I say to a person, you must give me your vision, I'm going for a lecture? No, I'm not going for a lecture. So if I came to you to convince me that you have a different vision, you will answer to my what and my why. And you answer those technical questions that will be convincing. But all I'm saying to you, listen, we does not need to look far. He need to know left, right, south, east, and west. All we need to do is to be guided by what CDC is all about. If we allows himself to be guided by what CDC is about, he can be a very good president because the party philosophy is for the transformation of the country. I'm telling you, CDC, look, let me tell you something. Tomalin, and just that we want to say this, but within CDC, you have a blueprint to transform the country. I'm telling you, within the party, the philosophy is idea. That
but you was there for 6 years. Why you didn't do all the one?
We give you there a little bit.
6 years
okay. Brother Dwight Poot, I'm trying to join the conversation by way of phone. Brother Poot, welcome.
Good evening, guys. How you guys doing? Sidiki and the other Sidiki, how you guys doing? CDC and ANC. Let me chime in here too now, coming from the GDM category.
GDM,
we're gonna
Appleton party now. Appleton.
GDM, that wedding.
movement.
Listen, man.
African Party.
What the mean of GDM?
Yeah, listen to you now.
Okay, you know, Sidiki, one of the things you always.
I want to know the name of the party.
Mr. Paul, tell me, man, what do you mean by GDM?
Grassroots Development Movement. But I'm just calling you.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
Oh, but you know it. Quite saying you don't know it, because if you don't know it, then you're probably not in the workings of the CDC. Because I know the notion out there, nobody knows every time, but you know what you know the strangest part about it, or the most peculiar part. You guys in CDC and UP claim you don't know Appleton, but guess what?
I mean, don't put me with UP. Just talk to me. Don't call me with UP.
Wait a second. You've been talking now. During the runoff, both President Boycott or Vice President Boycott at the time and President Weah at the time sought the endorsement of Appleton doing the GDM. But you guys, the surrogates say, oh, they don't know Appleton came out of nowhere. But that's besides the point. I didn't call to talk about the GDM. That will be for another day. The thing I want to strike here is this here. See, you always talk about CDC should be in the thick of things come 2029. And it comes back to what I talked about the last time when you were on the call and we both talked about it. This is the problem with Liberia. This CDC and Unity Party, we got to get rid of these two parties. Because you people, CDC did nothing for Liberia before they came to power. UP did nothing for Liberia before they came to power. And after both parties left, Unity Party did nothing after they left in 2017. CDC currently is doing nothing for Liberia after they got out of there in 2023. Nothing. The both parties, they can't even point, the Unity Party cannot point to a hand pump that they installed before they came to power or after they left. Same with the CDC. So yeah, we are. If we get the numbers together and tell me you can help me. Between the two parties, between CDC and Unity Party, these guys had about $36 billion in the covers for 20 years or 24 years. That's the money that changed hands between the CDC and Unity Party. And these both parties cannot even tell us if they were able to lift 2 million people out of poverty in Liberia. Let's just say hypothetically, right, that every year under the Unity Party, they should have lifted at least lifted 100,000 people out of poverty, right? And the CDC likewise should have lifted 100,000 people out of poverty. Do you know how many people would have been lifted in the last 21 years? That's 2.1 million. Liberians would have been lifted out of poverty. You guys cannot even show if even 500,000 people were lifted out of poverty. The only people that were lifted out of poverty between the two parties are Mo Ali from the Unity Party and everybody else that work in the party and the jealousy coaches of the world were the ones that were lifted, and the mobile models of the party that were lifted out of poverty. What kind of government you guys always bragging about? Unity Party people brag, oh, they were the best for Liberia. CDC brag, oh, we were the best for Liberia. But you people cannot even show the data. There's an old man that was frying color since 2005. She's still frying color and corn. So what you guys always brag about? It's time to change the narrative. Yeah, we don't want CDC. We don't want Unity Party in 2029. And it has to begin in 20 when the midterm comes around.
Well, there'll be no midterm during this period.
Well, everybody have concluded. Excuse me. Everybody have concluded, and on the show, the two panelists also assuming that we represent let's say we represent some survey. Two of the three of us have agreed that the path to whatever election must go through CDC. If you are to defeat a unit,
No.
Oh yes, I agree.
Okay, me, I don't agree to that. I said if today, election is there today, that would be the only path. But for now to 2029, we have 4 years.
So what do you achieve?
So Sidiki, in your right man, Sidiki Kuma, you think that in 4 years from now, you think will also this be in an equation?
Anything can happen, Brother Tomalin. 4 years is a long years. It's a long time, rather. 4 years, anything can happen. It's possible, you know, before 2029, I came here about CDC. Of course.
Guys, sorry, I
can't come on video.
Okay, let's allow the caller to end, please.
No, but I mean realistic.
Tomalin. Let Dua finish. Sorry, I can't come on video. I'm out. That's fine.
Yeah.
President John, we are going to say, are not running at time.
No. I think depending on for your third party, President Joe will say, "I'm not running."
Let the man finish us. The man is a caller. Let the man learn.
That best start with
But the project just learn. We got a few more minutes. Just learn.
Look. This man has been in the limelight for saying he was 17 years old. Okay, George Weah. I know him from school and everything, right? He could get up one day and say, "You know what? I'm tired, man. I'm not just see you'll find somebody else. I don't want him to be in the limelight anymore." The kid was 17 years old. Everybody knows George Weah. You think he would get tired and say, "You know what? I don't want to be president." I would say that young
strategy. We are
usually not been posting the names of people on it.
That Ben Sanvee. Look at the third party strategy. We are.
Can I?
Money could get up one morning and call you Sidiki. He call everybody jealousy. He call you all right. You call you know what? I don't want to run to be president. Yeah, what's CDC going to do?
CDC will produce a standard barrel.
I beg you. I don't know.
But I hear from Ben. I hear from Ben.
Without John, we are.
My man, I hear from Ben.
They gave me one of the
I want to.
But Sidiki, I ask you a simple question: who you will pull up? Who?
My man, I hear from Ben. When our Prime American will decide that one. But John, we are the political leader of the party.
You can't pull a name out of their hat right now. You can't even pull one name.
But the fact that your whole strategy is based on when Joey will get tired, then I'm gonna waste time to have a conversation with your strategy.
I'm just speaking. The man could get tired and say, you know what?
Look at your strategy. Look at your
Dua, let me ask you a question. What if he doesn't get tired? What if he doesn't? What if he decides that he's going to run?
But the man already decided.
No, Sidiki. What I'm trying to accomplish here. What I'm trying to accomplish here is to go into the hypothetical of what Dwight is saying. What if he decides, right? You say there's a possibility that we could wake up and say he doesn't want to run, right? I'm also asking you, what happens if he decides that he is going to run? Do you think there is a space for a turn?
It's uphill battle, but guess what? What, Joe? You could come out and there could be challengers. Do you think if Myean wants to run in 2029, right?
Yeah.
You guys got it data between the CDC and Unity Party, right? These two parties have pretty much engulfed the percentage. I think the last one was 86%. If you combine the CDC's percentage versus UP's, right? I think they pretty much swallow 86% of the voters, right?
Yeah.
So we will still be sitting at maybe 35, 37%. I don't think he would knock out close to 45% like before, okay? Because he's getting older and people are going to be like, you know what? The age is going to be a factor, and younger people are going to start coming and say, but I don't know, George. Yeah, I know you play football. The younger kids are there. The 16 and 18-year-old going to be 20-something-year-old come 2029.
Okay. So I hear you, too. Let me. I just want to contribute. I don't want to go too deep. I think I posted something about the fact that and every time I see my little brother speaking, this notion of, look, whether we like it or not, you're right. The last under our new political dispensation, the last 4 elections we have had, between 86 to about 90% of the voters have decided that the CDC and the UP Tomalin, you gotta mute yourself. Tomalin, you gotta mute yourself.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, the voters have made a determination that the CDC and the UP are the two major political parties. Something Siddiqui said, I think it was yesterday on the show, that these two political institutions did not arrive at these positions just based on people just talking. It's been sweat, blood, and tears. You got to also understand something. The Unity Party is the oldest political institution in our political dispensation today. The Unity Party was founded in 1984, I think 1983, 84, right, to contest in the 1985 elections. The CDC was founded in 2000 and what?
2004,
2004, exactly 2004, right?
Yeah.
Listen, what do we want to listen? We can talk about their governance, we can talk about all of those different things, but until we figure out, until there is a matrix that is put together, unfortunately, I find it hard to see that matrix play in 2029. And let me tell you my reasoning. My reasoning is not because we only want to be stuck between CDC and Unity Party. It's a numbers game. Politics is a numbers game. What we normally do in Liberia, we play a feel-good, emotional game when it comes to our politics. It is consistent as the Northern Star that these are the two major political institutions. One of the arguments that I was making in 2023 in the runoff was that we are out of the country system. You kill two birds with one stone if you re-elect we are for president in the runoff. I said it in 2023. You kill two birds with one stone. You get we are out of the country system. You also get Joe Buckeye out of the country system. The other mistake I think people always make is that they tend to limit these parties to these individuals. There are only 4 individuals that have headed these two institutions: Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, Joseph Boakai, Winston Totma, and George Manning Weah. Only 4 of them. We cannot equate these two political parties to just these 4 individuals. It has been proven that these parties are here to stay. Now, will they continue to win elections? Nobody knows, right? Depending on the strategy. So that's why I continue to say to people, everybody in the opposition, you have to make a determination on what you want. You cannot say you are in the opposition when you know your pathway to victory in an opposition has to do with the alignments in some way, shape, or form, whether through a coalition or collaboration with the CDC. The same thing it can also relate to the Unity Party. So this notion of us, and this directly may go to Siddiqui, right? To Siddiqui Kroma, not Siddiqui Fofana from the CDC. That are two. Their names are a little different, but we can. Okay. Let me say Siddiqui Kigali, right? This notion of coming up, because when you do this, right? Like what Siddiqui Kigali is doing right now. You say the CDC didn't do anything in 6 years. George Weah is this. The CDC is this. The CDC is this. But then what happens if you find yourself in a coalition with the CDC in 2029? These tapes will come back to haunt you. The Unity Party will use these tapes against you. That's why I keep telling everybody, there is a long time between now and 2029. A lot of conversations will happen. And I respect Siddiqui from the CDC for saying, and I don't think any political leader should just get their support on carte blanche. And this issue about him saying a personal conversation, it is fair. We all are involved in politics for personal and national reasons. Only in Liberia we can allow say, oh, we got personal interests. There's a reason Siddiqui Kigali is supporting Mr. Cummings. He likes him. He likes his style. He see him as a mentor. That's a personal relationship. That's a personal relationship. You would rather want to see Cummings as president rather than the other person. So all I'm saying is we have to, the opposition as a unit cannot get across the finish line without the CDC in that conversation. Because one thing is certain, I think everybody knows, like you said, what, that George Weah might end up with 35% of the vote. 35% of the vote, the man is already in the runoff. There goes the opposition slot. There goes the opposition slot. Then what do? Do you sit it out again? Do you sit it out in 2029 and say, oh, because I don't like the way he's doing the country?
But that's not take, though. That's not take. And the population is growing. And I think you guys are forgetting a key demographic of voters, right? this old playbook of just stacking up the deck between Unity Party and the CDC, right? People are getting older. These kids that were around 16, 17-year-olds that couldn't vote. It depends on how well a party or a group or a movement can move. And
but Dwight, let me stop you in your tracks. Let me stop you in your tracks. Right? In 2023, right? The new voters that went on the voters roll. In fact, look at the data. The new voters broke towards CDC. In fact, it was the new voters that kept CDC active in Montserrado. Trust me. This notion that people think that some of the young people that voted for Joe, we never saw him play football. Yeah. But there was an affinity towards him. Where do you think those voters are going in 2029? You think they're going to automatically leave CDC? No. New voters are they got what they call the CDC Academy. They also have new voters that voted for the Unity Party. Why are these new voters not flocking to another political party? Why? That's the question that you need to ask.
Because of messaging. But let's throw in another factor here.
Ben.
Yeah.
You know, Ben, you said it all, and one important point, one thing I draw from the conversation today is I want to pick it on Tomalin comment. He had been proposing a quote-unquote third party. I found it as an unrealistic waste of time. If the variable indicates that, look, these are the paths that we can secure. They clear on it that they do not want a Bwaka. We clear on opposition, clear on that. So why do we then evolve paths that are difficult when we can?
But Sidiki, there's always been a third lane in Liberian politics. There's always been.
Right.
There has never been an election in Liberian politics in our new dispensation where there was not a third lane. In 2000 and 2000 and what it is. Okay, let's start from 2011, Ellen re-election, because 2005 was a special anomaly, right? Where you had Ellen, it was no incumbent in 2005, pretty much. Ellen was not president. We are not president. So let's take that election off. Let's start from when we started dealing with incumbents. There have always been a third lane. Do you know where the third lane? Do you know who was the third lane in 2011? It was Charles Brumskin.
Yeah.
It was Charles Brumskin. He was the third lane. In 2017, that third lane was divided between Brumskin and Cummings. It was divided between Brumskin and Cummings. In 2023, the third lane was divided between Apeton, Cummings, and Gongloe. There has always been a third lane. So this notion that, there have not been a third lane, there will be a third lane in 2029. There will be. There's no way. Let's also remember that almost 13 people ran for president. 13 persons ran. Not only 2 people ran.
So the conversation now is that, look, we have come to the point where we think that we're disappointed in Bwaka, we want him to be replaced, and we're talking from a point where we are opposition. I'm saying we push for our greatest strength. If we think that CDC is the greatest strength, however, we have observations and stuff, then we start to discuss these observations, the concerns earlier now and move, as opposed to being stuck.
Obviously you from the CDC, so you will make that case, which is fair, which is well within your. And I will end on this so CDC can come in, so Kigali can come in. Right? Obviously, you will push that point because you are from the CDC, and guess what? You have earned that right. You have the scars to show. You have the stripes on your shirt. The last 4 elections, you have consistently not dropped below 28%. Consistently, that is clear, right? So I agree. All I'm saying though is, politics is not static, it's dynamics.
Of course.
But one thing we also know, we must be very cognizant of the fact. In fact, I forgot the other third lane. The other third lane was Prince Johnson. Prince Johnson, Prince Johnson. Guess what? You don't have Prince Johnson in the mix anymore. Does that mean that somebody else will now rise up? Is that person going to be Cummings? Is that person going to be Apeton? Is that person going to be Gongloe? All of those different factors you have to take into consideration. The only advice that I have for the opposition is very simple. You cannot there is no opposition configuration that can succeed, especially take this to the bank, save this tape, right? There is no, because guess what? Going into 2029, you are going to be running against an incumbent, whether it's Buckeye or whether it's Coon. You are going to be running against an incumbent. It's going to be an election versus an incumbent as the last election was. So people have to understand that they have to find a way to be able to congregate, and that conversation should happen internally. That's all I'm saying.
Personally, I don't speak. I'm not speaking right now in the GDE and camp, but personally, I think this next election, 2029, the push here should be that CDC and Unity parties should not be part of the conversation. We got to tell people these two parties cannot be the sharpest knives in our drawer in Liberia. They've been there for 20. By the time 2029 comes, both parties will have had power in our country for 25 years. That's
for me. I think you know why I think that's a mistake. And let me tell you why I think that's a mistake. People don't have a problem. And this is where I think you guys should be distinguishing. If you want to make that case about the individuals. Stop making it about the parties, and that is the mistake you all keep making. Whenever you make the comment that
parties are centered around the individual.
Okay, so guess what? Then guess what? You know what's going to happen? Let me tell you what's going to happen.
2005.
Can you imagine? But that's what I'm saying. It's not magically going to change because we say it should change. There are the diehard seditions are committed to the parties. CDC is divided into two groups: seditions and Weashens, right? The CDC is divided into two groups: seditions and Weashens. The same thing with Unity Party. Unity Party was divided between Ellen Knights. Ellen had to put a whole coalition together. Boycott had to put a coalition. In fact, Boycott used the CPP as a vehicle to be able to build his coalition, right? So this notion that we keep saying CDC and Unity Party, we have to look beyond the individuals that have headed these political institutions, right? Wait, hold on a second. Musa right this. He said, "Well, I tell Ben we must move to the third lane, be there for CDC and the Liberia." No, listen, and I disagree with Musa. And Musa knows that I disagree with this. This is about let's talk about the institutions. Stop bashing the institution, because guess what? Even the CMC that Musa just started, there are seditions who just joined Unit and CMC. There are ANC people who joined and CMC. There are Unity Party people who have joined CMC. Guess what? Those people may be tired with the leaders that those parties have given. But whenever you bring those parties down, I think it is a critical mistake that we make when we try to bring those institutions down rather than focus on the leadership of those institutions. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
We have other close. Let me ask you about a quick question, right? On June 3rd, 3 days from now, Liberia will be going bidding the bid for Liberia to join the Security Council at the United Nations.
I mean, that's all. Why are you moving?
No. Yeah, about it. I'm going to record. I'm going to record. So, Dwight, you support Liberia bid, right? Yes or no?
Yes, I do support Liberia's bid.
Number one. Sidiki Kroman, you support Liberia bid?
Yes, of course. 100%.
Very good. Ahmed Fofana, you support Liberia bid?
Man, look, that's an
initiative. You support Liberia bid?
My man, that's an initiative 6 years ago. Of course, you support it.
Yeah, my man, you support Liberia bid?
Yes, I wrote an article on it.
Okay, you support Liberia bid?
My man, don't get me hard time, man.
Oh, Ben, go
on my page. Go on my page.
Post that on your page.
Go on my Facebook page.
So tomorrow, all you want to put on your page, support Liberia bid. Everybody put it.
If you want to pay me, I don't tell me what to do on my page.
Hold on. I got a surprise guest.
That Musa?
A surprise guest on the phone. Go ahead.
Yes. So
I knew that.
You support Liberia bid, Representative Benedict?
Yes, I support Liberia bid, and I do it as a Liberian, even though I don't know what the benefit it brings to us as a country, but just to see my country in the Security Council. But again, Tomalin, when you go into these things, you make promises, you take positions. We don't know what Liberia's position will be on issues. We don't know what Liberia is going to do when it gets there, and then it may cause us more problem. But just to see our country sitting there in the Security Council for that, yes, I support. But I hope that when they win, they can tell us their mission, the purpose, and that all the money, all the everything that we spend, so that it can justify our being there. Let us not be there for the sake of being there. Let us be there to make a difference in the world.
Which is good. So, but you issue a statement about tomorrow or on Monday before the election.
To what statement?
In support of the bid.
The one I say is enough. What more I will say?
No, Chairman, you are a very great writer, and I'm sure by you issuing a statement with
we want to see a letter. We want to see a letter. I
have to say that I just is a little bit funny. I don't have the courage in me to go against my country.
Exactly.
I don't know how to do it.
Very good.
But this particular UN bid, I don't have any motivation for it, because I always like to do things with purpose. If you spend 6 months campaigning for UN and you cannot even tell your citizen what you want it for, what the benefit of it, you just say you want the seat. Nobody know what you want it for, what it's going to do to our lives. This country, the thing that we're going on today is not about getting seat as security. So tell us, when you get to the Security Council, these are the benefits. But again, with all of that, I support the bid. I don't know if a statement for CNC will mean anything. If it is required, I don't think the government really wanted political parties participation. They never reached to us.
Well, I see political parties issuing statement already. So I'm sure your own.
Let's put the politics, man. Yeah, but.
Tomalin, I hope you on a PRIO.
We support the bid, my man. We support the bid.
I support the bid on paper.
Yeah, but I forced to make the issue statement for.
Thank you. At least in the record.
Yeah.
You should release that CMC political leaders support the UN bid.
I mean, before the 7, CMC will...
No, that on the election is there.
Yeah, so CMC will have a virtual executive committee meeting tomorrow. If the executive committee approves it,
the great Musa has some ability.
If we don't approve it, we tell her that we don't approve it. We're not scared of nobody.
Is CMC the tail link? Is CMC becoming a tail link?
Well, I just want us to think, why should, as a country, put ourselves in a prison with 2 parties, for 20 years? And that somebody like Mr. Ben Sanvee is saying that those parties are not tied to personality. That's a disservice to your revolutionary thought and thinking that we all know you for.
How are you going to give me a chance to respond to Musa?
In Carolina, it's creating problem for your third party.
Attacking me. I hope I will give me a chance to respond.
Better destroy you.
I hope I will give me a chance to respond to it.
Better destroy you.
Because, Ben, I'm sorry, Ben. You and I have supported CDC twice. But if you look at Liberia today, for 20 years in 2 parties, what has happened? You mean as a country of 5 million people, there will never be a time where the people will be given a choice to think and look the other way for once? When the choices are obvious, when you know that when you go so the result will be this, when you go so isn't it good, logical, sensible rational that it's even better to go to the place where I don't know the outcome than to go to the place where I know that the outcome will not be good?
Ben.
Oh, can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
So of course, you know, this is my political what the word I offer. My political partner, we fight a lot of political. Look how you see, you ready? You know, I reminded Musa the other day that Musa, you know, I signed your CEO letter while I was national chairman of the Liberia Party. Yes, you're a political leader now. I always got to remind you, now you're a political leader. I agree with you. I respect you, Mr. PL. But I have a fundamental, and you know we have had this conversation privately, so it's good it's a healthy conversation. I still believe, and again, let's also look at it this way. If we are going by your logic, right, then I don't want to believe, because I know what you shared with me when you initially started to think about being a part of a group of patriotic Liberians who wanted to put together the CMC. But based on what you were saying, can I also deduce that the CMC is tied around you? No, I don't want to believe that the CMC is tied around you. Exactly. The CMC is not tied around you. The CMC comprises of men and women.
Is that the United Party and CDC is tied around individual, man. You got to know that.
Yeah, but no, I didn't. And let me tell you why I am not.
United Party, there's no United Party. If
you know,
or John from CDC, definitely there's no CDC.
So if they move Musa from CMC, there's no CMC.
There is CMC.
No, right now, the move from CMC, no CMC. Right now,
my point. Let me tell you what I'm saying. Let me tell you, Musa. Let me tell you. But let me say this, Tomalin, I beg you. Tomalin, I beg you. Let me say this to my friend and deep brother. Musa, let me tell you what my argument here is. My argument here is very simple. These institutions, right, have weathered the storm for the last 20 to 30 years. In the case of the Unity Party, the Unity Party was founded in the 80s, right? All I'm saying here is this. It has still not been tested yet. There are only 4 individuals who have bear the standard of these political institutions. 4 of them. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, Joseph Boyka, Winston Totman, and George Nyenwolo. Only 4 of them. It has not been proven yet that without these individuals, these political parties will die. It has not been proven. So I'm just saying the CMC. Okay, so is the CMC then looking to have collaboration going into 2029? Is the CMC going alone? Is that what you are saying?
No. What I'm saying to you is that the notion that let me just limit it right now to the opposition.
Yeah.
The notion that the opposition must mean that we the other party will join the CDC. No, I don't agree.
No, but that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
This is why
No, that's not what I said. I said all the opposition political parties should have a conversation about a potential collaboration. And you cannot do it without the CDC. That's what I said. That's what I said.
So Ben, Musa says something. I think I need to talk to that. I need to talk on that. Just for 1 minute, please. Representability, political leader CMC. You see what you have always defined CDC exclusively in the context of your relationship you have with George Weah. Now, what I do not argue, what I do not disagree with is that he has a towering presence, an influential presence in CDC. But CDC, after 20 years, I keep telling you, have grown, surpassed a Weah, tad beyond Weah. So no, a lot of the people that are in CDC today, they're there because they have grown emotional attachment to the party. Doesn't that George Weah? We agree there are some people who are fundamentally in CDC because of George Weah. George Weah leaves today, they're walking out. But the party, after 20 years, have been able to establish its own identity. It is rooted. Some people in the villages and town They only heard about Joe. They have not seen him. They didn't even know about his soccer career. Nothing. They became attached to the party, and it is the party that they will carry.
Oh yeah. To believe you. I struggle to try to believe you, and I want to give you the chance to give you the opportunity to believe you. But the actions on the ground are not speaking in
because he is the political leader of the party, he will enjoy that support. But I'm telling you tomorrow morning, but listen to CDC philosophy. Look at CDC philosophy. It's one of the only political parties that can say vote one, vote all. People who on their own can never become lawmaker or representative anywhere. Became elected because they were on CDC party ticket. We train the people mentality to say vote party emblems. I'm telling you, if it were just the first year, you could say yes, Georgia. But after 20 years of existence, going through different elections, you know how many different people have won on CDC tickets where we was never present? Do you know how many times we himself put people here up and we lost that election? Do you know that we himself lost election ticket? So I'm saying the party have evolved. While it is true we are present, will always remain a towering influence in the party's own history and way of thinking, but it has evolved. New leaders have emerged. Look at Jefferson Koji. Where was Jefferson Koji a few years ago on Saturday? Today, Jefferson Koji is a voice in the party. So it is with Moba Molu. I became leader of the party before Molu. Molu evolved to become chairman. I'm saying to you, over a period of time, CDC have become one of the political parties in Liberia that have built its membership base around regular people. Whether it was influenced because of Georgia popularity or like that to Georgia, you can't deny that. However, it has grown to have its own identity. The party have grown its own identity. How do you challenge that Winston Tubman became a standard bearer of the party? The same level of support went there. Somebody can come somewhere, no knee, no nothing. They say they want to be represented on their own. You put them on their own, they go stand somewhere, everybody, they will never win. Many of the people who won on CDC ticket, they didn't win because they won because they were on the party ticket. And when people went to ballot back, they didn't look for people's faces, they looked for the party emblem. That's what we taught the people. That's how we build a grassroots. That's how we build a party.
I'm trying to get what the point you are trying to make. Because the point you're trying to make is not supporting your argument.
Exactly.
How?
Because as I see it, it's inconceivable for somebody to tell me, and that's what you seem to be telling me, that CDC can survive without Georgia. By you telling me that tonight, it tells me that maybe you are not even in the CDC anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
But Musa.
So no party can survive without a political leader. Can we say that?
Musa, you insult all your friends you know in CDC, who you call your dear friend. You have insulted them today.
That's true.
You have insulted them completely today. So you won't tell me everything that we have.
Don't make them my friend and be flower.
Okay, you talking plenty on the show here today.
You have insulted everybody to say to us that all of these years, all the years.
I don't know any friend in CDC who believe what you are saying to me.
Exactly.
Who believe that CDC can exist without Georgia?
Go tell them.
But see, you don't want to see your arguments. You don't be frank.
But Georgia
I disagree with you, Tomalin. I disagree.
Ben, what you say that?
Georgia believe that CDC can exist without you. But listen. So are you saying to me, when Georgia win 2029 election and he can't run again, CDC would not be able to win another election?
No, any citizen who believe and can say publicly to say that Georgia is not CDC.
No, in what context now? You see, in what context?
Context.
No, let me specify the context that says. Let me specify the context that says.
See, what I'm trying to tell you, and it's good for you to accept that, then we can advance the argument. Georgia is CDC. I
mean, that's a reality. You accept it. That'd be fair.
I disagree.
Today, do you know that?
But I'm CDC. I don't know. That's what I say. You gotta be specific in the context.
There are people in the United Party right now who believe that the best route for a Kun presidency is for Baka to run, win, and then give Kun the presidency.
I keep hearing that too.
So are you saying without Baka, United Party dies?
Oh.
That's the
But
perception.
But the thought is,
Your perception is not reality, Musa.
Ben, you know that today, God forbid, if Baka say another unity party, there will be no unity party.
No, I disagree.
I think so.
I disagree.
Ben, this is look. Until we build institutions differently, the ones we got, they are built on those bases.
not big here.
I don't think we are giving. I do agree with you. There's a personality.
Tomalin,
I do agree with you. There's a personality that.
Mr. Gongloe is on the line. I wanted to ask him ability a question.
I do agree. There's a personality that overpowers these political institutions. I'm not telling you otherwise. What I'm saying is, I also believe that we don't give these institutions some credit. The Unity Party, like I said, have gone through 3 or 4 standard bearers. The CDC has gone through 2 standard bearers. Again, like I said, are you also saying here that if you decide that you resign from the CMC tomorrow, the CMC dies? We can't continue to do that.
No, you can't compare CMC with the other people because CMC is in formative stage. CMC is formative stage. Don't do that. What I'm explaining to you is that the 4 candidates you're talking about that are 2%. Don't make it to rule that 4%. At the end of the day, the Unity Party was built around standard bearers. At the end of Ellington, when Baka took over, the party moved around Baka. Today, Baka has not made the transition.
So what made you think if somebody else emerges in these parties, the parties don't move to them?
But the only thing I'm telling Musa ability is George Weah's presence in CDC is a towering figure. He has a lot of influence. I agree. But after 20 years, the party has been able to evolve and build its own identity to the extent.
But they are not showing that.
Why is that not showing that? You know how many speakers the party have produced? The party have produced more than 2 speakers. The party have produced lawmakers. The party have produced all 25 lawmakers. How do you then say that party that George Weah party that George Weah?
My brother, let's leave that one. That's a whole different argument.
Why you got a whole different argument?
I want to stick it to the issue of the standard.
George Weah said not even like I said to die that when you leave CDC, die. No way.
Nobody saying George Weah leave CDC. Who said George Weah leave CDC?
I'm saying you say when he's not there.
Then you say George Weah leave CDC.
Okay, let's get Kehleboe or somebody else to chime in.
Yeah, so Kehleboe left the line already, but here is a question.
Siddiqui coming. Yeah, Siddiqui coming.
Yeah, so Chairman Belete, welcome. And Kehleboe said I should ask you this question. I don't know, you said you were on a CMC late night show last night, and you made a statement. I don't know if it's true or not. Maybe you can clarify that the CMC is not going to work with any opposition party. Is that true?
Yes, we don't believe in any opposition. CMC was formed out of frustration with the current state of Liberian political party. I'm firm about that. Yeah, and what we refuse to do in this country as politicians, nobody gets data about what Liberian thinking today. Nobody comes on the ground and check and do analysis. Before we form the CDC, the CMC, we realized that 60% of Liberians are not loyal to any of the 2 parties. We didn't find out whether these 60% are.
So are you saying
where's the reliance for that data?
CMC will not work with no opposition party?
What is our need for working with them? What is their history?
Because the fact of the matter, no party except the MPP. No party except the MPP has won election alone.
Bossman, our goal is not about power. Our goal is about change.
But how do you get that change if you don't get power?
In opposition.
But if we get power, how we get a change? You get power, how we get a change?
Bossman, listen to me now.
Okay.
What we seek is a power that will change Liberia. A power that is going to be neutralized through coalition, where you forego some of your principle just to align. We will not do that. We have 3 years. 3 years to take our case to Liberian people and then assess whether or not the Liberian people has heard all. If they have heard all, we will push further. After that 3 years, if we check they don't hear us, we will not push further.
Y'all will dissolve? They will dissolve?
Y'all dissolve?
Eh?
If they hear you guys, y'all will dissolve?
Then we will follow what they want.
But they ain't not the city we're talking?
I see what saying, Chairman.
No, that's not a city. At the end of the day, what you people are telling us here, look, let's be realistic. CDC and United Party, if you join them, if you join those parties today,
we can't join United Party. We're different from them.
No, don't say you can't join United Party. Is a party.
Yeah, but we're different from them. We can't join them. Our philosophy is different.
Okay, so
we need one whole show. We need one whole show on the political culture in Liberia.
Why you put United Party?
But we don't have the same philosophy. We don't believe in the philosophy that have run this country for 20 years. And we believe that aligning with people who believe in those philosophy is a betrayal to our cause and the purpose for which we were found.
But Chairman, then you got to qualify. I think you qualify your statement by saying that CNC will not align with UP or CDC. But to say no other party, then where I had a problem at.
Oh, I said it that you don't want to qualify my statement.
Okay.
I said.
Also, when the CDC and UP CMC will not allow it.
Y'all remain third party for true. For long.
We have no interest in their philosophy. We don't believe in their philosophy, and it is out of frustration for them.
You believe in but you take part of our name CMC. Where CMC you take small our name somewhere. They say you believe all. You part there our name you take some from.
What you are before you were born.
You part there our name small you take some from because no. What you try to do, because you know CDC is a household name, you wanted to create a same CMC.
Kehleboe is on again, saying yeah, another question. Let me ask. Okay, go ahead, you live.
Chairmanability or honorability, how you doing?
Anyone you choose, I will answer.
Who's that just fussy?
You no longer chairman, you are honorable and you are political leader. So the chairman is your title. Yeah, so I always watch your launch with CMC. I'm very religious on that watching.
Nima party.
I want to put to you. I get the argument with CDC and Unity Party. I'm on that side. That these two parties, all of the economic mystery that the country is going through, I put the blame on these two parties because their governing philosophy has actually turned Liberia into a failed state or a fragile state, as the different international economic bodies continue to describe Liberia as a fragile state. I agree with all those who make that argument. I'm for the third party option. But where I have the concern, let's even put political institution aside. I want to be direct on personality. You work with Mr. Alexander Cummings in 2023 election. You work with Councillor Gongloe, I don't know, you know him for how many years. God knows when. Then you have Appleton. You got Moneybar. You got all the other opposition political leaders who are not in line with CDC and Unity Party. Are you saying, as a new, less known opposition party, you're not going to harness and maybe build synergies with other lesser known political parties, where you may have commonality or something with the leaders in these institutions? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying the opposite. My statement is strictly restricted to the Unity Party and CDC.
Okay.
I work with Councillor Gongloe.
That's a welcome clarification.
No, let me answer your question. I work with Councillor Gongloe. I work with Mr. Alexander B. Cummings. Currently, Councillor Gongloe is teaching me law. If it's not myself, if it is not Musa Belete, if you ask me to point to somebody who can be a president of this country, I'll point to Kehleboe Gongloe. That's how much I respect him. There are other parties in Liberia. There are other people like the ANC, the LPP under Kehleboe Gongloe, the other parties. I'm prepared to sit down with people who have not participated in the governance of this country at the highest level to say, let's think about a choice that would be based purely on our capacity, on our resonance with the population, and let's first and foremost sell the idea of a telling, and then when we succeed in that, then we can go and then decide on what to do. I'm prepared for that. I don't have a problem. There are conditions though.
Man, they bring on the show.
The CMC is producing a governing document. Those governing documents, there are certain things we will never compromise. The reform of our constitution to reduce terms, the reduction of at least 50% of government waste and expenditure, including salary, you understand, and the reduction of government as a whole, and the reallocation of our national resources. Those things will never be compromised as far as CMC. We will enshrine in our constitution the things that our merger or our relationship with any party, those things will never compromise. So we will put those in our system. So we'll go sit down with anybody. But I think at this time, at least we got 4.5 years to election. The next 3 years, parties who believe otherwise, one, you should work on yourself now. Work hard. Connect with the Liberian people. But all of us that are not those parties should sit together and think together. And design and think about what can we do together. And think about who among us is growing faster and bigger and is getting stronger than the rest of us.
Then we can look for low rank cities in your family.
So, Chairman Belete, if I can ask a follow-up question. Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead. They're listening to you.
Okay, so two things. I've spoken to you so many times. There was something you started with the claims court. I don't know if you can update the public about that claims court bill. And second, you talk about the term reduction. Those were part of your legislative agenda that you're going to pursue. I know people have been engulfed in crisis for several months. Now that the crisis are over, as you say, is over, are you going to now begin to proffer that bill that will call for amendment in the Constitution and also the establishment of the small claims court?
Correct. By the way, Councillor Gongloe is the one that is working on that, the small claim, the claim code for me. And I forgot, and somebody reminded me, including that is the total elimination of the $45,000 that goes to lawmaker for vehicle. Complete elimination of that. Those are unconditional relationship that CMC will have. Even if you have to come on our ticket as a party, you have to commit to those. And if we have alliance, or I want to refer to them for the sake of this argument is the non-aligned political party, those who have not been involved in governance. We at least from 2005 up to now, which is excluding the UP and the CDC. Those are conditions that we will not compromise.
So, can I ask a question, please?
The question on the bills,
we pursuing the bill. You know, the alien bill has passed the House, so it's going to the Senate. We are working first, you know, with our colleague in the Senate, so that when it gets there, it will get passed to give all Liberian chance to run without any discrimination. As soon as Councillor Gongloe, I think it's Councillor Gongloe and Mr. Wed Lolier, they are the two of them that are working on the claim code for me. As soon as they finish with it, it will be on the floor. I've now started the process of the constitutional reform. So I have started talking to lawyers and to draft something for me. I just talked to a lawyer on Friday. So hopefully within the next maybe a month or two, we will proffer a bill that will call for reduction in, so many things, a reform of our constitution, so that our constitution can be stronger and more responsive and modernized.
Okay, so my question to you, Mr. PL, going by your logic, are you saying, because like somebody alluded to the numbers here, I think it was Duarte, who talked about, based on all the last election hearings, right, all the last electoral process, these two political parties account for close to about 80%. 80% of the voting population, 86 or 80 something percent of the political. Are you saying you are willing to exclude, let it even be conservative, 75% of those people who have voted for those two political parties, or is your intent to take them from these institutions to come and join the non-aligned, like you talked about? Is that what you were saying?
Yes. Let me take the letter as my point. Ben, first of all, let me say to you, you're speaking like a typical politician. Oh, I'm not hearing you.
But how you hear me that to be a typical politician?
No, I still saw you shaking. You're speaking like a typical politician. Mr. Sanvee, I want you to recognize that there are 5.2 million people in this country, and less than 2 million of them have voted.
Okay.
You and other politicians who are only interested in power don't bother to care why 3 million Liberians don't go to vote. Why 3 million Liberians have lost interest in government, that they don't even register. Okay? And now the power gain is around just 2 million, and 3 million don't matter. I don't think so. This CMC is first and foremost going strictly to the first set of people, which is the UP and the CDC people that themselves are frustrated with what has happened to this country for 20 years. And then the other people, about 1.5 million of them, who have become of age and have no alliance, or who have lost taste for politics and are just sitting down and doing nothing. That's the sleeping giant that we are going after.
I'm listening.
That will never change, that don't base their vote on any reasoning, let them stay to where they are. And let them
but let me say this, and this will be, and listen, it's an ambitious project. I don't think it's impossible.
If your dream doesn't scare you, then ain't nothing.
No, listen, I know. It's an ambitious project. It's an ambitious project. We also must take into consideration that even in the greatest democracies in the world, everybody don't register to vote, right? But I think I respect where you're coming from. Listen, I disagree. I don't think I'm more into building a tent where everybody is able to sit and figure out a way forward. But you believe that you are going to go for those folks who you feel are disillusioned with the governance structure or the political process.
Silent majority that never said anything, we are going to awaken them and let them know that.
You know why I see that strategy?
To be taken away, and therefore they need to speak out. And
the way I see that strategy is a fine one, but I think it's been built for 10 years from now. Not some.
You can think the way you want to think.
Not something. Wait, now, let me. It's a good strategy because listen, Ben. If Musa is able to build,
pillage this country and do what I want to do, and 3 million.
No, Musa, I'm not talking about CDC. No. I'm not defending. No, you see, I'm not defending CDC. I'm commending your strategy. I'm saying to you.
But Musa, I'm commending your strategy.
I'm not. No, I'm saying to you.
That's a thorn in the cheek. Let me tell you something.
Musa. Representative Benedict, if you pursue that path,
Liberia that is being formed 4.5 years before election. No party has ever been formed like that before. This is the only party that has done that. There's a reason for that.
Okay.
There's a reason for that. You see it. 1 year. Just give me 1 year, Ben.
I'm saying to you, Ben, what the Honorable is saying, had ANC applied that same strategy, it would have worked. Because that's a long-term plan. So to get 3 million people, for example, CDC took 20 years. We yet to claim at least 1.5 million people membership. Belete is targeting.
Is that the first group of people who will collect, and the people,
wait now, Ben, in 20 years, on the basis of the vote, maybe other people who didn't vote.
People who never care and doesn't want to be related to politics. Let's see. You see, this is the Liberia that you people want to have. The majority doesn't care, and the minority continue to rule. That will stop as of now, as of the formation of the CMC. You're watching.
Okay. But all I'm saying, I think that plan, very ambitious plan, is a good one, because if you get that...
We're ready with everything. That why the party coming after our business, attacking it. We've been ready 5 years ago. We planned for this. We are ready for it. We have the resources that will allow us to do it. We have the resources that will allow us to reach to the ordinary Liberians and change their life even before election. We are not carrying rhetoric to Liberian people. We will begin to develop parts of the country that have never been touched for 40, 50 years. We will do things that no party has ever done for the people, and that will arouse their interest in this party. Watch us.
I'm saying to you again, in the next cycle, CMC could be one of the strongest grassroots party with that mentality.
The next cycle is 2029.
No, leave 2029. You see, that being too ambitious.
The thing you are suffering from now is what has been used to mesmerize every Liberian. That right now we ain't got no choice. Whether we like it or not, it gotta be CDC or Unity Party. Lie. It's not true. And we'll prove it.
Siddiqui, you got anything to say? Siddiqui Kigali?
Nothing. You don't got nothing to say. Ben,
no, that's Siddiqui asking, because Siddiqui, apparently Siddiqui should be.
No, for me, I think the chairman already made a, the question Kehleboe asked, he made a clarity already. So I don't have a question. I have a comment to respond to you, but I don't have a question.
To me? Okay, not to the chairman. Okay. Musa mesmerized you to death already.
Ben, the man could not take no other name except the name that resembles CDC. The other man I say is not CDC. The man says CMC. Just so, because you know it easy.
By the time you know that I'm not CDC, it will be too late for you.
Easier for people to recognize it, you go say CMC.
That name, it was picked with CDC in mind, because I don't want the citizen that will come to the party to feel nostalgia. So they will see that, there's not the difference, it's not too much.
Yeah, the difference not too much. You just put a D and you put an M.
It can work. ANC thought they could use a Congress and it will work for them. ANC did it.
My brother, ANC is part of the non-aligned party. I've not been there. So you will not name me to say
So is
anything.
that a new name? Is that a new coalition name? Is non-aligned?
It's one of the non-aligned party, and we have no fight with them. They are one of the parties we believe should be thinking and join the telling, so that we can sit on the telling to design a new Liberia, a new thinking, a new philosophy, and a new sense of patriotism.
You know, Honorable, I have a lot of respect for you.
Yes.
I have a lot of respect for you. You're one of those Liberian politicians who have a lot of audacity. The fact that you see, so I respect you. You bold, you go forward, you have audacity. I like that. That's good. Even for you to have contested in a speaker election, it demonstrates the kind of a forward-thinking person you are, the kind of courage you are. Obviously, you knew that was
you
a
can't
difficult
join me and be my spokesman. I'm around there.
The other place here I disagree, and I'll always disagree with you, is when you want to relegate CDC to say that after 20 years, Jefferson Cody is not getting a master's degree. All our beginners who never went to school, they're not getting BSc, they're not getting it. You're telling us that they're doing all the things for them to just go in vain because tomorrow, Joe will come and say, okay, I want to run again and finish. Is that what he's saying? That's an insult to all of us.
That's not what I'm saying.
No, but
I come in now, and you want me to clarify?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, from 2005 was CDC was formed, up to where I'm sitting down, what I've seen is that George Weah is synonymous to CDC.
Okay, no problem.
I'm not saying nothing otherwise. If it comes, I would love to see it.
Of course, George is synonymous to CDC.
I've seen people growing from being a youth leader to being a charismatic leader like Mayor Jefferson Cody. I've seen people come across the carriage grade and they come and be a very good politician on the front. I've seen all
even your current deputy speaker.
What I've not seen, and I'm yet to see, is a structure in the CDC where there's a clear line of succession, where you can see that the man there after Joe we are that they man. After they met that Joe, I see it. I
think that's fair. I think that's fair.
Please show the person to me. I know.
But so you see,
I see it.
So you see, Musa,
I'm not lying. But I'll be happy if I'm lying.
You see, Musa, Musa, you see, I think that is fair. I don't think that is unfair. I think what you just said is fair, that there is no clear succession, at least not known to the public, right? On what will happen after we leave the stage from the CDC. That is a fair analysis there. All I'm trying to say is, listen, Musa, I know you to be a bold person. I know you to be very audacious. I know, like CDC said, I know you somebody who's a go-getter, and so look, I have a slight difference of opinion, which is allowed in our democracy. We're going to continue these conversations, but I really do believe that, and like I said, I don't think the issue has been there has not been a third lane. Now, I like the twist that you gave to it, waking up those sleeping giants.
Then there's one other thing that CMC rejects. For 2 elections, we have decided that no matter, they say, let's get rid of Garguah, no matter who replaces Garguah, we put Joseph Boakai there. That was the mantra. All of the things that people needed to measure a president and check people to see whether or not they have competency to run the country, none of that was put in place. The philosophy was, we must get rid of Garguah, and it doesn't matter. And right now, from all indication, Joseph Boakai is the one that is capable of replacing him. And we elected Joseph Boakai. Me, I'm not applying that nonsense.
I agree with you on that.
By all means, we must get rid of Joseph Boakai. And because of that, the opposition must unite. CMC is not for that. The unification, any political decision that CMC takes, it must benefit the Liberian people. It must not be for the purpose, exclusive purpose of getting to power. We've tried that 2 times. And every time we do it, you don't have an agenda. You don't have a plan how to manage the power you want to take. And you end up with certain people just coming and hijacking there and go and do whatever, and you sit in frustration. Okay? I'm not going to be part of that. Everything we do, I do under this party leadership will be based on principle, will be based on a program to reform this country, and that is it. Because we are tired of that, and then you will be surprised that I'm not tired of that. If the idea now is that because the opposition want to get rid of it, so we are, Joseph Boakai now, we must drop everything else and get rid of it. Then you all go do that one and do the CNC RA.
So let me ask you, you'll be running for president 2029, right?
My party will have a candidate. If the party chooses me, I will run. Nothing will stop me from running. But they have to choose me first.
I think that's fair.
That's fair.
CMC, CDC.
What, Mr. Chairman, Mr. PL?
Look, my friend, you know, I'll give you certain things. Musa Belete was accused of coming to destroy CPP and split it up so that it doesn't go nowhere.
Oh, that breaking news though.
That was the accusation everywhere. I was the one, and my leadership that kept CPP alive until it went into the election. Musa Belete was tagged as the mayor who, when it's beyond Kofa, because he wants to be speaker, he will leave from beyond Kofa, he will make deal with Unity Party. Unity Party will threaten him with a business. He will chicken out of running for speaker. I'm proving that wrong. Unity Party came, they threatened me, they called me in the meeting, and the people who call me in the meeting, I will call their name at the appropriate time. Oh. And they called me and they told me that President Boakai said they must take my tank from me because otherwise, as long as I'm behind the rule of law, Coco, they must take my time. And I told them I would not sell my soul and my principle just to go, just for a business. Today, I've lost that tank for my principle. Like people know me day by day. I'm saying to you again that this party will have a candidate on the ticket of 2029. This party will not join any other party for the sake of moving Unity Party. No, we want to join an alliance that is based on a transformation of Liberia. A contract will be signed with the non-alliance party, and whoever we agree to take in from will do that and remove this regime that is continuing to destroy this country. I said to people that fool themselves, they say Joseph Boakai is not running. I want to be fair to Joseph Boakai. Joseph Boakai never came in this country and he has not told anybody that he will not run again. Unity Party strategy is very clear. They have realized that based on their own analysis, their best bet is to carry Joseph Boakai and carry Jeremiah Kuhn as a running mate, and Joseph Boakai will become president. In their mind, that is possible, and then Jeremiah Kuhn will take over after 1 or 2 years. Okay, let them enjoy that. But for me, as an opposition politician, like I said, we'll talk, but there's certain things I will not do. Those who doubt me and think that we are going to be second fiddle to another party, just like they say I was going to chicken out of the running for speaker, just as they said I was there to destroy CPP and I stay with it until the end, I will prove them wrong again.
Wow.
Fascinating conversation.
Yeah, it was a great conversation. I'm saying the strategy, 10-year plans. I foresee the CMC becoming.
I know what is citizen worry for.
I'm not worried.
So gonna part of no relevant. Why you scared of offer?
No. Luther, to be honest with you, your party, oh, to be fair with you, I'm a 7,000 of CMC.
The best. We outnumber every opposition party logistically, financially, and strategically. I'm telling you that now. Watch me.
Wow.
Well, fascinating conversation with a political leader. I think it was a healthy conversation. You brought me on the show by force. You brought me on the show.
Ben and comment Tomalin. I said,
You brought me on the show by force. Well, fascinating always. We're going to continue the conversation. Tomalin, tell your show.
No, but political leader ability. You know,
yes.
You know, it's true. You've been through a lot of battles, and you have fought a lot of battles. And especially the last one with your former party, Liberia Party, where Ben is still an active member. He's still active member.
But why you gotta do it? Why you gotta bring up the
I really want to see how far. I want to see where with Ben and Councillor Bromskin, Charlene, what will happen, because your former party is still.
Wait. Now nobody can discuss now.
The former party, you say your opposition member, but then I see your political leader is still and the senator, they are still aligned with the ruling alliance.
No, I think the Liberia Party is, you have to understand the situation they're in. They're in a difficult position. My position is that Unity Party is playing king with them.
Yeah, but you think the rumor is that you think Ben run away. You think President Boga will hearing say they're trying to get Yombly on board. You think Boga will compromise with Yombly? I mean with Kun for Yombly? You think will happen?
I'm not in the party. I don't care what they do. But what I know is that the Liberia Party is not in a good position, and that's not fair.
That's what Ben ran away from.
As a governing partner, by now they should sign some kind of alliance agreement with them, or they should decide to say we are not. And it's difficult. All of the top brow of the Liberty Party are currently serving this government. Wow. And I think that is a strategy by Unity Party to keep Liberty Party silent deliberately and keep it powerless. Because as it is, it's only fair. Okay, you sign a coalition agreement so that all of you can be in it, and that's so that when the party is making decision about tomorrow, Liberty Party can be on that table. Okay, you know I wouldn't be in Liberty Party for that kind of thing to happen. You just get me parking as an auxiliary. I can't talk because my member there in the party, and then when you're making a party decision, you can't call me there. I can't. That's not fair.
But
at some point in time, the Liberty Party that I know will speak out.
Yeah, but
there is enough firepower in the organization.
Yeah,
they may not talk now, but in time to come, they will have to talk. And you people it's not being smart. They need to sign a coalition agreement or something with Liberty Party. Why not?
But people
Liberty Party has been faithful to them.
But people are asking. They said that you are very close to the acting chairman Rugi Barry and also the Councillor Bronskin, but you left them in, and you left them in Liberty Party. They will follow you to CMC or what?
No, I mean, hey, Chief, you realize it. I was the obstacle. I didn't believe in the fact that Liberty Party should be an auxiliary to the Unity Party. There's no way that I will remain as Liberty Party chairman and be critical of the government like this.
Okay.
It will not apply. It's only fair to the spirit of Councillor Bromsky so that a party can be in peace that are left. And to foster my vision, I conceived the CMC so that I will take it around to money. The CMC is starting a nationwide tour.
Wow.
In about 30 days. We are starting in Kwaduboni in Lofa County. I want you to watch it.
Wow.
I want you to watch it. We are going to Bon County, we are going to Magipi County, we are going to Bapolu, we are going to Tommy, and we are going to Kipmouth. I want you to watch the continents of the people as we go around. And we're not going with our empty hand. We're going with development. We're not carrying back or rest with us. Okay? We're not carrying back or rest. We're not carrying empty promises. We're carrying physical development to relieve the people in those areas as we move. You know, we have a development caravan. As we move to Kwaduboni, the development the machine will stay there, will fix their roads, will lighten up their villages, and then we'll change the perspective.
But it'll be a conflict because the UP Alliance about to carry machine all the counties and also the solar lights in all the counties. So
yeah, we don't believe in the machine that is behind the sea. We believe in the machine that is on the ground. So our machine is on the ground. And by the way, anywhere we see the UP Alliance machine, we'll go to other places. The Liberia, for the next 10 years, will stay in the machine. So it's not a problem. But for now, until the machine can come, we will continue to do our part.
Well, Mr. Political Leader, I want to say thank you, man. Thank you for always stopping by. And right now, you're the most active political leader I see every day. We see.
And that's
the letter from Secretary.
Yeah, they're coming tomorrow.
I know.
The letter from Secretary is about tomorrow. The letter from Secretary is about the third lane. I want you to watch it.
Wow.
I want you to read it.
Wow.
It's powerful, very powerful.
Wow.
And you know, Tomalin, as you were saying, I'm trying to be the opposite of other political leaders. I was saying something about Liberian leaders. They don't even feel accountable to the people. We don't even have presidential debate anymore in Liberia.
They will never. Most of them will run away from it.
Presidents don't even feel that they should give a plan as to how they're going to run this country. My brother, we will force that in this country.
Yes, I support that.
Force them to a debate.
I support the debate.
We'll force them to a debate, and we'll introduce law in the House that will make it mandatory that every election there must be a debate. The Liberian people must hear your plan, and also every candidate must be obliged to lay a plan of action and submit it to the Election Commission.
Wow.
We cannot
plan of action. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by plan of action?
Today,
What do you mean by plan of action? Beyond your manifesto?
That the manifesto is the plan of action, my man. That English are speaking, it got many meaning.
That one already happening. So I'm gonna lawyer won't do it for that.
No, my brother. You won't have leaders that are not accountable. You see what Joseph Walker is doing? He has been president for 18 months. He has never had press conference. Are you kidding me? The president that he was president for, he was vice president for 12 years. The woman was speaking to the media every month on my radio station. They used to talk to the president. The people used to call and talk to her. She will answer every question. Today. During the party say, oh, Torgbean can't speak. He can't get press conference. Torgbean and Joseph Walker.
Torgbean was better self because he used to go to the church and talk.
Torgbean spoke. Joseph Walker not speaking nothing. Nothing. It's just the kind of a circus you want us to be in. No, we got to. By the way, in the next few weeks, you will see T-shirt going in this country. You will just see it written on it, telling.
Wow.
When you see that T-shirt increasing, you must be afraid. Nothing else will be on that T-shirt. You just be on the telling.
T-shirt can win election.
No problem. But
to go back.
You can say what you want to say, my brother.
But to be honest with you, I want to say this to you. I am a respecter and sympathizer of CMC. I like the audaciousness. As I said, I respect you. I like the hygiene you bring to the politics. And I like the fact that you stand your ground, regardless of the relationship you share with people in all of the parties. You still stand your ground. And I like people who have principles. So it is with me. Like I said earlier on the show, that while it is true I will support the standard bearer of the party, but I must honor set a new vision. I'm gonna honor. There will be conversation that will influence my that direction. And I think that's what people should be. You should be able to have something that you stand for, even if it means that people will not agree with you. People will say, but you must stand for something. And I think I like what you're doing. That's a good example you're showing. Your win might not necessarily be securing the presidency, but it might be changing the way people think. And I want to encourage you to continue.
We'll win. We'll win.
No, in that 10-year bid, I say not.
Bossman, watch it. Me, you know me, I'm not talking again. I appreciate your commendation, but give me 1 year.
You remember when you spoke. You remember when you spoke to me about the party formation in America, and I told you that's a good thing. I encourage you, so I was sincere. I told you it's a good thing.
And I still have you on my list.
I am the current vice chairman of CDC. Let me tell you, I'm also a founding member of CDC.
I still have you on my list.
A founding member. No matter who formed the party, I didn't join it. I formed it.
It doesn't matter. I still have you on my list.
But big brother, always a pleasure to talk to you. You always bring in new.
No, but on a serious note, one day I will say this publicly. If all the politicians, majority of them were like you, will be fine. To always engage the media, no matter what platform, yes, and yes, it's very good.
The whole, when they call them political leader now, they think the president, they can't come up. I will be different.
Yeah, good.
I will speak to the public. I have a column that comes out every Sunday morning at 6:30. By the way, for the information of the public, this week coming, the CMC apps and the CMC website will officially be on. People will become member through the app. The first time in the history of Liberia, we have.
The man, you using money to money.
We invested in a state of the art app that you don't need anything. You just go on that app, you plug in your information. We don't want to know your tribe. We just want to know your age, your country, and your district, and your sex, your gender. That's it. And then, and your interest. For instance, if you're interested in becoming representative, senator, president, we put it there. And you become a member, you will receive an email from this party. This party, after 1 year of existence, you will see whether there will be other parties.
Of that 3 million people you talk about, under 20,000 they can go on email.
They can't even keep their headquarters.
Hey.
They even say you got vision.
Hey.
All 2 of them. The United Party will keep out of their headquarters. I mean, what is this, man?
You got headquarters?
That's a lack of vision.
He said, what is this?
Well, listen, I will say this though. I think from what I'm hearing, and in the Democratic space, it is good. They say iron sharpens iron, right? One thing I do agree with you with Musa is that we need to push fierce competition so that the people benefit from the best, right?
Absolutely.
So if what you are doing is going to push other political institutions, then this is good. This is good. If this is what's going to put, because then
I agree. That's what I do.
Iron sharpens iron, right? If other parties see the CMC doing these things, they will step their game up. If other parties, it will now become a marketplace. My man, see you man.
We are grassroots party. Our people there now. We are graduate party.
But we need to encourage a marketplace of ideas.
We are a graduate political party. We're not going to do that thing called app and other things. That's why we give you vote.
All right. By the way, Ben, our app can work in places where there's no internet, by the way.
Wow.
Even without internet, you will still be able to plug all the data for people. And then as soon it can take 1 week, it can take 1 day. By the time it reaches to site, with internet, everything will be downloaded on our app, and your member certificate and your ID card will be automatically.
CDC, why you fight here for what in CDC? Fight here for what? Why you are your position in CDC?
Why you ask?
Bro, I got a question. Now I want you to know your position first. Bro, I want to know your position first. What's your position?
I'm fighting for gender and development.
Gender and development, very good. So now the CNC is pushing the CDC to step its game up. You step your game up too.
No, but Ben, listen. CDC, I've always led.
You can go on our website, you will see our list of members.
Wow.
You will go on our app.
What is an approximate, Musa? What is an approximate? If you don't,
my man, the PRO show now you're doing what CMC. The PRO you're doing what CMC.
When we launch the CMC in the USA, it would be the largest gathering of Liberians ever recorded in the history of America.
In the USA.
In the USA.
Wow. I want to see what
Swiggy, why you quiet? Because the CMC, the CMC is chipping into the ANC position.
I'm telling you.
I'll tell you this.
It will be done in the city of brotherly law.
Philadelphia.
I will welcome you. I will welcome you. I will attend your event. I will attend your event.
I will represent the Liberty Party. I will represent the Liberty Party.
I will represent CDC at your event.
In both cases, it will be the largest gathering of Liberians ever recorded in America and in Europe.
Wow, I want to see it because nobody breaking the CDC record in America.
But my man, Ben, you say I'm not responding.
Man.
CMC is not up on that part.
If you don't have it tonight,
we got it. Our major gathering in New York, where we have over 10,000 attending that event.
I'm not in competition with CMC at CDC. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not in competition. I don't want what CMC has. I want to see that UP occupy. So why should I be fighting with CMC?
But you finish with our convention. If it is going to be compared to anything, then
Ben,
you on record today is May 31st. Wait, you say it will be the largest gathering in America. And if that, so wait, when is the date?
No, I can't tell you anything more. It will be this year.
He will let you know.
Because if you meet that threshold, hey,
Ben, to officially respond to the question he asked me in my capacity as vice chair of CDC, the CDC is not in competition with Musa political leader PLW small PLW.
Over me at that time, came to me and asked me, Musa, if you fail on it here, I will dismiss you. I said, Mr. Chairman, I would have failed. But 10 o'clock, they were worried. That became the largest gathering Liberty Party ever had. Yeah, Ben Sanvee, they're asking.
And I hear the two uplift.
We keep time.
No, not here because people are just keep there. You keep fourth.
What people are just keep there?
Keep that true. People are just keep there.
People are not come third, man.
People are just keep there. Ben, stop it.
Tomalin, people are not come third.
Ben, stop it.
2017 Liberty Party taking third. Stop arguing, Tomalin.
No, Ben, people are just keep there.
2017 Liberty Party taking third. That 2011 people are taking third.
Ben Sanvee and Timothy, you are never on the ground. That people who been on the ground.
I don't mind talking. I'm telling you that 2011 Liberty Party taking fourth.
Ben, let me respond to CMC. One, I'm not in competition with them. You understand me? What CMC is trying to do now, did that more than 10, 20 years ago. You talking about website? Is that something that should move CDC? A part of over 20 years? That's something we did. That's something we did more than 10, 15 years ago. You talk about apps?
Don't justify it. Why the website right
CDC don't have a website?
I'll see you now. Okay.
You say what?
What website? Let me check it right now. What website?
I didn't see that website.
But no. Timothy John. Emilia, you're even insulting yourself, Tomalin John.
I think one website.
Emilia, you insulting yourself.
At one website. I can defend that one.
You say what?
We have website.
The website not active. The website not active.
What I'm telling you, What CMC is trying to do now, talking about website, making it look like a big announcement. That's something we did more than 10 to 15 years ago.
Because I can tell you now, all
the point is, you know what we're discussing now? You know what we're discussing now? You know what we're discussing now? We are discussing how to carve a new vision for Liberia.
Where can I find
it? That thing, man. We did that thing 10 to 15 years ago.
No. What website?
My man.
Quick information, Chairman Ben was correct.
Our national chairman of the party are telling you I can't tell. He said I can't for. You gotta work with them on Liberia Party to bring Liberia Party back.
But John, that time that we might be in the age and time we might be discussing about website.
Of course.
We passed that thing. I'm telling you, we did that thing more than 20 years, more than 10 years ago.
Where can I find your? Where can I find your?
No, the website not active.
It says that.
But yeah, sometimes of course, even sometimes your own email can be active sometimes. So even sometimes your own email won't be active. What I'm telling you is not news. Website cannot be news.
But listen. I think Musa.
So the day Musa said the party taking ID card.
Musa say the gathering in America be the largest gathering in America. I went to see it because I know CDC when we did that record. Nobody has done that record.
It's about time you come, brother. Start wasting your time.
Come where?
Come home. Your sensitivity all the time. The road to the presidency must go through John. We are not going to.
That the website is not existing. But people on the
no, it's not active. It's not active.
You know what? You know what?
That's a show of the clowns.
Yes.
But which one? But I'm reading from the website.
My man, the debate going to you now.
No, but I'm reading from the website. Musa is on
the CDC website not active.
But when I'm Musa reading from Musa talking on phone, he believe on my computer, yeah. I'm on my computer, yeah. You want me to read from the website?
Okay.
No. Witness yet. Timane can check the website.
Yeah, what website? I go.
And also the people listening, they can check.
There you are.
No, it's not on. I just check it. CDCLiberia.org. It used to be on.
Yeah. According to
it used to be on, but I know I have seen CDC website before.
I think on maintenance. But actually, on maintenance.
CDC, y'all go put CDC website on.
Everything that is human.
CDC ain't a website, right?
My man.
Yeah, CDC ain't got website right now.
Let me tell you what Musa Belete did when you were in Liberty Party. Musa Belete brought, I think, about 20 or 50. I don't know how many pickups.
Why you got 20, 15 pickups? Don't install us.
About how many?
70 pickups.
Okay, yeah. So Tomalin, come in. Listen. That was around 2017.
Yeah, that was 2017.
That up in front of the party headquarters.
Yeah.
And y'all went in Jobu.
Thinking that election was over.
Y'all thought it was over. y'all got scared.
Tomalin, we knew 2 pickups.
That lie.
To defeat the people.
I thought they don't say Ukajina Buka.
Yeah. I thought they don't say Ukajina Buka.
Ben, honestly, no. I just told Ben, right? I will get it every year. Every deal get up. You know what I'm joining.
They better call that my man Kano Bala. Oh, that Kano went there.
I said, but what happened? By the time the meeting with Broski and Manasani, and it didn't change you. Bob Band, root change you.
So Musa,
no, I think the CMC is up to something. We'll watch and see what's going to happen. And I think Musa, I think you made a strong case here tonight, going after those sleeping voters, those people who, and that's why I like to push you to come up with these things.
I mean, I think
like I say, I think it's ambitious. I think it's audacious. But like you say, if your dreams don't scare you, they're not big enough. So yes, I can't. One thing I can knock you for is your ability to push the envelope. So I won't sit here and just discount.
I'm not dismissing Musa, but Musa play 10 years. He needs 10 years.
Also, Oh, the one impact in 2029.
You know, Timon, you know the good news for all of us tonight.
Yeah.
We got 4 years to election.
True.
If what I'm saying will not make sense, but this time next year you will know.
4 years old, my man, it took us more than 10, 15 years before we get 6 year presidency.
There's a reason for that, but I will not say
it took United Party from 84. They got the president in 2005.
You know,
Party was
in the CDC.
Yeah.
You know, the CDC political leader is my friend, so I'm not here to bomb off the CDC.
Yeah, we're not going to say it. Yeah, we're not going to. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying that, you know, look, they've had their time. Other people need to have their time. That's all I'm saying. And if I sit on the table with Cummings, Gongloe,
Apeton.
You
I don't know Apeton. I don't know Apeton.
What do you mean you don't know Apeton?
That whole Apeton story, I don't believe in it.
I know, yeah, that's my fraud.
Yeah. There's something wrong with that.
Ben Sanvee, you can defeat Apeton any day in an election.
If I say to those people, my condition is that whatever decision we make, it must be supported by data from the ground. Not politicians sitting in the room and say, "Oh, I'll give it to this person." No, I don't believe in that. If you're gonna have a decision, you're gonna go and have a sampling of the view of the people, and that will inform your decision. CMC is not going to be part of anything that would decide and carry the Liberian people. No, Liberian people will decide everything. This is a movement. It is a grassroots-based organization that deals with the view of the people on the ground.
So if the likes of Emmanuel Ndukwe, Emmanuel Edwin Snow, Prince Moyi, McGill, all they want to join the CMC, you'll be welcome there, right?
Why would McGill join CMC?
All the people that you call it, my friend.
Right, last I saw you and McGill.
Why would McGill join CMC? McGill stand as one of the potential leader of the party in the future.
I saw the collaboration.
I don't expect McGill to come to CMC. I respect that. But if he comes, CMC is open. Edwin Snow, I think I'm hearing that he intends to form a party, but he knows that he has a home in CMC. Emmanuel Ndukwe is my good friend. If he wants to come, he can join. Senator Moy, you know, we've known each other from the Unity Party way back, but I know that he's a UP man, so he's not in contention here. So at the end of the day, we are open. We got strong people across the country. Timothy, you know, the country puts a loud make and say my witness behind the sea.
But Tomalin George, you want that party John CMC now?
Give this party 12 months. You will know whether we're serious or we're not serious.
Okay.
What I'm hearing here from CMC is that they are intending to raise the bar. That's what I'm hearing.
That's fair enough.
It's good. Let them push it so that people will.
That's fair enough.
Yeah. And CMC, you also maybe the thing maybe the time will say maybe I'll link to you one year tomorrow. Debate. I want debate.
Oh, Tommy, you and your debate interview, Benjamin. Leave people here with your
debate. He just been on that side.
Yeah, don't mind. Hold the debate and interview. Well, that's it.
Right.
He needs to be chief of protocol to Ambassador. We are
leaders saying to us what are their plans. Debate must be the center point of our political argument. Joseph Boakai became a president without debate. Joe Weah became a president without debate. It is repugnant. It is not acceptable. It must change.
The former president watching the show, so you'll be measured now.
Who will be measured?
If you want me to be found repugnant, I can do it.
I know, but I'll be measured.
No, but listen. What I'm getting here.
My form of politics does not allow me to insult anybody.
I know. Oh yeah, that one. That one I true.
In this country is closer to George Weah more than me. George Weah is my friend, but we're talking politics. politics. I'm a political leader.
That's what I'm saying to you.
And why Joe? You know?
But right. You get my party too. Well, my party small, my party big. What political leader, right?
What I'm hearing here is that the bar is being raised. It's being raised.
No, but Ben Sanvee, when you want to build grassroots movement, as what Musa is on the plains, I'm correct. Perfect. I'm telling you, it will not yield 2029 fruit.
Well, that's your thought now, right? That's left off.
In 10 years, you'll be surprised to see Musa Benedict.
Sidiki, you are political scientist. Where were you when Sidiki got defeated?
It's point on. It's on 1.9 million people. What I'm basing my comeback on is on 2 million people.
Okay, so ain't say believe statistics, ain't say believe in numbers. Let's look at the numbers. It took CDC, a huge grassroots party, 20 years that is still struggling to say it has 1.5 million people as members. You telling me, I'm coming now, you telling me in 3 years, you say you're targeting 3 million. You are able to cultivate 3 million members or 1 million.
I'm not speaking Madingu. I said I'm targeting 3 million people who are not interested.
That's what I'm saying.
The two parties, I'm not saying that that the people that I am getting to come be my member. I'm saying that they're the one I'm going to seek membership from.
But that's your target.
So
that's
whatever I get, no, it is my target point, which means the player going to look for my number.
Okay, so what I can tell you, in 3 years, you are likely to get potentially scratching the 50,000. You may get 10,000 a year.
Okay, good luck for you. I as a lawmaker, I got 11,000 in the bank. Something wrong with you, man.
But if you want to use that, where are the 11,000 people when your candidate was in a race?
Then you know what I realized, I need to stop the conversation because this man is pushing me to tell my plan.
Yeah, they're not pushing you to say nothing.
But Ben, where were the 11,000 people in the Guar senatorial race? Where are the 11,000 people in the Guar senatorial race?
That was Nimba versus Nimba. That does not count. You know that Nimba versus Nimba.
You will never win without an argument. Forget it.
Forget I want that.
Yeah. You see what Musa done to get to that? Musa, I'm getting text messages from people already telling me they think Musa talking a sound very interesting.
Look at Ben Sanvee.
I'm telling you.
Ben, move right there, man.
Our choices are already predetermined. That's not acceptable. That's not acceptable. I would make it difficult for anybody to be president of this country. CMC will win the election. And then the way we are going to win it is that we're going to have a program. By 2028, CMC will point to a development in every county of this republic.
Wow.
Yes. We're not able CDC with rhetoric and PR. We're not able United Party with rhetoric and PR. They master that one. We don't know that.
Be intangibles.
What we know, we want to go test CMC, CDC and United Party that you left the whole Ghana Bay, Nizo area, you left it 30 with clinic. Your left.
So why you tell the university student that made to go to school free and they put why will pay? Tell you talk about that play. Why you tell them?
No, I'm not going to your area of success, my brother. You don't know politics. You say if I chairman, I'm going to the area of weakness.
The message is going for a weak spot.
What way to an area of strength? I'm going to the area of weakness.
But I'm highlighting. I'm going
to the forgotten people of Guadeloupe. I'm going to make rules.
You know how many Quaduboni sons and daughters we elevated for the first time in history?
No, your brothers and sisters that are in Quaduboni would not listen to your rhetoric when we carry the machine and fix their road and put lights in in their homes and put solar light in their yard and allow the children.
My man, I told you, when Musa Belete was the chairman of Liberia Party, he brought the highest amount of mobility in political history in the country.
We have learned that car is not the way to election. We have learned that. But one thing we have learned also is that development bring result.
But then if that development bring result, then CDC will not be out of the presidency because the development will carry surpass that of Ellen Johnson telling herself. According to
election is an impossible terrain based on development. CMC will win based on impossible development. We will challenge the ruling party and the former ruling party to show more development that they have done than we would have done.
General Benedict, when Ben I want to use the second period, we went to some place where they say the president now he gave one ferry that you got to hold a ferry before it.
But the bridge finish. What are you talking about?
That bridge finish now?
Not a bridge, man. Dedicated.
For sure.
Yeah, the bridge finish.
Wow.
So how much is on that bridge? 1.7 million, right?
There's another bridge that's starting next week that connect.
So where is CMC asset that they get all that money to be spending? We need to know because Ben, no, let's see. He's talking about asset.
Man declare asset.
The man asset?
The man says CMC.
I declare my asset. I got money.
That's CMC. No, you said CMC. I didn't call you.
But he's the political leader.
I didn't call you. I'm not talking to you.
He's a political leader. So what he does, he's doing it on behalf of the party. What are you talking?
Oh, okay.
That my money. You want to hear it? That my money are using. Tell your people to do their own.
Finish.
I will use my money to face the road in Kwaduboni. I will use my money to face the road in
You very use your own money too.
Keep more. Yeah. I will. Senator Maggie carried me to Markipi the other day. My engineer just finished inspecting the road today.
Maggie,
so we can start fixing that road.
Maggie, small.
I will use my money.
Maggie friend, and Maggie brother day.
Maggie, small. No, but something I learned. No, the one I say for imagine the one election what I'm talking now. The CDC and some mayor, the mayor of CDC. The man say the car driving right now. I said, who get that car? He said, I said, the government. He said, where? He said, in an AC car.
But let me tell you something. You know, Tommy, you know how I knew Musa. You know that Musa.
That Musa get a better car.
You know how I knew Musa was winning that district big. Let me tell you. When we were driving in the car with Musa, when they laid babies on the road, was saying Belete. I said Musa. I said no, who can beat Musa in the player? Yeah.
No, but his it was good that Musa Belete went in the legislature because you know what? He has been a man. He has been a person of with different something. Musa going in the legislature gave people a clear picture of who Musa Belete truly is.
Yeah.
It gave people an understanding of his value and things he stands for. To be honest with you, I think
I want you to step on board to be a disruptor there.
But I said Musa.
You want my Twitter program be 110 president so they can do it.
No, if friends know in trouble now, you friends know.
You want about do it snow?
But Musa, I got a question for you. I saw something on the news the other day. I think I saw something on the news the other day about you polling your machine from some of the districts in Nimba. Is it true?
That's not true.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I carried my district to my machine to District 2. They did a work there, and the machine left that place almost a week after the election.
Oh, okay.
It couldn't have been the election. The other district 8, the representative came and I had finished my work there.
Okay.
I helped him with 32-kilometer road and fix it. But then he came to me that he brought one machine to do some work and the machine broke down. So he needed my machine for 3 days. My machine was there for 6 days. After that, I took him from there. I mean, I didn't take it because of election. I didn't go there because of election.
Okay.
So Mr. Honorable Beda, I want to ask you one question also of politics. Yesterday, in the last 2 days, we have had 3 persons from in the football world was on the show. And you've been a serious stakeholder and former president of LFA. I just want you to give your own opinion on the Mustafa Rajid leadership of FA. He was on the show here, and back and forth between he and some member of his team. What's your opinion in that direction?
I don't want to. I'm a politician now. I'm a likely candidate for president. I don't want to lose no vote. I don't have no fish to fry. Anything they want to do, when we get there, we will fix it.
Good answer.
You compromise.
You ever Musa forget it?
You compromising for vote. Then I may say when I join CDC for vote, if you can't come for vote, then I tell you that the third read. Now Magen will bring to us. Now Magen will sign on him. Magen.
See, let me say this to you. I, Musa Hassan Belete, I like Musa Belete for Nyansan. Secretary Ma County District, Nimba County, will not leave the CMC to join any party. Let me tell you now, it's not going to happen.
I don't think it makes sense. You can form a party.
The party is here to stay. It's an institute. By the way, just for you to know, we are purchasing land for the party. The party headquarters is going to be built on a land that is owned by CMC. The structure is going to belong to CMC from day one. So we are not playing. As I speak to you, CMC is already in discussion to buy property in the United States of America, where it will use to generate money. We're not joking. We have registered a branch of CMC in the United States, recognized by the United States government as a branch of a political party. No political party in Liberia have registered in America as a 527, except CMC.
The CDC.
Well, no, not 527, my friend.
My man. What I'm telling you, your new party, you're excited. So all the things.
Go out for 527.
I think you really
were investor before. We're in business there before.
NGO that you can be opening calling the party, and I say that.
We are investment.
I say 527.
I say we're investment before, but maybe I don't know what's getting the way.
Your investment, the reason why you don't have it again is because it was not in your need, it was not for you.
No, I thought what y'all know, but someone left this thing. I don't know what's getting there.
I mean, when you left, you never left. You part of stop pretending on the show, man. You left. Why you left this thing?
Anyway, thank you, yeah.
When you took power, you didn't care for the man. You didn't do nothing for him. Now because you're not leave power, you want to tell the man leave. Why you didn't tell him say he leave when you're in power?
Thank you, yeah. I didn't to work out.
Tommy was so annoyed that he needed to watch CMC. Oh no.
No, but to be honest with you, CMC. I was informed about information. The political leader called me. He respected me. He told me about it, and I told him it's a good thing. I respect him. I know he's now a failure. He's somebody who moved. And to be honest with you, I like people who can challenge the system, except that from a political calculation, and I know any disrespect, in 10 years from now, you may likely see Musa Hassan Belete as president of Liberia based on the plans he put into place.
Wait 10 years.
Please, minus 6 years from that.
10 years from now, I'm saying Belete could be the voice. In 10 years, Musa Belete will be the voice.
I don't know what the Liberian people thinking, but one thing I know, that those who walk to the presidency will no longer walk to the president, they will sweat to the presidency. We will make the presidency responsible and responsive.
We'll start with 32. We started at 32. We started at 32. When you started at war.
No problem. No problem.
Great conversation.
Hey, B brother, always good, man, to engage you. You bring great hygiene into our politics. And as Tomalin said, if most of the political leaders.
Then call a political leader now.
But I won't be on that call.
Oh, why you won't be on the call?
I was seeing that transfer. I was seeing that transfer.
Since you're gonna explore, you know.
I didn't to the call. I
to the call.
Tomalin John. I am CDC as me. All the job spell.
No, Musa will add a man to the call. Don't worry, we'll have a call with
I'm about 7,000. In fact, before CNC are funded, Musa called me in America on my sick bed. In fact, he's one of the only person in Liberia who, when I was sick, he sent me money while I was going through my illness. And I just want to tell him thank you. Yeah. He did that. He sent me money when you were talking to me. I said, "Oh, I'm not too well." He said, "Oh," he said, "What happened?" I said, he sent me money, a good amount too, good amount. And I just want to use this opportunity to say,
and how much did he send you?
My man, I beg you. I didn't go begging for money. I have the capacity to honor my medical call. When I'm begging for money around, he didn't send it to me because he thought I was begging. He was having a call.
No.
So don't say how much citizens say I have to say I was going around begging for money. I'm only appreciating that he did that.
I was saying begging.
No, don't say that.
I know you.
Don't ask me about citizens. I'm saying Musa Hassan Belete send me money when I was sick, and I appreciate that. So I'll be on the call. I want to thank you.
We need an energy. Let me call it political leader. Mr. Pierre will call you. Don't worry. The call
will be the biggest gallery Philadelphia. I'll be on the call.
No, you know what I did? No, listen. Tommy, that had Jeru Gaming started on the show.
No, man.
Jeru Gaming was talking.
I couldn't join your party with Ellie. They were there. You know how many of us flew with Ellie or I traveled around the world and I couldn't go.
Now you see Ben.
I don't operate like that. I can maintain
my PA on Thursday and today all of CDC chat room.
Who?
Oh, is it who?
Tomalin Josh. I am CDC is me. People know, Mama, now go off the show, made a call about they show now. They show
I said, CDC, I got it now. They better go.
Go where? And he carry me.
Can I make a comment where I want to close?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think it was a good show. But Chairman Ben, I saw your comment, and I think it came on you reaffirmed your statement you sent on the live feed. Yes, I agree with you. We don't have to be attacking each other as opposition or political party. But here is the thing, Chairman Ben, except you tell us that we are in a authoritarian system of government, monarchy, but I know that we are in a democratic form of governance, in a political space where democracy is respected, where everybody can express themselves without thinking about, being threatened about future votes or, being denied the opportunity to serve or not. And let's make this clear. I don't know if Siddiqui is following. George Weah, former President Weah, was the first, political leader, opposition leader, when this administration took over and declared that he was not running for president. In his church, at the Baptist Seminary, and the videos are there, they are available, and I don't want to talk about some personal things. He was in constant conversation with some opposition leaders, that he made it clear that he was not running. He was not interested into this thing. He went to Italy right after the inauguration. Eugene Nambe, the former foreign minister, they say, you know what, go there, you can make it. And today, he's all around the place. But I can understand, which is his right. And to want to threaten us, to not speak about what CDC did to the Liberian people and the opportunity that they were given, only because they get numbers, I think is unfair. And let me say this to you, Chairman Ben. Let me say this publicly to you today. You are one of the persons that inspired me. You know what? There's a video that you made when you was on Spoon. I think that day you made that video outside of the Spoon Talk, you know, and you were very giving it to George Weah. You know, you speak about the support.
I inspire you. Not a great thing that what I inspire you. Look at inspiration.
Give me chance.
Look at inspiration.
And I would say, I come in now, you see, and I would say, why that video inspired me? I would say that.
Oh,
I saw the passion in your voice at the time. You were speaking to George Weah. And one of the things that I also saw in our video, Chairman, was a friend who campaigned for another friend, believing that he needed to be given an opportunity to see what he can do. And now that friend was disappointed because that friend did not, you know, follow maybe what the capacity or the record that this man gets as a leader, but instead of just doing things the way you asking us to do it. You know, that's what I saw in our video.
So what you say?
For you to the videos are there, and I see some United Party people using that against you. And for me, that inspired me. The fact that you can support somebody and the person is doing the wrong thing, and you speak the way you spoke during that time. It inspired me. But you know what, Chairman? That video did not change anything. And in fact, if my memory can set me right, that video even created conflict between you and the then president because you spoke truth to power. So now you are encouraging us to remain quiet, even though we know that CDC failed the Liberian people, that we should not talk because we will need CDC in the future. Chairman Ben, let me say this to you and the Liberian people in Siliki. I may not say we, but as Siliki Koman, I will not close my mouth on what CDC did in 6 years. And if this will cause, you know, commies or any political leader that I support to not win election in Liberia, that is okay.
If you want to lose them,
okay, that is totally fine. But for me, for my instinct to set me free, I think, you know, and right now we are collaborating. Just recently, the crisis at the House of Representatives, when the Supreme Court ruled, we had a joint press conference with the CDC, and that press conference was at the headquarters of the ANC. So we are collaborating on issues that got to do with all of us as opposition community. But to ask us to silence our voice, to not speak about CDC wrong yesterday, simply because, as Chairman Penelope was saying, Chairman, this is the mistake we've continued to make that, oh, you know what, the only pathway to the presidency is through a presidential candidate that get a number. So let's do everything we can do, submit today, and they get there. When they get there, what's the benefit to the Liberian people? You will come and talk, they will not listen to you. You will create enmity for yourself. And it will not teach anything. So for me, I just wanted to respond in that. For the fact that you are a veteran, you spoke against your friend.
So what happened? What happened?
No, wait, Tommy, wait.
No, I'm coming, he can respond. But for me, I think the best thing to do is to speak about, you know, some of the things the CDC did that was not in the interest of it. Especially when CDC come here talking about vision. You have 6 years to implement that vision. You talk about CDC as a revolutionary party. They believe in educating young people. How many young people you educated? In fact, Jefferson Koji, you took Jefferson Koji out of school, having we said, and you took them out of school to give them position to the extent that you didn't encourage them that they needed to go to school while doing that job.
Jefferson Koji is a graduate.
This is unfortunate. So for me, that was just my response to you, Chairman.
So let me say this.
It's not democratic space. We should silence people because other people get number in terms of vote. I don't think
no. You see, so maybe you misunderstood what I was saying. And I'm glad that you alluded to that video, which, by the way, is still on my page. I don't listen. And the context of which, and when I was speaking, I wasn't speaking only as what Musa said. I wasn't
on the phone.
nobody. I wasn't speaking only as Ben Sanvee. No, it's that. What are you talking about? What I beg you, Musa. Let me tell you, I wasn't speaking as Ben Sanvee, right? I was speaking as the former national chairman of the Liberty Party that took, say, half or 50% or what percentage that they want to say, right? That when we went to the CDC, there were several things that we expected in the governance space, right? My comment earlier was not to silence you. I would never do that. I'm someone who believes in like I say, in a marketplace of ideas. You see what I did, Jenna? You see what we did on this conversation, Jenna, with Musa? And in the end, I said to him, I said, look, if this is the intention, then I welcome it, because you know what? Iron sharpening iron, right? Because I do believe the Liberian people should get to the point where we stop picking from the lesser of both evils. And we start to pick from the best and the brightest that our country has to present itself. But, and this is the but, in politics, right? One of the things that I have learned is that as you persevere or as you push forward in politics, you don't let your past hold you hostage. You allow your past to be the guide for your future. The other thing that I know about the Liberian voting population is you have to meet them where they are. One of the mistakes that I think we've made, and that's why I like what Musa said, one of the mistakes I think we made, those of us have always been, myself, I've always been in the third lane. I've never supported President We are on a first round basis. He never has been my first choice. He's always been my choice when it came to a binary choice between the CDC and the Unity Party, right? But why am I saying that we should not allow our past to hold us back? We have to meet the country where the country is and bring the country along. There are several layers in what we need to do and how we need to go about doing it. I was speaking from the context of if there is a potential conversation about a collaboration, you don't want to make the mistake that was made in the CPP. Let me tell you the mistake that was made in the CPP. The CPP blew breath in the lungs of the Unity Party. We went into the CPP ignoring all of what we had said about the Unity Party 12 years ago, right? But we got in there, and the Unity Party did an excellent job at sitting in the back, regaining her strength, and putting forward her foot when they needed to put forward their foot. All I was saying, and again, like I said, I will repeat what I said. All I was saying is that I believe there has to be a larger conversation amongst all the opposition. And if we make the mistake where it is seen like, oh, there is this tussle, I ain't got nothing wrong with holding people accountable because the CDC does have a record. That conversation can be held in a totally different way. That conversation can be held when you're having a conversation with the CDC, you bring it forth to the CDC. You have had an opportunity to lead. You have had an opportunity to lead. What makes you think we should not have an opportunity to lead also? So I wasn't trying to say you should silence yourself. No, I wasn't trying to silence you. I was only trying to say that, and Siddiqui, you're also growing in the politics. One of the things that we have to do, those of us, no matter how young, I'm not too young anymore. I'm in my 40s now, right? No matter how young we are, there is experience that we have. Some of the mistakes that we made, we don't want people like you to make those same mistakes, right? So I would encourage you, I would never try to silence your voice. I would encourage you to continue with the fire that you have, but be cognizant that sometimes fire don't necessarily always get you there. And the last thing I would say before I end on this is that you have to win before you govern. That's why I said to Musa, and that's why I like the answer he gave. His answer was, the CMC will have 3 to 4 years to present a case to the Liberian people. We are not going to the Liberian people with promises. We are going to the Liberian people now with tangibles, right? So the CMC could go and sit down with the CDC or with any other party or the non-aligned parties and say, listen, this is where we are. This is our strength. This is what we've done. This is what informed our decision. to be able to say, you know what, we want to bear the standard of this. Now who they talking about? I mean, yeah. So I just want you to know that I would never say you should silence your voice.
So Ben, let me just say something to you.
I would never say you should silence your voice. I just want you to. All I'm saying is, I see how robust you are. Sidiki, I was once in your position. I'm the person you're looking at on the screen that the man has stood in front of Charter and told into your face. When many other, I think you were so young during that time, right? But as we push ahead, some of the mistakes and some of the pitfalls that we made, we try to guide those of you guys who are young people who, like you say, we've inspired you. The same thing when I decided to run for the Senate, the same thing. So I don't want you to take it as me trying to say don't talk. No, I'm just saying, you know, Chancellor used to tell me something all the time. He said you get more out of honey than you get out of vinegar. In order for you to make mayonnaise, you have to break some eggs. In the end, what you want power. You want power to effect change in your country. And in getting that power, there have to be conversations held along the way. That's what I was trying to say.
So let me just speak on about CDC and its quote unquote.
Yeah, you've spoken to everybody on the show.
No, you mentioned something. Listen,
go ahead.
I think times were unnormal. I've been one of those persons that I'm not shy away that I thought CDC could have done a better job than what it did. I'm not shy away from that. We do not come to the conversation saying that CDC has.
By the way, I'm not saying it has not been said, but you are the first official citizen to say this.
No, you just said it many times. Even the former president has said it many times that he wished he could have done better than what he did. But here's the point I'm making to you. ANC,
but Sidiki, before you continue, the CDC as an institution, for the CDC as an institution to move forward, the CDC has to look herself in the mirror also.
Yeah.
So let me lay on my thoughts.
CDC have to come out and say, ask the Kehleboe why the one time.
I want to friend them. What I'm saying to you,
you gotta examine who you go.
But let me lay on my thought.
What CDC is doing, they are telling the people that United Party lie on it.
But that's true, of course. For example, no, Akami. You see, there's where then we come in defense of CDC. There's where we come in defense of CDC. And sometimes you see the defense as saying that we are saying CDC didn't do anything wrong. For example, you bring a United Party. United Party credits our CDC on the issue of harmonization. Gafan tells you that there's no way I'm able to run a financial or uphold harmonization. So that's where we're coming. But so that's why sometimes it appears as if to say we may be saying CDC could not have done it better than the way it did. No. I am sure if Georgia said today, there are some things probably he would have done it a little differently. I am sure Georgia would have said, at least in the minimum, I would have reached out for my cabinet, even in the minimum, if that was the least thing. I'm sure he would have said that. So we're not coming to the table saying that the same way we govern, we want to go on that way. All we are saying is that United Party lied. They haven't done anything different. In fact, I believe, we did pretty much better than United Party in our first 1 year about this time than they are doing now. They have nothing. They have nothing new. They have introduced nothing different. That's the point I'm making.
Wait. So
now I come in now. Let's see. Yeah. So all I'm saying to you when I speak on that, I'm saying CDC is not your target ANC. Your target is, you don't want CDC position as opposition. You want the presidency. Let United Party be your target. What good will it do for you if you take your energy towards CDC when you have United Party there? Focus on them.
That one I agree.
So they are also saying, I will not waste my time.
Please, the conversation tonight was not about CDC and ANC.
I will not waste my time. I will not waste my time to attack.
But you attack CDC president.
I will not waste my time. I would never attack. I would never come on the show. I would never come on the show to attack Cummings in a real serious way. No, neither will I attack CMC. They are not my targets. They are not my target. In fact,
have you ever seen me attack CMC? Because I know CMC have done nothing. that brought to where it is. Never.
I would never attack those parties. Look, let me tell you something. I would not attack NDPL, former ruling party. Why should I waste my time to attack NDPL? So I should go attack Chewie party? I should be attacking Chewie party? Are you serious?
Are those parties exist?
They're existing. NDPL existing.
Yeah, they're part of the UP Alliance.
I should be attacking NDPL. I should be attacking Chewie party. No, my focus is on the presidency. That's what I want. And because of that, I will tell you the man who is leading the country now, his idea for the country wrong, and these are the ones I will offer. That's my game plan. So when you hear all day, you trying to now you stay in the periphery of the politics game, brother. Focus on winning election, and to win election, focus on the man who in the seat.
For me, the only advice I would give you, Siddiqui, and like I said, with all of the change that you want, and I don't want you to say, and let me tell you, from an experience standpoint, I don't want you to say, if me saying this will cause me this.
Yeah,
then you're in the wrong business. Yeah. Because when people are in politics, they are in politics to win. The only reason CMC was started, you heard Musa. Musa said CMC was started because of the anger. And how do they fix that anger? Or how do they bring about that change? It's ultimately to get power. And you got to keep your eye on the prize. When you keep your eye on the prize, that's why I said the experience come in. Because everybody can be robust. Everybody can be, or what's the word I'm trying to find? Everybody can be energetic. Listen, I was in your position before. Trust me. Listen, this is the man I challenged George Weah to be senator. I looked, when everybody told me Musa Berete on the phone here, supported George Weah. I called Musa, I told him, I said, I'm running for senator. Edwin Snow attacked me on the radio. We called Edwin Snow. We play with him. He called behind the scene radio. He apologized. He said, no, I should not have attacked Ben that way. All I'm saying is there is a pathway, right? And along the pathway, there are bodies on those roads, on that road. When you walk past those bodies, you want to know how that body fell down. So that when you go in front, you don't fall in the same ambush. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not saying keep quiet. There's a way you can critique. But in the end, Siddiqui, I can tell you this. If you were to form an alliance with the opposition community, some of your words could come back to haunt you. My words could come back to haunt me. It means that I regret some of the things that I said. If I listen, the day I endorsed George, the day me and Musa on the phone, the day we went to endorse CDC, I stood up on that podium and told President Weah to his face that if you don't do what you are promising the people, I will not be quiet. So, and guess what? I believe George Weah respects me for that. He may have his difference of opinion. Funny thing, just recently, somebody sent him that same clip you're talking about. He called me. You know what he called me to ask me? He thought it was a new clip. He called me. He said, Ben, but what did you know what did I do? I said, no, it's the president. That old clip there. That the time we were fighting. And we laughed about it, right? It mean the things that were said in that clip were wrong. I have fundamental issues with what happened during that period. I had a lot of fundamental issues with what happened during the 6 years. But in politics, it's not a zero-sum game.
Yes.
There are always gray areas. That's all I'm saying.
For example, Siddiqui, you saw what happened in Liberia for the last 3 election cycle, right? Prince Johnson. You think everybody want to identify Prince Johnson? But because what happened? They needed him. So that's why you gotta be careful. All the politicians, every cycle that came, they would reach out to him. They wanted his support because they felt that he had the ability to help them, to push them over the cliff. Now what happened? So in politics, I mean, I like you. I mean, just don't want to be bad, but guess what? In order to get to where I want to get, to get to where I want to get, I need your support.
You see, Tomalin.
It's like you got to win for your government. So
Tomalin, you see, that's very Musa. I know Musa still on the phone, right?
Why don't make it a corner?
No, don't worry, my man. I'm making sleep back. I mean, a political leader. We can have all kind of money. But let me tell you something. I always say this, Siddiqui. I always say this. If the people of District Number 7 in Nimba County had listened to the propaganda against Musa, if those people had just listened to the propaganda they had against my friend Musa, because me and him, they used to cuss together, they used to pull all together. When they start cussing, when I go talk something, when they start cussing, then they can put me and him together. Then he can come and say, "Hey Ben, why you not talking again? They put cussing me and you like that." If those people had just listened to them, they would not be benefiting from the representation they have today. Because guess what? They were going to George Musa jail. How many people today you can hear call Musa a FIFA criminal? How many people? You know why? You know the difference? Musa has gotten an opportunity to prove himself. Yeah. If Musa was never going to get elected representative, nobody was going. It wanted to Musa to release his asset declaration for people to take a step back. They can't trace it and say, "Oh, he worked in government before." No, he didn't. So all I'm trying to say is, this is a very, very, very tricky and crafty game. And as you navigate these waters, you gotta. There will come a point in time, Sidiki, where you will graduate from being an advocate. You know, there are 3 stages in political life. 3 stages.
May I beg you?
Activists, you got advocates, and then you got solution bearers. People who now, when you graduate to that solution, you see the stage Musa in right now, he in solution bearer stage. And you ain't talking about facing row. You got the stages. Once you graduate, the problem most of our politicians make is that they don't know when to do that pivot. They don't know when to do that pivot. See my friend Darius Dillon, that one of the things that hurt Darius Dillon. When Darius Dillon became senator, people still saw him as the advocate. The advocate. Not forgetting to understand that Darius Dillon now was in the Senate where he needed 16 votes to be able to do the things that he needed to do. And so how will he get out 16 votes? He got to cross the aisle.
No, but you know something? One thing I'll say, right? What I've got to learn is that sometimes you think that you hate the person, you see the person, but guess what? When I got on the grind like bro, at night, I said, "Oh, people can be people. I thought people were bitter enemies, but I see." Yeah, I saw them hanging together. Because one night I was at my gay place, and when I saw it's right UP garden, I saw them coming there. I said, "Oh,
who are those?"
No, but I saw them coming there. In fact, my gay say your way, your sister come here. When I said, "Oh," so what are they doing talking like that? They come right here. That politics, so be careful. Now the person say, "Oh, the person here used to give me a break." Then I be saying, "Some of our friends
Tommy George,
nothing. Go there and see what happens."
Speaking of tapes, who is the current vice president of the Republic of Liberia today? The current vice president of the Republic of Liberia today is on tape saying that Joseph Boyka should not run in 2023.
Yeah, we're that boy, yeah.
That is, but it just tells you that is the reality. Politics is not static.
It's dynamic.
It's not static. The CDC built the machinery that beat them in Nimba. Yes. The CDC built the machinery that beat them in Nimba.
That's true.
They turned over the entire Nimba strategy. Remember, I beg you, man.
Why you be like a comment about?
Yeah, man. They turned the entire.
We will go quarter here. You say why you be statement when the poor rise of the ten. I'm gonna tell my
misinformation and misrepresentation of the facts.
Yeah, don't Sidiki.
Who they are called?
No, Sidiki, except the CDC. And I said this to plenty of people in the CDC. The machinery that beat CDC in Nimba County, that CDC built that machinery. They took the entire Nimba strategy and put it in the hands of the Arrow.
They couldn't have done anything.
No, but I agree with you, Musa. What I'm trying, I'm furthering my argument.
Choice.
Yeah, I'm furthering my argument.
We had a choice. If we are still with Prince Johnson, and don't say we would have created a parallel structure, a parallel power to Prince Johnson, our honor called his influence by supporting Jeremiah Kuhn and just keep the focus directly on Prince Johnson. Probably.
No, but Sidiki, do you know? I think Ben said it before in many of our shows. Do you know that even you gave Nima the Unity Party had that 2 districts in Moswari, they are not flipped during the second round?
Yeah, but it's a fact. It's a fact that CDC got more votes in the first round.
Yeah, with
the entire Nimba. The
2
entire
districts. If they are remaining in the column, it would have been in office still.
So for me, I think
so. The first round we won the first round for the 3% was less than 7%. I'm saying, how you kept Prince Johnson with you, probably.
Oh, that's true. That one
in our first round. In our first round. So what we did was.
That's still milk now.
I want to spill milk. So all I'm trying to say is, in the end, there is there's between 2029 is a lifetime. Plenty of things will happen.
CMC will divide the Nimba County vote.
Plenty of things will happen. CMC could become the most dominant force in Nimba.
Or divide the Nimba County.
Could become CDC could become something else. UP could become something else.
Dominate the Western Belt.
You know,
we got Guar in Lofa.
You know,
we got Guar in
for me, my man, I have learned.
Not because of war. They turn around or they say Nima has fallen.
The CDC were attempting. The CDC were attempting.
Watch out, bro.
No, we can talk all the thing, Ben. Let me frame. They put it win and they're gonna major election down there. I just saw the 20,000 vote. You might
a win is a win. The people in power.
We agree.
How you party go like PANELISTS? You say why you say talk like this?
But for me, we keep the lines open.
It really can happen.
We keep the lines open. We keep the
so
conversation
going. When we feel Unity Party they elect, but not tell them see over. You talk about party elect people win you. No, when the point won you, the point won you. Nobody can.
You say that.
You got a record. You have really party, and then you sit down and then you win.
There's a first time for everything, brother.
Anyway, my man, I tell you.
My man,
I see you.
My man, I won't call back.
Political leader, come and call you.
We come and start planning for the Philadelphia conference.
Look at that. CDC will take from the chat room tomorrow morning.
My man, let me tell you.
CDC, you leave me with your CDC thought on that.
My man, call me. I'm waiting for the call. I'll be talking to them on that. I'll be telling them on that. You call me back. You want my number?
I'm moving for that call. Ben,
come and get on the call. Everybody come and get on the call.
So
yeah, but my man, Tomalin decide leave him off.
He out charo for that. Me out charo.
Me and Musa Berete get our own charo.
I see you, man.
I CMC better charo. CMC better charo.